Chapter 37. 0037 If you leave now, how am I going to deal with the Jing family? How am I going to tell the family that I'm going to leave behind a mess for me to clean up? Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes turned slightly red. She scolded, "Selfish ghost. You want to leave just like that?" Yi Fan said seriously, "Qingxue, I know you will be angry. After all, you will have a lot of trouble in a short period of time. But no matter what, it's better than having your life threatened, right? I am angry, but I am not afraid. I don't want to escape either," Su Qingxue said with a firm gaze. Yi Fan looked at the woman in surprise, "But all of this has nothing to do with you. You are just an outsider, there is no need for you to get involved in something because of me." "Outsider?" Su Qingxue sneered and asked, "Aren't you?" "What do you mean?" Yi Fan didn't understand. "Let me ask you, when I signed the contract with you, I didn't tell you about the Zheng family, nor did I tell you about my parents. Because of me, you are hated by the Zheng family, and you are also targeted by my parents. In these troubles, you are also an outsider. Why didn't you terminate the contract at that time and directly chose to leave?" Su Qingxue questioned. Yi Fan was stunned, he had never considered such a problem. "Let me tell you the reason," Su Qingxue said in a clear voice. "There is only one reason, you are not afraid of them at all. Although you are full of lies, your job is fake, your identity is fake, your background is fake, and you might even be lying to me about your name, but I am very clear about one thing. From the beginning, you were never afraid of the Zheng family dealing with you, were you?" "Yi Fan," Su Qingxue said angrily, "this time, the trouble on your body has implicated me. You told me to terminate the contract because you look down on me. You think I am inferior to you." Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's gazes intertwined. Looking at the woman's angry and wronged expression, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but lower his head with a smile. "It's not that I look down on you. To be honest, I don't think as much as you do. I just don't want to implicate you," Su Qingxue directly interrupted. "Do you think that even if we separate, I will be safe for the rest of my life? The Zheng family, the White Shark Gang, the various opponents in the mall, and those criminals who want to kidnap me for ransom, do you think I was really that safe before? Why do you think I value the security teams so much and let Lingshan train them so strictly? You're a man. Don't tell me the only way to solve problems is to escape. Just like how you only dared to run away in the arena." After saying that, Su Qingxue coldly snorted, "Coward." When Yi Fan heard this, he was unhappy. He was only doing it for the sake of women. Why did he say that he was a coward, a useless coward? "Su Qingxue, when did I say I was going to escape? You're twisting my meaning. If I were a coward, would I have saved you today?" Yi Fan argued. "Since you're not a coward, then I, a girl, am not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Su Qingxue asked, her clear eyes staring straight at the man. Yi Fan was startled, the woman's question echoing in his mind. "If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" "That's right, what am I afraid of?" A minute later, Yi Fan smiled in relief, nodded and said, "All right, since you've already said that, then I'll take back what I said before." Hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes softened a little, but she still said unhappily, "Come and go as you please. Do you think being my fake boyfriend and my assistant is a casual job? Besides, even if we really want to break up, I have the final say. I'm the employer. Do you hear me?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly and nodded, "You have the final say. You have the final say. However, today's matter is like this, I won't explain anything else. After all, even if we really are husband and wife, we still have to have each other's privacy." Although Su Qingxue was still very curious, she knew that the man was right, so she said, "All right, I'll let you go this time. I'll know sooner or later anyway." Right now, she was basically sure that Yi Fan had a lot of important secrets hidden on him. This made her subconsciously very interested. However, Su Qingxue didn't know that when she was curious about a man, it also meant that her feelings for him had begun to change. Li Fanxian, on the other hand, looked at the woman who was like a proud white swan with a smile, her eyes filled with countless thoughts. This was the first time that this woman had attracted him so much, not because of her appearance, but because of something else. Yi Fan smiled with a face full of emotion, causing Su Qingxue, who was standing opposite him, to be a little puzzled. "What are you doing, giggling by yourself?" the woman asked. Yi Fan said, "My name is real." I said, "Although I told a lot of lies, my name is real. My real name is Yi Fan." Yi Fan sincerely explained. After Su Qingxue understood, a captivating red appeared on her face. She turned her head to look out the window and muttered, "Idiot, who cares what your real name is? I know. Contract workers, don't worry too much, haha." Yi Fan enjoyed himself and continued to busy himself with chopped onions. "Crazy, what's so funny?" Su Qingxue grumbled, "Hurry up. It's all your fault, wasting so much time and talking so much nonsense. The fish is about to turn cold, and you still haven't finished picking up the green onions." Alright, I'll be right there." Yi Fan quickly moved his chopsticks as he muttered in a low voice, "Luckily it's only 3 months, otherwise who would be able to take it? What did you say?" "Ah. I didn't say anything. I want to deduct your salary." "It can't be." Late at night, in the fishing port warehouse, the police surrounded the area. A group of on-site inspectors were collecting evidence. The chief of the Huahai City Defense Bureau, Yao Zhengang, was over 50 years old and had white hair on his temples. As a leader, he personally came to the scene and was discussing the 3 corpses in the warehouse with a group of experienced subordinates. At this moment, 4 men dressed in ordinary people's clothes appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. The policeman was about to stop them when a fair-skinned and handsome man shouted, "Bureau Chief Yao, let your men in." When Yao Zhengang heard the voice, he hurriedly turned around to welcome them. "You're here. Hurry up and let the officers in." When the group of policemen heard that it was their superior, although they were very puzzled as to who the other party was, they still dispersed. Yao Zhengang anxiously said, "All of you, leave the warehouse, no one is allowed to come in. Including the technicians." This order confused many of the staff. Even if the higher-ups sent people over, there was no need to avoid them like this. They couldn't help but be curious about the origins of this 4-man squad. No matter what, under the director's driving, only 4 men and Yao Zhengang were left in the warehouse. "Captain Black Hawk, I thought you guys would only arrive tomorrow morning. I'm sorry for not welcoming you earlier." Yao Zhengang politely greeted. Black Hawk's face was narrow, but he looked very spirited. His eyes weren't big, but they were very sharp. Chapter 38. 0038. The head of the corpse had already shriveled up. Because the knife had pierced through the head, a lot of red and white things flowed out. Yao Zhengang whispered, "Captain Black Hawk, based on my experience, this kind of death is definitely not an ordinary gang battle. It should be an expert who killed them. Do you think my judgment is correct?" "Boss, this guy looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before," a tall and sturdy team member said. Black Hawk's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "He is indeed an expert, this guy. It's an expert from the B-rank organization, Monkey-Eating Eagle." "What? Bounty Hunter Door? Damn. This is considered a big shot in Southeast Asia. Even if our team were to come over, we might not be able to catch him. How could he die so miserably?" The tall and sturdy man continued, "If this person is men duo, then the other 2 are most likely Monkey-Eating Eagle's men. To be able to kill them with a single blow with such great strength, just what kind of person is that? For this person to be able to kill the top experts of a B-rank organization so easily, he is naturally very dangerous." Black Hawk turned his head to look at Yao Zhengang and said, "Bureau Chief Yao, immediately seal off the situation here. We will secretly investigate and not alert the enemy." At this moment, Yao Zhengang also realized the seriousness of the situation. To be able to make these masters fear him, how could they, the people from the Defense Bureau, deal with him? Thus, with a pale face, he nodded vigorously, "I'll listen to you officers." The matter of the kidnapping seemed to have passed just like that. Shu Qingxue also had a big heart, so she wasn't affected at all. She went to work and got off work as usual. Not only that, Shu Qingxue seemed to have remembered the matter of putting on makeup. Every morning, she would put on some light makeup, causing her already enchanting face to become even more heaven-defying. It was as if she was born with a beauty effect. The woman's clothes also became more close-fitting. Whether it was a dark blue close-fitting dress or a white dress with a thin veil on her chest, it outlined her exquisite and plump figure in an incomparably soul-stirring manner. This woman, how could she be so beautiful? If he had seen this kind of woman back then, he would have definitely driven the car to a deserted place and forced himself on the bow. Li Fanxian's heart itched, thinking that with the friendship of the pickled fish, it wouldn't be too much to take a few more glances at the woman from the rearview mirror. "I won't touch you, I can just look, right?" Unfortunately, the woman had chosen to sit in the last row, not giving him any chance to peep. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. The 180 yuan dinner was treated for nothing. The CEO's tricks were really deep. Not only that, Su Qingxue's attitude towards him didn't change much. She was still cold, and even spoke less. This made Yi Fan feel strange. Logically speaking, if the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk, their relationship should have become closer. He really couldn't understand what a woman was thinking. Could it be that Zhu Wanggua, Wang Liren, and the other old men had been causing trouble for the acquisition of the Feet Company, causing the woman to be in a bad mood? Yi Fan could only think like this. Unknowingly, it was already Friday of the first week. In the morning, in the car heading to the company, Su Qingxue, who was sitting at the back, took the initiative to speak. "Yi Fan, don't go out and run around tomorrow." Fan was puzzled. "Isn't tomorrow Saturday? Does he still have a job?" "There's a very important guest who can visit at any time tomorrow. He's from Enamel, and you're proficient in French. You're also my assistant, so you can come with me," Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian frowned. Actually, he was planning to do something on the weekend, but since the woman said so, he could only nod and say, "All right." It was rare for a woman to take the initiative to speak, so Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, "Qingxue, did I do something to make you unhappy?" Su Qingxue was looking at the information when she raised her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Because I found out that after eating the pickled fish that day, you weren't willing to pay attention to me. I was wondering if you were angry with me again," Yi Fan said truthfully. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and her face slightly heated up. Her eyes flickered left and right for a while before she asked, "Do you care if I'm angry or not?" "I still feel uncomfortable in my heart," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue's beautiful face didn't show any expression, but in her heart, she was secretly delighted and said, "Guess." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How could I guess that?" Then go figure it out yourself." After Su Qingxue said this, she no longer paid attention to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's face was gloomy. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked. After asking, he would have had a headache. After arriving at the company, Yi Fan played games as usual. However, when he was playing games, he was also thinking about what Su Qingxue meant. Unknowingly, it was lunchtime. Yi Fan went down to the dining hall, took a pile of food that was like a small mountain, and found Su Lingshan who was sitting alone. It seemed that because they had been eating together for a few days, Su Lingshan had gotten used to it. She didn't put on a sour face for the man to see like she did 2 days ago. Because Yi Fan had something on his mind today, he sat in front of Su Lingshan and became a lot quieter. Seeing that the woman had covered her chest tightly, Yi Fan also minded his own business and ate. This silence made Su Lingshan feel uncomfortable. This guy was so active before, why didn't he say anything today? "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Su Lingshan pretended to be casual and asked. Yi Fan raised his head. Captain Su is asking me." "Nonsense. Is there anyone else here?" Su Lingshan rolled her eyes at him. Yi Fan giggled, "What, you're suddenly so concerned about me? Who cares about you? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm just afraid that a pervert like you is up to something bad again." Su Lingshan snorted. Yi Fan wasn't angry and asked with a face full of emotion, "Captain Su, you've known Director Su for a long time. You said that she's suddenly hot and cold. One moment, she's talking to me, and the next moment, she's extremely cold. I can't think of anything that offended her. If I ask her, I'll think about it myself. What's the reason?" After hearing Yi Fan's question, a trace of astonishment appeared in Su Lingshan's eyes. After a while, the woman disdainfully said, "You're thinking too much. How could Director Su possibly talk to you? It's just your own imagination." When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a little disappointed. "Is that so? Sigh, you women's thoughts are really complicated." Yi Fan suddenly realized that although he had experienced something that many people would never be able to experience in their lives, and had reached a peak that countless people could not even think of, but in terms of relationships between men and women, he was extremely blank. In the past, he only treated women as playthings. Now that he had really settled down and lived together, he realized that it wasn't that simple. After finishing his meal, Yi Fan returned to the 66th floor with a box of fruits. Although Su Qingxue didn't pay much attention to him these 2 days, she had eaten all the fruits she brought. It seemed like this had become a small routine. Just as he was about to exit the elevator, he saw a beauty wearing an office lady's outfit standing outside. "Ying Ying. You're back." Yi Fan smiled happily. Feng Yuing had already been on a business trip for a week, and she was finally back. When Feng Yuing saw him, a trace of joy appeared on her delicate face, but she immediately said unhappily, "You're not allowed to call me that in the company." "Oh, Yuing." Yi Fan changed the way he addressed her. Seeing that the woman seemed to be sulking, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy to see me?" Feng Yuing walked into the elevator and pushed Yi Fan out. "I'm not angry, I'm going to work." Chapter 39. 0039 Fan Xian couldn't figure out what was wrong with him today. Why did women dislike him so much? Walking into the office, he found Su Qingxue looking at a pile of information. It was obvious that Feng Yuing brought it back for her. "Director Su, eat some fruit. Don't work on an empty stomach," Yi Fan said. "And, put it there." Su Qingxue didn't even raise her eyes. Yi Fan was also curious. He stuck his head out to see what Feng Yuing had brought back after going on a business trip for a week. However, before Yi Fan could see clearly, Su Qingxue suddenly bent over and covered the information. She raised her head in displeasure and said, "You are not allowed to peek. Get out." Yi Fan gave a stiff smile, and could only silently leave the office. He muttered in his heart, "This strong woman is not easy to serve." However, logically speaking, he hadn't spoken to Feng Yuing for the past few days. Could it be that Su Qingxue said something about him that made Feng Yuing unhappy? Returning to his office, the more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Su Qingxue and him were only in a contractual relationship. Even if they had the title of boyfriend and girlfriend, it didn't mean anything. It was fine if Su Qingxue ignored him. In any case, in less than 3 months, everyone would go their separate ways. They would just treat each other as passers-by in their lives. But Feng Yuing was different. A woman's various conditions were in line with his pursuit of a comfortable life. The two of them had a good impression of each other and were steadily deepening their relationship. In the future, he still hoped to completely make her his woman. Thus, Yi Fan went to the floor where the sales department was located and found Feng Yuying's office. Since he was the CEO's assistant, some of the people in the sales department thought that Yi Fan was here for work, so no one suspected anything. He knocked on the door and Feng Yuying's pleasant voice sounded, "Please come in." As soon as the sale opened the door, he walked in and locked the office door. Feng Yuing was looking at her computer when she realized it was Yi Fan. She couldn't help but be surprised and flustered. Why are you here?" Fan Xian walked to the side of the desk, placed both hands on the table, and looked down at the woman with a serious expression. Ying, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? Feng Ying's eyes flickered with a tinge of confusion. What do you mean? You don't seem happy to see me. Could it be that someone said something bad about me to you? Yi Fan asked. After Feng Ying knew why the man was here, she put down her work, crossed her arms in front of her chest, shook her head and replied with a smile that was not a smile, no. Then how did I make you unhappy? Guess, Feng Ying said mischievously. Hearing this, Yi Fan was about to cry. All right, Ying, stop torturing me. How could I have guessed? I haven't spoken to you for a week, how would I know what offended you? Humph. Feng Ying pouted coquettishly, so you also know, we haven't spoken for a week. Let's not talk on the phone, even if your crappy phone can't send WeChat messages, at least you can send text messages. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, and then, as if he was enlightened, he was suddenly enlightened. So that's what happened. Fan Xian couldn't help but awkwardly try to curry favor with him. Heh. Ying, I'm sorry. I've never chased after a girl before, so I didn't expect a call. Who would believe that? You're such a smooth talker. You even kissed me, she wanted to say, kissing so skillfully, but she felt shy. Feng Ying changed her words. Anyway, I can tell that you don't care about me at all. Fan Xian sighed. This is different from making a phone call. I don't know what to talk to you about when I call you. It seems like there's nothing to say, so I didn't think of it at all. Can't I call if I have nothing to say? Feng Ying stood up and angrily pushed the man out. Get out, don't disturb my work. I don't want to see you. Fan Xian thought that it wasn't right to go on like this, so he didn't care anymore. He had to use force first and intimidate the woman's temper. He quickly and domineeringly hugged the woman's waist, then, ignoring the shock on Feng Ying's little face, he lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Ugh! Feng Ying moaned and punched the man's shoulder and back. Her face was charming and alluring, but her body kept melting from this sweet kiss, becoming more and more powerless. After waiting for more than a minute, Yi Fan finally let go of the woman. This woman's body was simply too comfortable to hug. If he continued to kiss like this, he might not be able to hold back and do something. This was the office, it was better to stop. Fan Xian looked at the woman whose face was flushed red and who was gasping for breath. He held her cheek with a big hand and said seriously, I promise, the next time you go on a business trip, I will definitely call you, no matter what. Feng Ying's heart was filled with sweetness, but she still said unhappily, if you don't go on a business trip, you won't call? Hee, I'll look for you directly usually, why would I call you? Feng Ying felt that she was too lenient with this guy, so she said arrogantly, that depends on whether I'm free or not. Yes, we'll meet when we're free. If we don't have time to call, I'll definitely trick you. Oh no, chase you down. You really are a liar. None of you men are good. Feng Ying said angrily. Yi Fan grinned, I'm joking, don't take it so seriously. Ying, how about we go out for a meal on Sunday the day after tomorrow and watch a movie? Yi Fan thought about it, it seemed like normal young people were all like this when they fell in love. Feng Ying's face became even hotter. Although she felt that she couldn't let him chase after her so easily, she still couldn't help but agree. Good girl, then I'll look for you in the morning the day after tomorrow. Are you free? Yi Fan thought that after he was done with his work tomorrow, he should be fine the day after. Feng Ying thought about it and nodded her head since there was nothing wrong. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the office door and Lu Xiaolian's voice came from outside. Department head Feng. Not good. Something big happened. Feng Ying quickly tidied up her clothes and took a deep breath to let the blush on her face dissipate. Then, she walked over and opened the door. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoyan saw that Yi Fan was also inside, so she nodded and greeted him before saying, just now on the afternoon news, the CEO of the Flying Guest Company and Zheng Hongji from the Zheng's Group have reached an agreement, saying that they want to accept the Zheng's Group's acquisition plan. Feng Yuying's gaze froze and she quickly walked out to the middle of the big office. In the big office of each department, there were a few televisions hanging there, used for video conferences and watching the news. At this moment, almost everyone in the embroidery group was staring at the news on the television. Everyone was scolding the Zheng's group for being shameless, but they were also very regretful that because of the internal strife within the company, the embroidery group had lost the opportunity to acquire the Flying Guest. Inside the sales department, Lu Xiaoyan, Yu Yingying and some other key members surrounded Feng Yuing and discussed spiritedly. Chapter 40. 0040-inch Sai. If it wasn't for the votes of the 2 vice presidents and a few old directors, the Zheng family wouldn't have been able to succeed. That's right, Director Su's eyes are indeed right. Otherwise, would the Zheng family choose to buy Flying Guest? I really don't understand. Those directors are so old and don't understand the current market. Why would they want to stop our company's development? The employees were filled with righteous indignation. They felt unworthy and regretful for Su Qingxue, and they were even more dissatisfied with the old directors of the company. Originally, Su Qingxue had acquired this software company in order to create a high-end luxury mobile sales platform. She had transitioned the traditional enterprise of embroidery to the combination of the internet and tradition, allowing the declining business of some companies to regain their vitality. Department Head Feng, what should we do now? The acquisition of Flying Guest is definitely not going to work. Will our company's online high-end sales platform be shelved? Yu Yingying and the others asked worriedly. Feng Yuing was very calm and said, we are the sales department, we just need to do our job. This is something that the board of directors, the strategy department, and the marketing department need to consider. We believe in Director Su, she will always have a way. Alright, everyone go back to work. The woman clapped her hands and dismissed the employees. When Yi Fan saw all of this, he muttered in his heart, Su Qingxue must be feeling very uncomfortable. It was obvious that she had been betrayed by her own people. He didn't have the mood to kiss Feng Yuing anymore. After telling the woman to see him on Sunday, he returned to his office. In the afternoon, several groups of the company's upper echelons entered Su Qingxue's office one after another. It seemed that the impact of this news had dealt a heavy blow to the entire company. Only when he got off work did Yi Fan see the ice-cold and slightly tired Su Qingxue. She took the elevator all the way downstairs. Su Qingxue leaned against the elevator and didn't say a word. Yi Fan didn't disturb her either. This was the first time that this woman was so listless, causing Yi Fan to feel uncomfortable in his heart. Arriving at the parking lot, just as he was about to get on the car, he discovered a white Cadillac parked next to the CEO's car. 2 black-clothed bodyguards stood at the 2 ends of the car. Zheng Junfeng, who was wearing a white shirt and a golden watch, was leaning against the car door with a confident posture. Beside Zheng Junfeng, there was a man in his 50s who wasn't tall, but had a sturdy physique and long arms. He was wearing a simple green-gray robe, but his eyes were very sinister. President Su. Su Lingshan brought 4 uniformed female security guards to the elevator door with a face full of self-blame and said, I'm sorry, we didn't have time to stop them. Su Qingxue's gaze was cold with a trace of anger. After glancing at Zheng Junfeng, she walked towards her car. Zheng Junfeng smiled evilly and directly walked in front of Su Qingxue, blocking her way. He looked at Yi Fan, who was beside Su Qingxue, and sneered, You brat, you're still here. I heard you became an assistant. In my opinion, this is your original identity. This Zheng Junfeng actually didn't mention that he was Su Qingxue's boyfriend. It was probably a humiliation for Zheng Junfeng, and he didn't want to take the initiative to mention it. Qingxue, on the other hand, didn't want their relationship to be leaked to the female security guards beside her, so she directly replied, Get out of the way. Xiao Shui, don't be so cold. Although I know you're not in a good mood today, business is business. Our private matters won't affect each other, Zheng Junfeng puffed out his cigarette proudly. There are no private matters between us, Su Qingxue said coldly. Zheng Junfeng chuckled evilly. What, isn't it just a flyer? When we get married and embroidery and the Zheng family form an alliance, won't my flyer be yours? I'm just preparing some betrothal gifts in advance, don't you think so? Su Lingshan couldn't take it anymore and went forward to scold Zheng Junfeng. Don't go too far. This is embroidery, our President Su told you to get out of the way. Did you hear that? Damn it, AF * king bitch of a security guard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zheng Junfeng revealed a ferocious look as he glared at the female security guards and said, if it wasn't for your President Su, this young master would have already captured you guys to the White Sharks gang and let a few hundred men kill you. You. As expected, the people from the White Sharks gang were brought here by your Zheng family. Su Lingshan was so angry that her face turned red. Zheng Junfeng spread out his hands, so what if I am, do you have any evidence? Even if you have evidence, what can you do to me? Bastard. Su Lingshan couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to attack ruthlessly. However, Su Qingxue stretched out her hand and stopped her, saying, Lingshan, calm down. Director Su. Su Lingshan felt sorry for her superior. Su Qingxue sighed and asked, Zheng Junfeng, what exactly do you want? I don't want anything, Xiao Shui, why do you have to think so badly of me? I just love you too much, so I want to invite you to have a candlelight dinner with me. Zheng Junfeng said with a smile and pointed at his car. I'm not feeling well, I'm not going. Zheng Junfeng narrowed his eyes, if you're not feeling well, I'll take you to the hospital. You. Su Qingxue didn't expect the other party to be so persistent. Zheng Junfeng aggressively walked forward and said, Su Qingxue, you should be very clear that you have already lost. If you continue to struggle like this, it will not be a good thing for you or for the brocade. If you're really smart, then stay with me and make me happy, then you won't have to suffer so much. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and began to touch Su Qingxue's chin. Seeing that Zheng Junfeng was about to come over, Su Lingshan stood in front of Su Qingxue. Stop. Don't come any closer. Damn it. Zheng Junfeng's temper flared up as he shouted, Men. Chase this bitch away. Yes sir. 2 bodyguards in black immediately rushed over. When the 4 female security guards saw this, they also rushed forward and directly collided with the 2 bodyguards in black. 4 women against 2 men. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the 2 bodyguards were retired Special Forces soldiers, so their combat strength was self-evident. In addition to the difference in the bodies of men and women, when their fists and feet collided, they were still evenly matched. Seeing that it was difficult for her people to win, Su Lingshan quickly sprinted and found an opportunity. With a flying kick, she sent one of the male bodyguards flying 3 meters away. The remaining 4 female security guards quickly went up to subdue the remaining bodyguard. Only then did the battle end. Seeing that her female security team had won, Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief. However, Zheng Junfeng did not feel worried at all. He turned around and looked at the man in the green and gray robe. Elder Ma, I told you, this woman is not an ordinary woman. If you make a move, it won't be considered bullying the younger generation. Ma Jinkuan's gaze was fixed on Su Lingshan's chest, admiring the woman's graceful figure. His pair of strange old eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 41. 0041. Seeing this old man walking towards her, Su Lingshan's expression became especially serious. After all, Zheng Junfeng had specially brought such an old man here, there must be something special about him. Yi Fan's gaze swept across Elder Ma's 2 hands and a hint of understanding flashed across his eyes. At the same time, he also frowned. Su Lingshan. I'm afraid I can't beat this perverted old man. He took 2 steps forward and said, Captain Su, leave this old man who's still staring at girls to me. You'll only dirty your hands if you hit him. After all, she was a member of his company and a beauty who had lunch with him for a few days. Yi Fan felt that he should help her. However, Su Lingshan's pride was very strong. Go away. I'm the captain of the security team. You're just an assistant, what are you doing? Yi Fan was helpless. Since the woman insisted on going up and giving it a try, he could only retreat to the side. Captain Su, be careful. Director Su and I will cheer for you. Yi Fan chuckled at the side. You don't need to talk nonsense. Ma Jinkuan saw that the two of them were still arguing and couldn't help but sneer. He turned around and said, Young Master Zheng, you just said that you wanted to bring this female security guard back to the White Sharks gang. Is that true? Zheng Juanfeng's gaze was gloomy and he laughed evilly. Don't worry, Elder Ma. After I subdue this Su Lingshan, I'll take my fiancée away. This female security guard, you can do whatever you want with her. I can guarantee that no one in the entire Hua Hai will dare to ask about this. Good. This old man hasn't tasted meat in a long time. This little girl's figure is exactly what this old man wants. Ma Jinkuan's face revealed a sinister smile, squeezing out a bunch of wrinkles. You're already so old, yet you still don't respect your elders. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. Those who are with Zheng Junfeng aren't good people. Su Lingshan spat in disdain. As she said that, Su Lingshan assumed a military fighting stance and stared closely at Ma Jinkuan. However, Ma Jinkuan hooked his finger at Su Lingshan. Come, let this old man see how capable you are. Then don't regret it. Su Lingshan took a quick step forward and raised her leg to kick Ma Jinkuan's lower jaw. Ma Jinkuan blocked with his left hand and 3 of his fingers turned into eagle claws, accurately stabbing towards Su Lingshan's foot. Ah! Su Lingshan felt a sharp pain and quickly took 2 steps back, looking at Ma Jinkuan's claw in shock. Eagle claw. Su Lingshan didn't expect this old man to know authentic ancient martial arts. One must know that most of the martial arts circulating in society today are just showy but impractical, used to fool the masses. True ancient martial arts were martial arts used to kill people. How could it be easily spread outside? Just like guns, the country definitely had to control them. Therefore, for someone like Su Lingshan, who had served in the army and learned military martial arts, was already considered very amazing. However, when encountering an ancient martial art practitioner like Ma Jinkuan, it was still a little strenuous, especially since Ma Jinkuan was clearly not an ancient martial art rookie. He had been immersed in the eagle claw technique for many years. At least you have some eyesight. If you know what's good for you, you'll listen obediently and you'll be able to avoid a lot of suffering, Ma Jinkuan said proudly. She endured the pain and rushed forward to throw a few punches, trying to avoid Ma Jinkuan's eagle claw. She wanted to find her opponent's vital points and win quickly. However, Ma Jinkuan didn't seem to be young and his speed wasn't slow. After blocking Su Lingshan's attack with experience, his eagle claws slashed towards Su Lingshan's clothes. Su Lingshan retreated in panic and barely dodged the attack. However, she still heard a tearing sound and the uniform around her waist was cut open. Despicable! Despicable! Su Lingshan was extremely embarrassed and angry. If she hadn't dodged quickly, her chest would have been scratched and she would have lost all her face. Su Qingxue, who was at the back, frowned and had a serious expression on her face. She didn't expect Zheng Junfeng to invite such an expert. Zheng Junfeng laughed and said, Elder Ma, don't be too serious. Just teach him a lesson and leave some face for my fiancé. Ma Jinkuan threw away the cloth in his hand and continued to walk forward. Little girl, this old man likes flowers with thorns like you. If you come back with this old man, it will definitely be much more comfortable than you being a female security guard. Dream on. Su Lingshan turned around and kicked towards Ma Jinkuan's neck. Ma Jinkuan's eyes flashed and he forcefully grabbed Su Lingshan's ankle. Since you're so unruly, I'll cripple one of your legs. Let's see how you're going to resist me, hee hee. Ma Jinkuan laughed sinisterly and raised his eagle claws. He was about to claw at Su Lingshan's leg. Just when Su Lingshan's heart was in her throat and she thought that she was done for, she realized that nothing happened. Yi Fan. Su Lingshan looked at the man. She didn't know when Yi Fan appeared beside her and grabbed Ma Jinkuan's wrist. Ma Jinkuan frowned and tried to shake it off but realized that he couldn't. He let go of Su Lingshan's leg and his hand turned into an eagle claw and attacked Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan also raised his other hand and turned it into an eagle claw, clashing head-on with Ma Jinkuan's eagle claw. A few fingers touched each other and Ma Jinkuan cried out in pain. He felt that his fingers were numb and he almost broke his bones. Yi Fan tossed the old man aside and said, "Old man, Captain Su can already be your granddaughter and you're still bullying her? This is a bit too much." Ma Jinkuan looked at Yi Fan in shock. Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan were also stunned. Zheng Juanfeng's face was even more stiff as if he had seen a ghost. "You also know the eagle claw technique?" Ma Jinkuan was dumbfounded, but Yi Fan seemed to have used the eagle claw just now. Yi Fan raised his two hands and randomly grabbed a few times in the air. "What's so difficult about that?" "Preposterous. How is this the eagle claw technique? I'll let you experience true kung fu." Ma Jinkuan felt extremely embarrassed. In his rage, he leaped into the air and swooped down. He used the eagle piercing the sky and ruthlessly grabbed at Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan looked like he didn't have any technique, but he had already extended 3 fingers and blocked Ma Jinkuan's attack head-on. After grabbing Ma Jinkuan's fingers, Yi Fan's fingers quickly and forcefully buckled. Ah! Ma Jinkuan's eagle claw seemed to have been stuffed into a blender. His bones made a few "ka-ka" sounds and were actually broken by a huge force. He looked at his distorted fingers and grimaced in pain. He looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. "You? Where did you learn the eagle claw technique?" Ma Jinkuan had never heard of such a young eagle claw technique expert in the underworld. Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan also looked at the man in a daze. One had to know that Su Lingshan couldn't do anything to Ma Jinkuan just now. Zheng Junfeng was so scared that he took 2 steps back. His gaze kept changing. He remembered what his father said. This guy was not simple. Chapter 42. 0042-inch. Don't be deliberately mystifying. According to the rules of the martial arts world, I am a disciple of the Golden Eagle sect. If you have the guts, announce your sect. Today's humiliation will be repaid in double. Ma Jinkuan clamored. Yi Fan raised 2 fingers, scratched the air twice, and said in all seriousness, "Kato-ing, have you heard of him?" Ma Jinkuan was confused. "Kato-ing? Why doesn't it sound like a Chinese name? Could it be the successor of the overseas eagle claw technique?" Seeing that Ma Jinkuan was actually thinking about who this person was, Zheng Junfeng was so angry that his face turned red. He really wanted to kick this old man. However, he couldn't say that Kato-ing was a radiographer in front of so many people. After all, this didn't match his identity as the young master of the Zheng family. Su Qingxue asked Su Lingshan curiously, "Have you heard of Kato-ing? Is he famous?" Su Lingshan and the other female security guards all had rosy faces. No one wanted to explain to this naive female CEO who this person was. "Where is your sect? I've never heard of this person." Ma Jinkuan was very puzzled. Li Fan Xian disdainfully said, "I've never even heard of such a famous person. I'm too lazy to explain to you. I'll go back and ask someone myself." Ma Jinkuan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. If he wasn't injured, he would have risked his life again. He was old, and this kind of injury wasn't something that could be healed in a short period of time. He immediately turned around and left. "Young Master Zheng, let's go back. If I, Ma Jinkuan, don't take revenge for today's grudge, I swear I won't be a human." When Zheng Junfeng heard this, his eyes lit up with a trace of joy. Although he had lost face today, if he let Ma Jinkuan take revenge crazily, he might really make a profit. Seeing that the Zheng family had left, Su Qingxue also heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Yi Fan thoughtfully, thinking that no wonder he was able to save her. Su Lingshan, on the other hand, was sure that Yi Fan had given in to her on purpose on the stage that day. This made her very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Her emotions were complicated. On the way back to Egret County, they encountered the evening rush hour, so they stopped and walked slowly. Qingxue sat in the back row and was still curious. She couldn't help but ask, "Your master, Kato Ing, did you meet him abroad?" Just as the sale was about to stop, it heard the woman's serious question. It almost stepped on the wrong accelerator and crashed into it. After the car stabilized, Yi Fan turned around and asked with a stiff smile, "Qingxue, have you really never heard of this name?" "Why would I lie to you? I asked Lingshan and the others just now, but they didn't know either," Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan thought to himself, how could they not know? They were just too embarrassed to say it. However, Su Qingxue was actually so pure, which surprised Yi Fan. It seemed that she really didn't have much thought about the matters between men and women, and had focused all her attention on her career. "I was just spouting nonsense, don't take it seriously," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue didn't believe him at all. "Why are you so stingy? Are you embarrassed to say that you have a master?" Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's really just nonsense, don't ask." Su Qingxue immediately snorted, "If you don't tell me, I'll just go online and check." "Do you really think I can't find it?" Saying that, Su Qingxue really took out her phone and started searching. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. Why was this woman so curious? Why was there a need for this? After less than half a minute, Su Qingxue, who was in the back row, blushed. She bit her lips, unable to say a single word. When Yi Fan saw the woman's expression, he knew that she already knew the truth. "Hee, Qingxue, I told you not to look for it, I was just spouting nonsense." Yi Fan laughed. "Pervert." Su Qingxue was both angry and amused. At that time, she actually asked Su Lingshan and the others. This was too embarrassing. Fan Xian refused to accept it and said, "I told you not to ask, but you insisted on asking." "I was just spouting nonsense. Besides, Kato Ing might not be qualified to be my master. I'm also very powerful in terms of finger skills." "Leaf, shut up. Drive your car." Su Qingxue couldn't bear to listen any longer. She really wanted to go up and hit the man a few times. Yi Fan muttered, "Why are you so excited? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can try. Go to hell. If you say another word, I'll deduct your salary." Su Qingxue shouted. Her face was so red that juice could drip out. All right, all right. I won't say it, Yi Fan immediately shut up. At the same time, he was secretly thinking in his heart, do I have masochistic tendencies? Why isn't a woman talking? My heart is stifled. Why is it that a woman scolds me a few times? That night, the upper echelons of the White Shark Gang held an impromptu gathering. Located in the lobby of a private villa in Huahai City, a group of well-dressed, rugged and extravagant people of all ages sat on a few large leather sofas. Behind each of them, there were a few lackeys in black suits following behind them. They seemed to be of high status. Sitting on the seat of the host was a middle-aged man with white hair on his temples. He was meticulously dressed and looked very gentlemanly. He was the current leader of the White Shark Gang, Zhu Shoujing. If an ordinary person were to see this, they wouldn't be able to imagine that the rumored ferocious and overbearing leader of the old gang would actually be so refined, like a teacher. As an elder of the gang, Ma Jingquan's hand was wrapped in bandages as he sat next to Zhu Shoujing. I think, all the brothers present here have heard about it, Zhu Shoujing said calmly. Our gang's elder Ma met an expert when he was heading to the embroidery group with young Master Zheng today. Elder Ma's eagle claw technique was actually thwarted. This is a humiliation to our gang, and the Zheng family is starting to suspect us. Now, Huahai City is no longer dominated by our White Shark Gang. In front of us was the Iron Lock gang disrupting the situation, and behind us was the Purple Bamboo Forest making a comeback. Our alliance with the Zheng family is the key to us being able to continue to stand firm and suppress the other two gangs. So, I would like to ask the brothers present here, what do you think of the trouble we've encountered this time? I think it must be the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest who are secretly helping the embroidery group. Back then, wasn't it Zhao Zhong from the Purple Bamboo Forest who sent a letter to Ninth Wang and told him not to mess with that woman with the surname Feng? I think it's most likely her subordinates who are causing trouble there. The man who spoke had a face full of beard. His name was Zhang Hui and he was the hall master of the White Tiger Hall. When Ninth Wang heard this, he said unhappily, "Zhang Hui, why do you have to mention me? I went to ask for peace because the gang leader agreed to it. Do you think I'm afraid of the Purple Bamboo Forest?" Whether you're afraid or not, you know it yourself. You're probably about to pee your pants from Ning Zimo's flying knife, Zhang Hui said disdainfully. Try saying that again. Ninth Wang glared at him fiercely and stood up. His lackeys behind him also had a fierce look on their faces. Zhang Hui's men naturally didn't give in either. They stood up abruptly and shouted, "You want to fight? Smelly ninth brother, who do you think you are? Come on." Zhu Shoujing slammed the sofa. Enough. What a scandal. Sit down. When the two hall masters heard Zhu Shoujing's voice, they sat down resentfully. However, neither of them were willing to give in to the other and they glared at each other. I told you guys to think of a way, who allowed you guys to be so presumptuous here? Zhu Shoujing said in a deep voice and turned to look at Ma Jinkuan. Elder Ma, you're the person involved. Tell me, how can we redeem our White Shark gang's position in the Zheng family's heart this time? Ma Jinkuan had been frowning the whole time. At this moment, he said with a grave expression, "Gang leader, this old man thinks that we have to figure out that person's identity and background before we can think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, if we really meet someone we can't afford to offend, it would be disadvantageous to our gang." Elder Ma is right. Did that person report his sect? Zhu Shoujing nodded. Ma Jinkuan said with a serious face, "He only said his master's name, but I've never heard of that person before. I wonder if the gang leader and the other brothers in the gang have heard of a claw expert called Takashi Kato." Chapter 43. 0043 Inche. Why isn't everyone saying anything? After asking the question seriously, Ma Jinkuan realized that everyone's expression had become very complicated. Has everyone heard of this person? Ma Jinkuan was even more puzzled. He had only been behind the scenes for a few years. Could it be that the world had changed so quickly? Zhu Shoujing called out to the servants and said, "Elder Ma is tired. Send him back to his own residence to rest first." Hearing that, Ma Jinkuan felt uncomfortable. "Sect leader, why are you sending me back? Aren't we discussing that kid's master?" Finally, Wang Jiu couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. "Elder Ma, are you kidding us? That's AF** King man from Fu Sang country. You said he's an expert in the eagle claw technique? What?" Ma Jinkuan's expression froze. Fu Sang. Filming. Cough cough. Zhu Shoujing didn't know what to say, so she could only say, "Elder Ma, you're old, so you probably don't have much contact with computers and the internet. It's normal for you not to know. That kid was lying to you on purpose, don't take it seriously." When Ma Jinkuan saw that all the people in the gang were holding back their laughter, he immediately understood what a ridiculous mistake he had made. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Stinking brat. I'm going to skin him. Ma Jinkuan ignored the injury on his hand and slammed his palm on a tea table beside him, creating a hole in the solid wood tea table. "Elder Ma, it's useless to be angry. At the very least, we should be able to believe that that brat doesn't have any background. Otherwise, why would he randomly report his sect? This is a taboo in the martial arts world," Zhang Hui said. Ma Jinkuan's face was sinister as he said sinisterly, "I want to go back to my sect. Even if I have to throw away my old face, I want that brat to pay the price. When Zhu Shoujing and the others heard this, their faces were filled with joy. Because Ma Jingquan had joined the gang and become an assassin, his relationship with the people from the Golden Eagle sect was not good. But if Ma Jingquan was willing to put down his old face and ask his sect to stand up for him, then it would be different. On the one hand, he was considered a senior in the Golden Eagle sect, and on the other hand, Jianghu's sects were particular about face. As long as one was not expelled from the sect, they would protect him, so he would most likely help him regain face. Elder Ma, we'll be waiting for your good news. Zhu Shoujing grinned. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Since he didn't need to go to work early in the morning, Yi Fan ran outdoors and used the public sports field outside the Egret County mansion to exercise his body. Yi Fan's training was not an ordinary run or exercise. It looked very strange. It was as if he was performing a mechanical dance. His limbs and joints moved in all sorts of ways, like Taiji fist. Sometimes, it was slow, and sometimes, it was fast and violent. But to put it bluntly, it was more like he was blindly tossing and turning. His entire body was twisting and turning, and his arms and legs were twisting and turning. There was no pattern to speak of at all. However, Yi Fan was very serious. He even closed his eyes, as if he was listening to something. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you acting so crazy so early in the morning? A pleasant female voice interrupted Yi Fan's rhythm. He opened his eyes and discovered that it was Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was wearing a pink sweatshirt, white sweatpants, a pair of pink clover jogging shoes, and a headband on her head. Her entire outfit made her seem like a female university student, a bit more lively and a bit less cold. Why are you staring at me? Su Qingxue blushed and glared at the man. Yi Fan chuckled and said, So Qingxue, you also know how to exercise? Work on weekdays and exercise on weekends. Otherwise, if something happens to your body, how can you work well? Su Qingxue snappily said, Don't change the topic. What kind of messy dance were you dancing just now? Dance? Yi Fan waved his finger and proudly said, You don't understand this. This is a unique technique that I created myself. This is a very powerful martial art. Oh. Absolute art? What's your name? Su Qingxue asked. Li Fan Xian rubbed his chin, this name. I really haven't thought of it yet. If I choose something too domineering, it will seem like I'm pretending. If I choose an ordinary one, it won't be worthy of this skill. Who are you lying to? It's already good enough that you don't have epilepsy, and you still have kung fu. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this guy didn't speak a single word of truth. Really, although there are still a lot of details that haven't been perfected, but this really is kung fu. Yi Fan was puzzled. Why didn't he believe him when he told the truth? If you want to go crazy, go somewhere further away. Don't let me see you and affect your mood. Su Qingxue was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so she turned around and continued running. Yi Fan had a helpless look on his face as he muttered softly, Women. It's just that their hair is long and their knowledge is short. What did you say? I want to deduct your salary. Su Qingxue angrily turned her head as she ran. Yi Fan's face turned green. He could even hear this. Wasn't his hearing too good? Yi Fan hurriedly pretended not to say anything and turned around to run far away. Su Qingxue saw the man run away dejectedly and snorted complacently. Of course, she didn't think that men were cowards. She just wanted to bully Yi Fan a little, which made her feel that it was very interesting. In the next half an hour, Yi Fan minded his own business and demonic dance, while Su Qingxue ran around the plastic track near the mansion for about 6 kilometers. Yi Fan discovered that the woman's physical fitness was pretty good. From her running, he could see a lot of details. If Su Qingxue had practiced martial arts since she was young, she might have been able to become an expert of her generation. However, compared to a woman's business talent, doing business was definitely more suitable for her. Of course, Looking at a woman's talent in martial arts was actually an excuse. The main thing was to look at the woman's perky buttocks and the perfect arc in front of her chest that would occasionally tremble. After training, Yi Fan returned home to eat breakfast. Aunt Jiang had already prepared a large table of delicacies. After all, Su Qingxue was a girl. She first took a shower, dried her hair, and then came down to eat breakfast. She didn't eat much, just a cup of milk and a plate of fruit salad. Just as she was halfway through eating, she saw a call coming into Su Qingxue's cell phone. Yi Fan's eyes were good. He saw a string of local numbers, but it didn't show anyone. Su Qingxue picked up the phone and directly asked, "Chinya, is Mr. Fellini here yet?" "Yes, CEO Su. Mr. Fellini's plane has just arrived in Huahai and is about to head to the Hilton Hotel. Should we go there now?" Su Qingxue said, "No need, Mr. Fellini is tired from the journey. If he goes there now, he will feel uncomfortable. Let him rest first. Just send an email and ask Mr. Fellini's assistant what time they want to meet." "Yes, CEO Su." Chapter 44. 0044. Because it was the weekend, Yi Fan was wearing the clothes he had brought with him. He looked at the blue t-shirt and white shorts on his body and asked, "Why?" "My clothes have been washed and they're not broken. They're quite clean. It's just a little wrinkled. What's the use of being clean? Do you have a brand for these clothes? How much is it worth?" "Ugh. I don't know either." Yi Fan couldn't answer. Su Qingxue sighed and said, "Our guest, Mr. Fellini, is the creative director of the LD Group of the Enamel Kingdom. He is a world-class fashion magnate. He himself is a very great designer. If he sees your clothes, his impression will be completely deducted, and we won't even need to talk business." Yi Fan thought for a moment. There was no need to argue with a woman about this, so he nodded, "Then I'll go change my clothes." Unexpectedly, just as Yi Fan was about to get up, a phone call came in. Yi Fan looked and saw that it was from his student, Mu Mu Mu. "Hello, classmate Mu Mu Mu, what's wrong?" Yi Fan picked up. He remembered that today shouldn't be the day of supplementary lessons. On the phone, Mu 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 said in a sobbing voice, "Yi Fan. You. Hurry up and come save me." "What's wrong?" Yi Fan was surprised. This girl had always been very lively, why was she crying today? "I was blocked by a few people at the internet cafe. I can't get out now." Mu Mu Mu's voice trembled. Yi Fan frowned, "Don't you have an ID? How did you get into the internet cafe?" "It's an internet cafe in a residential area. I didn't ask for an ID." Mu 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 was not confident enough. Yi Fan slapped his forehead. Wasn't this the same as a black internet cafe? No wonder this girl didn't even dare to call the police. She was afraid of being caught herself. After all, he was a girl he had known for almost a year. It couldn't be said that he had a deep friendship with her, but he could be considered a rare acquaintance in Huahai City. "Where are you?" "I'll go right away," Yi Fan said. Mu 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 quickly gave him an address. Yi Fan took a look and found that it wasn't too far to take a taxi. "Hold on a little longer. Don't cause any conflict. I'll go over immediately." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he said to the puzzled Su Qingxue, "Qingxue, my student is in a bit of trouble. I'm going to the internet cafe for a while. I'll be leaving first." "Student?" Su Qingxue was baffled when she heard this. Wasn't this guy's tutor identity a lie? Did he think she was a fool? Seeing Yi Fan run out of the house, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger. "Where are you going?" "I have work today." You're back." From afar, Yi Fan's voice came back, "When we meet, call me. I'll go there myself." "Yi Fan. You're fired. Don't come back." Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to throw something, but she didn't know if Yi Fan heard what she shouted. When Aunt Jiang saw this scene, she couldn't help but shake her head, as if she was worried for this young couple. There was a small internet cafe located under an apartment building in an old community. In the current era of internet cafes, this kind of small internet cafes already had very little room for survival. However, due to its secluded location, coupled with the fact that the internet cafe was old and inconspicuous, no one usually came to check on it. The price was also cheap, so many nearby students would come here to play games. When he arrived at the internet cafe, he just happened to see a familiar and beautiful girl. She was anxiously waiting for something in a corner of the internet cafe. The girl had shoulder-length black hair, a light yellow cartoon t-shirt, denim hot pants, a small satchel on her back, and a pair of white sneakers. Although the girl was young, her upper body was already well developed, her waist was slender, her calves were slender and fair, and her facial features were exquisite and clean under her bangs. There was already a hint of charm in her youthfulness. It was obvious that she was a great beauty. Beside the girl, there were 3 rascally-looking young men in singlets. They were smoking and blocking her way, preventing her from leaving. Moo moo moo. Yi Fan walked forward in bewilderment. He realized that what he saw was different from what he had imagined. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Yi Fan. As if she had seen a relative, Moo 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 stepped forward and grabbed Yi Fan's hand. "You're finally here. I'm so anxious." A hoodlum with a mustache asked with a cigarette in his mouth, "Girl, is this the expert you were talking about? Why doesn't it look like it?" "Ha ha. He doesn't look like an expert, but more like an elderly player." Another tattooed hoodlum laughed evilly. Moo 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 stomped his feet and argued, "That's not it. Yi Fan is much stronger than you guys. If I had half of his strength, I would have beaten you guys up just now. Stop bragging. We've already seen your level." The mustache man disdainfully said. Yi Fan was confused when he heard this. "What expert? What are you guys talking about?" Moo 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 stuck out her pink tongue and giggled as she shook Yi Fan's hand. "My most respected teacher Yi, can you help me fight against these guys in a solo match? Just one match. Just win back all the money I lost." Yi Fan immediately understood something and stared at her. "Little girl, you lost money playing games and lied to me that you were blocked by hooligans." Moo 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 blinked innocently. No matter how he looked at her, she looked delicate and charming. "If I didn't say that, you wouldn't have come over immediately. Now that I know you care about me, I'm so touched." Yi Fan directly grabbed the girl's ear and lectured her. "Have you heard of the story of, The Wolf is Coming? Do you want teacher to tell you about it?" Moo 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 cried out and begged for mercy. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My ears are going to fall off." Yi Fan. "Good Yi Fan, just help me this once, I won't dare to next time, not interested." Yi Fan turned around and left. He ran out at the last minute, which should have angered Su Qingxue quite a bit. How could he have the leisure to play games with this group of brats? 5,000. Suddenly, Moo 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 shouted at Yi Fan's back, 5,000 for one. Yi Fan's footsteps immediately stopped. When he turned around again, his face already revealed an amiable smile. "You mean a bet of 5,000? Moo Moo Moo's big eyes blinked as he nodded vigorously. N. "It can't be, 5,000 is almost enough to buy a king's account, why are you guys betting so much?" Yi Fan said doubtfully. Moo 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 pouted, "Because I lost to them 5 rounds, 1 for 1,000. Yi Fan was speechless. This little girl really spent money like flowing water. "Let's decide the outcome in 1 round. Let's bet 5,000. I'll give you the money after I win." Moo 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 pleaded. After Yi Fan heard this, he immediately patted his chest and righteously said, "Money is a small matter, but I see that my students have been bullied, so I have to stand up for them." To put it in a big way, this was the dignity of a teacher. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me." Chapter 45. 0045 Yi Fan muttered in his heart, "You are the shameless one," but his face was filled with joy. Someone was going to give him money. The 3 youngsters didn't take Yi Fan seriously at all. The mustache man sneered, "Hey, 5,000 is no problem, but do you have enough money on you? Yi Fan directly took out the bank's savings card. The password is 6/8. There's more than 20,000 yuan inside, believe it or not. The three youngsters looked at each other in dismay. The mustache leading them smiled evilly. This area is full of our brothers. We're not afraid of you guys going back on your word. Alright then, let's play a solo match. The hero is Raven. Any questions? Are you the one who chose the hero? Yi Fan looked hesitant. If you don't want to play, then scram. The man with the mustache puffed out a mouthful of smoke, looking arrogant. Moo 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 quickly said, who said I won't play? Yi Fan knows everything. Hee hee, then come. I'll let you witness the strength of Huahai Changlong Technical College's number 1, Rue 1. The rules are that you can go to the jungle, but you can't fight in the jungle. Let's bet on who gets the first kill, said the small mustache man. Yi Fan sighed, alright, but you guys have to let me familiarize myself with the keyboard and mouse here first. Give me 3 minutes. Seeing Yi Fan's uneasy expression, the three youngsters became even more confident and didn't mind at all. After Yi Fan was done with his preparations, both sides opened a room and officially entered the solo competition. Fan Xian calmly controlled the hero, and even took out a red double happiness for himself, asking Moo 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 to light his cigarette for him. When the weapons clashed, Yi Fan did not hesitate to harass them. Idiot, you actually crossed the line. As expected, he's a hothead. The bearded man laughed out loud. This was because he was afraid of being the first to attack in a hero matchup. Just when he thought that victory was in his grasp, he discovered that when he was about to attack, Yi Fan had already dodged. Every time, Yi Fan would be able to dodge the damage just in time. Moreover, he would be stuck in front of him and use his skills. The gap between the skills was tightly grasped, leaving the mustache man with no other choice. It was like having a body full of strength, but not knowing where to start. All he could do was choke to the point of vomiting blood. He's an expert. Some of the spectating internet cafe customers pointed at the scene. On the other hand, the expressions of the three people on the mustache man's side were extremely ugly. When Yi Fan's set of skills directly took away the opponent, the mustache man and the other two's faces turned completely pale. First blood. Yi Fan has won. Moo 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 raised her eyebrows and exhaled, as if she was the one who had won. She extended her hand towards the three of them and said, come, 5,000. Little Mustache and the other two gave each other a look before turning around and walking out of the internet cafe, completely ignoring them. You're shameless. Hurry up and give me the money. Moo 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 panicked and rushed to the door to block the three of them. The tattooed man rubbed his chin and said with a face full of arrogance, girl, if you don't want to be raped, then you'd better fuck off. Do you believe that I can get a dozen people to come with just one phone call? When Moo 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 heard this, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. After all, she was only a high school girl and didn't have much social experience. After being threatened like this, the girl's eyes began to turn. She felt wronged and indignant, but she was also very afraid. You. How can you do this? The tattooed man grinned. It's good that you're afraid. Scram. Just as the three of them were about to swagger out, Yi Fan suddenly appeared behind them and kicked the tattooed man's butt. Ouch! The tattooed man fell flat on his face and fell down the stairs, stunning the 2 youngsters beside him. You dare to hit me? The mustache man turned around and roared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised his hand and slapped the mustache man to the ground, almost making his face crooked. Do you have eyes? This is what you call hitting someone. That was kicking someone just now. These 2 moves had stunned the 3 hoodlums, while Moo Moo Moo, who was at the side, had his eyes shining and his face flushed with excitement. Yi Fan extended his hand towards another hoodlum, hand over the money. I hate people who don't pay the most. If we were in the casino, we would have to chop off our hands, do you understand? The remaining hoodlum with the crew cut was so scared that his legs were trembling. With Yi Fan's 2 moves, it was obvious how strong he was. He took out his wallet, trembling with fear, and prepared to take out the bulging stack of money inside. Give it to me. Yi Fan snatched the wallet, took out all the money inside, and then threw the empty wallet back to little Crew Cut. The hoodlum was about to cry, "This! Big brother, the other 200 yuan is my money. Compensate my student for the mental damage, this is considered a bargain for you." Yi Fan happily put the money into his pants pocket. At this moment, the tattooed man got up from the ground, clutching his butt that was about to split open, and shouted, "If you have the guts, stay here and don't leave. I'll call someone to come and find someone to kill." Without waiting for the tattooed man to finish speaking, Yi Fan kicked this guy's knee again. "Ah! My leg!" The tattooed man let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground. He was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. This time, even his bones were broken. "There's something wrong with your head. Who would stand here and wait for you to call for help? Have you watched too many brainless TV dramas?" Yi Fan waved at the girl beside him. "Student Moo Moo, let's go." Moo Moo happily agreed. She hugged Yi Fan's arm from behind and said coquettishly, "Teacher Yi Fan, I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. Treat me to breakfast." "Sure, teacher will treat you to sesame seed cake." Yi Fan had earned money, so he was in a good mood and didn't mind eating another meal. "I want to eat pizza." "What pizza? How can a foreign sesame seed cake be as delicious as a Chinese sesame seed cake?" Yi Fan wasn't willing to spend that much money. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a small alley. They sat at a snack stall and began to eat sesame seed cake and salted soy milk. Although Moo kept saying that Yi Fan was stingy, he still wolfed down the food. He didn't have the bearing of a beautiful woman at all, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. After Yi Fan was almost done eating, he asked, "Why did you go to the internet cafe so early in the morning? You can't be so crazy during the summer vacation, right?" The girl licked the green onion on her lips and said, "I went there yesterday afternoon and spent the night at the internet cafe, f*ck." Yi Fan said in surprise, "Don't you have a computer at home? Do you have to go to the internet cafe to find excitement?" I ran away from home," Moo stammered. Yi Fan suddenly had the urge to cry. What kind of living treasure did he meet? Fortunately, Yi Fan was used to seeing strong winds and waves. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and asked, "Why?" Moo's little face revealed an angry expression. "My father brought a woman back yesterday and said that he wanted to marry that woman. He even told me to call her Mom. I don't want to see them. Your mother has been dead for so many years, yet your father has only found a female companion. Is that too much?" "I don't care, I hate that woman anyway." Moo said angrily, "That woman looks like a vixen." Chapter 46. 0046 Have you figured out the main point of the problem? What's so good about that kind of plastic surgery girl? Moo shouted. It's fine to take a look. Besides, the fox spirit is also sucking on your father. Why did you run out? Just because of this, you want to run away from home. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Children nowadays really didn't know how lucky they were. Thus, Yi Fan took out 200 yuan bills and slapped them in front of Moo. "Here, take these 200 yuan and take a taxi home. Don't wander around outside. How old are you? Why are you still running away from home? If it wasn't for your dad giving you pocket money, you would have starved to death outside, do you know that?" Yi Fan lectured a few words, then stood up and prepared to leave. Moo quickly stuffed the money into her bag, but did not leave. Instead, she followed behind Yi Fan and looked at him eagerly. After being followed for more than 100 meters, Yi Fan turned around and asked, "Student Moo, why are you following me?" "I don't want to go home. My dad hasn't called me yet. He doesn't care about me at all. I don't want to go back." Moo pouted. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then it's not a problem for you to follow me. You are my home teacher, so a teacher has to be responsible for his students. Moo 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 ran forward, pulled Yi Fan's hand and said, Yi Fan, you looked so powerful when you beat up those bad guys just now. Do you know martial arts? Humph, that's right, I even know the 18 dragon subduing palms. Yi Fan laughed dryly, then sighed and said, Little girl, you and I both know that this tutor of mine is only a title for the convenience of entering and exiting your house so that I can help you play games. You can't really treat me as a teacher. Moo 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 stubbornly said, but I'm so bored at home alone. I've been playing games for the entire summer, and I'm almost tired of it. I just want to find someone to play with me. Yi Fan scratched his head. If you want to find someone to accompany you, you can find your friends and classmates. You must have a best friend or something, right? What's so fun about talking to them? Other than LV, it's Hermes, or it's Korean celebrities. Normally, you can just buy a Zara and pretend to be a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Otherwise, you can spend a few hours taking hundreds of photos and choose one to post on your WeChat moments, saying how haggard you are. I'm not going to play with them during the summer vacation. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. You little girl, all right. Since you said so, then I'll take you to a place. Moo Moo Moo's face was filled with anticipation as he asked with bright eyes, where to? Century Park. I heard that there is a roller coaster there, but I haven't been there yet. Do you want to go to the zoo to see pandas? Fan Xian reckoned that since he had already come out, it should be fine to go back a little later, so he smiled mysteriously and said, let's go to the bank to withdraw money first. With a head full of questions, Moo 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 followed Yi Fan to the nearby bank. Yi Fan took out more than 20,000 yuan from his savings card and put the 5,000 yuan he had just gambled into the black bag. The two of them sat on the subway for half an hour before exiting the station near Hua Hai City's South Forestry Farm. Finally, they arrived at the place that Yi Fan had mentioned. Moo Moo Moo's face was filled with disappointment. The Ivy League orphanage? Looking at the old building in front of her that was filled with green vines, Moo 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 asked curiously, Yi Fan, why did you bring me here? Isn't this where orphans are adopted? A trace of warmth flowed out of Yi Fan's eyes as he faintly smiled and said, this is the place where I stayed when I was young. Moo 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 was stunned for a moment before asking apologetically, are you an orphan? Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer this question. He walked into the vermilion-painted courtyard door. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he could hear the laughter of many children. Uncle Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan, a few children who looked like they were still in elementary school greeted Yi Fan with innocent smiles on their faces. It was as if Yi Fan's arrival had caused the entire courtyard to become especially lively. Brother Yi Fan, you're here. A clear and melodious voice came from the side. The one who came out of the laundry room on the first floor was a girl wearing a white striped shirt and a pair of light denim bottomless pants. The girl was 1.7 meters tall. Her two long legs were exquisite, and her calves were soft and fair. It was as if they had been carefully carved by an artist. A delicate and graceful face, without any makeup, a sharp chin, a high nose, thin eyebrows, small red lips, and a head of jet black hair that was simply tied up, but it was indescribably natural and refreshing. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Yunner, are you washing clothes? Don't be too tired. Unexpectedly, Moo Moo Moo, who was behind him, let out a cry of surprise. Teacher Du. Why are you here? Du Yunner also blinked her eyes in surprise. Student Moo Moo Moo, do you know Brother Yi Fan? Yi Fan looked around and remembered that Du Yunner's main job was to be a language teacher at Hua Hai High School. Coincidentally, Moo 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 was also a student there, but he didn't expect that the two of them would know each other. Yi Fan gave a simple explanation. Only then did Du Yunner know that the two of them had met while playing games. She didn't know much about these things, so she didn't pay much attention to them. Yi Fan handed the black bag to Du Yunner. Yunner, take advantage of the fact that the principal didn't notice. Take this money and tell the principal that it's a nameless donor, so that she won't come looking for me to return the money. That would be troublesome. Du Yunner held the heavy bag and gently looked at the man. Brother Yi Fan, you're working so hard to earn money outside. At the very least, you should help yourself buy some food. The living conditions of the children are much better than before. It's not like I lack money to spend, just take it. I'm happy to spend this money. Yi Fan chuckled and said. Du Yun'er seemed to be used to these things and nodded. All right then, it just so happens that school is starting next month. This money can help some children buy stationery and new books. Moo Moo Moo, who was at the side, was even more astonished. She never would have thought that such a stingy Yi Fan would actually donate his money to the orphanage. Looking at the two people who were chatting amiably, Moo 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 couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Teacher Du, what is your relationship with Yi Fan? A trace of nostalgia flashed through Du Yun'er's clear eyes. She smiled and said, Brother Yi Fan and I are both orphans. We met here when we were young. Although Brother Yi Fan was adopted later on, he returned here 2 years ago and we met again. Oh. You two are childhood sweethearts. Moo 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 clapped his hands and said. Du Yun'er blushed, but she didn't deny it. Little girl, you have to learn from your teacher Du. She usually works, but she still comes here to take care of the children on weekends. She is filial to the dean who has raised her. Compared to yourself, Yi Fan said with a mischievous smile. Moo 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 pouted, Yi Fan, don't say this in front of my teacher, okay? It's so embarrassing. Chapter 47. 0047 This girl ran away from home, don't you think it's childish? Yi Fan shook his head. Hey! Don't say it. Yi Fan, you're so annoying. Moo 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 shouted anxiously. After listening to Yi Fan's explanation, she couldn't help but frown and say, Moo Moo Moo, didn't you promise teacher that you would make up for it during the summer vacation? Why are you still throwing a tantrum? You will be in the 3rd year of high school next semester. If you continue to take the last place in your class, you won't even have a junior college in the future. When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? This girl's academic performance was actually so poor. Ha! That's right, you only know how to play games every day, how can you be good? Ha, don't laugh. Didn't you also not go to university? What right do you have to laugh at me? Moo Moo Moo's face was burning hot and she was on the verge of tears. She couldn't have met anyone, but she just had to meet her own teacher. Fortunately, Du Yun'er didn't want to teach her students a lesson. She turned to Yi Fan and said, Oh right, Brother Yi Fan, you came at the right time. I was still wondering if you would come today. What, something happened to the orphanage? Yi Fan hurriedly asked. Du Yun'er smiled and shook her head. No, it's Brother Song who invited our orphanage companions to a gathering once every half a year. Have you forgotten? Can you come with me? Yi Fan blinked, and just as he was about to reply, Du Yun'er hurriedly said, You didn't go last time because of your part-time job. Several people asked about you. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. I didn't say I wouldn't go, it's just that Song Xinghe didn't call me. Can I go like this? Song Xinghe was also Yi Fan and Du Yun'er's companion in the orphanage. He was 2 years older than them and could be considered the most promising among the children who had left the orphanage. After being taken overseas by his adopted parents, he returned from his studies and established a biotechnology company. He was extremely intelligent and was a famous young talent in Huahai City. It was said that the company was about to go public, so his net worth should be at least $1 billion. In the 2 years that Yi Fan had been back, he had heard quite a few things about Song Xinghe. It was all because Song Xinghe had invited his little friends from the orphanage to have a meal together. A bright and sweet smile appeared on Du Yun'er's beautiful face. Of course it's fine. It's just like our previous gathering, he won't call everyone. As long as it was someone from the orphanage, he would definitely welcome them. Moreover, you guys were quite close when you were young. The time is next Wednesday night. Brother Yi Fan, are you free? Yi Fan thought for a moment. If it's at night, there shouldn't be a problem. All right. Then it's a deal. Du Yun'er seemed to heave a sigh of relief, her eyes full of anticipation. Moo Moo Moo, who was at the side, giggled and asked, Teacher Du, if so many of your companions from the orphanage go, you don't have to drag Yi Fan along. Do you like him? When this question came out, Du Yun'er's entire face immediately flushed red. She was so flustered that she didn't know how to explain. Yi Fan, on the other hand, grabbed Moo Moo Moo's ear. You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? We're very close. What's so strange about her asking me to accompany her? Aya. It hurts so much. Yi Fan, I was wrong, I won't spout nonsense anymore. Moo 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 begged. Only then did Yi Fan let go of his hand. Your head is full of messy thoughts. No wonder you can't read well. Moo 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 angrily covered her fiery red ears and complained, Is there anyone who treats a beauty like this? You don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. I think so too. It would be strange if Teacher Du would like someone like you. Seeing the two of them bickering, Yun'er covered her mouth and giggled, resolving the awkwardness. At this moment, a slightly bloated woman in her 50s walked out of a room. She was the orphanage's principal Li Shuhua. The old principal smiled amiably and said, Yi Fan is here. Yo, you even brought a little girl with you. Is she your girlfriend? These words made Moo 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 blush, while Du Yun'er hurriedly explained, Principal, this is one of my students. He's only in high school. When Dean Li heard this, he exclaimed, Oh, the children these days eat well. I really can't tell that such a big girl is only in high school. Yi Fan chuckled and glanced at Moo Moo Moo's hill, which had already begun to take shape. He nodded and said, Principal, this girl said that she wants to rely on our orphanage. Just accept her. What? Join us? Li Shuhua was puzzled. Moo 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 was also at a loss, not knowing what Yi Fan meant. Yeah, she fell out with her father and ran away from home. Now that she has no father or mother, she insisted on following me, so I brought her here. Yi Fan said with a serious expression and winked at President Li. Li Shuhua understood and smiled thoughtfully. She waved at Moo Moo Moo, Since that's the case, little girl, come, I'll take you to go through the procedures. From today onwards, you will be a child here. What procedures are you going to do? Moo 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 was shocked and shouted at Yi Fan, You're not going to sell me, are you? Yi Fan spread out his hands, You don't want to go home, and you don't have any money. You can eat and drink in the orphanage and still have a place to sleep. It's better than wandering outside, right? Moo 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 was speechless and shook his head, I was just saying those words out of anger. I think I should go back. Dad is probably worried about me. Sigh, your dad hasn't called you yet. He definitely doesn't want your daughter anymore. Yi Fan said. That's not it. He called a few times, but I didn't answer. Just as she finished speaking, Moo 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 realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her big eyes filled with timid. Li Fan Xian had an expression that he had already expected, and sighed, You finally said it? I can't guess what you're thinking. You know that your father is worried about you, so don't be a princess. Do you know how much every child here yearns for a father to call them? Li Fan Xian pointed at the orphans playing outside and said, They can't even get a call from their parents. As for you, I called you, but you still didn't answer. Could it be that your heart is made of stone? Moo 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 was stunned on the spot. A kind of shame and self-blame spread in her heart. Principal Li and Du Yun'er smiled gently as they looked at the two of them. Yun'er, get her a taxi and let this girl reflect on her journey back. Yi Fan said. She took out her phone and started to call a taxi. She sighed and said, Brother Yi Fan, if it wasn't for the fact that you don't have a diploma, I really want to recommend you to the school leaders to be a teacher. You really know how to teach students. Yi Fan took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Forget it, I'm not allowed to smoke in the school, how can I take it? Stinking brat, don't smoke too much here. Don't teach children bad things. Principal Li laughed and scolded. Soon, a taxi arrived at the entrance of the orphanage. At this time, Moo 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 seemed to have understood quite a bit. She pouted and eagerly said, Yi Fan, it was my fault for lying to you today. Can you continue to be my tutor in the future? Yi Fan grinned and said, as long as you pay the tuition, I will definitely be willing. Moo Moo Moo's face revealed a joyful expression as he nodded, Then it's a deal, I'll go home first. After saying that, the girl quickly ran out. At the same time, she took out her cell phone and began to call home. After taking care of Moo Moo Moo, this little tail, Yi Fan felt that it was time to call Su Qingxue and ask about the situation. Chapter 48. 0048 Yi Fan could not help but bitterly smile. Damn it, he had angered his employer's girlfriend again. It was all Moo Moo Moo's fault, that little troublemaker. Brother Yi Fan, what's wrong? Du Yun'er asked with concern. Ugh. Yun'er, principal, I'll be leaving first. Our company's boss is angry with me. I have to go and appease him. Company? You got a job? No more part-time jobs? Dean Li asked happily. That's right. Not really. In short, we'll talk about the specifics later. Yi Fan waved his hand with an embarrassed smile and ran out of the orphanage. Seeing that Yi Fan had quickly disappeared, Dean Li complained, this brat, he just arrived and left. He didn't even eat lunch. Du Yun'er, on the other hand, smiled and said, Principal, maybe brother Yi Fan really has something urgent to do. He finally has a stable job, we should be happy for him. Li Shuhua said with a smile, Yun'er, this brat Yi Fan is already seriously looking for a job. When will you and Yi Fan be officially together? Principal, I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine. Principal, what are you talking about? We are just siblings. Du Yun'er shyly lowered her head. I watched you grow up. When you were young, you liked Yi Fan. I could tell that brat had left for more than 10 years, but now you still like him. This is not an ordinary feeling. Although Yi Fan doesn't have much money or status, he can still be relied on, so I, this old woman, will also support you. Dean Li said. Du Yun'er pursed her lips, her face flushed red as she whispered, Brother Yi Fan. He might not necessarily like me. Silly girl, how could there be a man who wouldn't like you? You're so good-looking, even prettier than a celebrity. The key is that your heart is even better. Otherwise, how could Yi Fan keep hiding it from me and just hand over the donation to you? He is also very at ease with you. Dean Li said. Du Yun'er raised her head in shock, so principal, you all know. Sigh, you two silly children, do you really think that I, the principal, have lived a few decades longer than you two for nothing? Dean Li lovingly caressed Du Yun'er's little face, then turned around and walked away. Yi Fan remembered that when Su Qingxue called, she mentioned the Hilton Hotel. Fortunately, the hotel was only half an hour away from the orphanage by train. When he arrived at the parking lot outside the hotel's main entrance, he saw a black Lexus LX 570. It was Su Qingxue's car. It seemed that the woman didn't intend to call him and drove the car over. However, what troubled Yi Fan was that the hotel had more than 50 floors. He couldn't figure out which floor Su Qingxue and Qinya were on to meet that Mr. Fellini. Just as Yi Fan was hesitating whether or not to go to the front desk of the hotel to ask, he discovered that there were two figures sitting in the coffee shop on the first floor. Yi Fan hurriedly ran over and said happily, Director Su, Assistant Chen, why are you all here? Are you waiting for me? When Qingxue saw Yi Fan, she couldn't help but frown. She thought to herself, how could this guy still find her? She coldly lowered her head and drank her coffee, completely ignoring him. She had been angered by him in the morning. How could she let him off so easily? Qinya, on the other hand, said unhappily, Director Su asked you to be a translator, but you ran around by yourself. I don't need you for this job, you can leave. Don't, I'm here now, aren't I? You guys probably haven't seen Mr. Fellini yet, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Qinya coldly snorted, we can communicate with Mr. Fellini in English, so it's the same without you. Furthermore, with your outfit, what distinguished guest are you seeing? You're clearly here to cause trouble. Yi Fan looked at his own clothes and pants, his face full of helplessness. Why do even you say that? I think my taste in clothes is pretty good, you're the only one who thinks so. You can be as unsophisticated as you want. Did you live in the last century? Chinya said sarcastically. That's also a retro style, there's a reason for it. Yi Fan explained in a serious manner. You're still quibbling. Just as Chinya was about to say a few more words, she suddenly saw someone coming out of the elevator not far away. Director Su. Mr. Fellini and his group have come down. Chinya hurriedly said. Hearing that, Qingxue immediately put down her coffee, stood up, and prepared to go over. But he suddenly thought of something and turned around to say coldly to Yi Fan, don't follow me. Either stay here or leave. Yi Fan felt a little wronged. Wasn't he just dressed casually? Was there a need to be so despised? However, it could be seen that Su Qingxue attached great importance to this meeting. She didn't want to miss out on anything, so Yi Fan could only silently sit down. Very quickly, Su Qingxue and Chinya arrived in front of Fellini and the others. Fellini was a tall and slender white man with chestnut hair tied into a ponytail. He wore a blue and red, tailored suit, a white shirt with a flower collar, jeans, and a pair of black leather slippers. This kind of person walking on the street was either a madman or an artist. Fellini was obviously the latter, as could be seen from the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Patek Philippe watch in his hand. Oh, you must be Miss Su. I'm really sorry, I took a break at the hotel and made you wait for a long time. Fellini looked quite enthusiastic as he shook hands with Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue also revealed a faint smile. Although it wasn't very warm, it was already very rare for an ice-cold woman. Mr. Fellini has been on the plane for more than 10 hours. It's only right for him to take a break. I've been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. It just so happens that it's lunchtime. I've booked a pretty good restaurant. Why don't we go and chat while we eat? Su Qingxue said in standard English. Leave, however, Fellini looked at his watch and said, I've eaten something on the plane, so I don't need lunch. I still have to inspect our branch office in the afternoon and fly back to Paris in the evening, so the schedule is very tight. Su Qingxue and Chinya didn't expect that Fellini would only stay for such a short period of time, but it was understandable. After all, a creative director of an international luxury brand like him would need a lot of time just to run to the fashion week. He also had to take time out to do his own design, so time was naturally very precious. To be able to arrange such a meeting was already giving him a lot of face. After all, there had never been a lack of companies that took the initiative to ask for cooperation. Since that's the case, why don't we find another place and get straight to the point of cooperation? Chinya asked with a smile. Fellini casually agreed and looked left and right. Suddenly, he seemed to see someone and waved towards the door. Hey! Miss Liu, I'm here, here. Chapter 49. 0049. He saw a woman wearing a black deep-collared tunic, a leopard print tight dress, and a pair of black high-heeled leather boots. She had gorgeous makeup and a confident smile on her face as she walked towards the hotel. This woman's attire was avant-garde and even a little exaggerated. However, her deep facial features and European-style makeup made her clothes display a unique wildness and grace. It was quite enchanting. Lu Jinger. A trace of worry flashed across Su Qingxue's eyes. When the woman saw Su Qingxue, she smiled proudly. Su Qingxue, you really want to talk about cooperation with Fellini? Unfortunately, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Fellini asked curiously, what, Miss Su, do you know Miss Liu? Yeah, we used to be classmates in high school, but then I went to the Magnesium country. Plus, our Liu family and their embroidery are competitors, so our relationship, you know. Lu Jinger blinked. Fellini suddenly nodded, since we all know each other, then let's talk about cooperation together. There's a coffee shop here, so we don't need to change places. Let's go have a cup of coffee and talk about what the two of you think. After saying that, Fellini ran to the coffee shop with his assistant. Su Qingxue and Lu Jing'er naturally had no choice but to follow him. When Yi Fan saw the group of people coming over, he was afraid of making Su Qingxue angry, so he didn't dare to greet them. He could only quietly sit there and watch by himself. In fact, Su Qingxue and Qinye didn't have the leisure to pay attention to Yi Fan. Although Su Qingxue was angry, she could only face the challenge. The Lu family was one of the big families in Huahai City. They specialized in high-end brands and had stores in many big department stores. Although their assets were far inferior to the embroidery, they were much more professional than the embroidery in the field of luxury goods. However, the Lu family did not reveal any news that they would be competing for the cooperation of the LD group. Unexpectedly, the young Miss Lu Jing'er, who was studying in the Magnesium country, suddenly returned home. It was said that Lu Jing'er was studying design in the Magnesium country and had already made a name for herself. She knew quite a few people in the fashion industry. This time, she had returned home to fight for the cooperation of the LD group for her family. Everyone from the three sides sat down and ordered a few drinks. Su Qingxue and Lu Jing'er's gazes were filled with hostility. Su Qingxue said, "Mr. Fellini, we have an appointment to meet. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to join the Lu family's representative." "Miss Su, don't worry, I met Miss Lu once at New York Fashion Week." Fellini took out a pipe from somewhere, lit it and took a puff, then said with a relaxed smile, "Miss Su, don't worry, I met Miss Lu once at New York Fashion Week. I know she is the daughter of Huahai City's Lu Group, so we can talk about cooperation. I don't have a deep relationship with her. Therefore, as long as the two of you propose a point of view and conditions that are attractive enough to me, I will fairly choose which side to cooperate with." "Hehe, Su Qingxue, are you afraid?" "That's right, our Lu family was the first to be a luxury goods agent in Huahai. He's experienced and professional. He's completely different from your brocade, which is a messy upstart that does everything." LV Jing'er teased. Su Qingxue expressionlessly said, "Qualifications do not represent strength. Your Lu family has already been surpassed by our brocade 10 years ago. LD Group wants a future expert as a partner, not a fallen noble." Lu Jing'er stroked her hair and said with disdain, "Down and out? How could you tell? Do you really think that blindly expanding is an expert? We respect fashion, innovation, and even more tradition. Our Lu family has a noble bloodline flowing in our veins. Of course, it's impossible for us to touch every industry. Money is not our goal. What we do is culture, do you understand?" The two of them had been speaking in English the entire time, so Fellini was very clear about the content of their conversation. Fellini clearly appreciated Lu Jing'er's words and nodded. "That's right. Our LD group has never chosen partners based on assets and stock prices. Of course, economic strength is one aspect, but whether or not we can understand our culture and spread our ideas is what we care about the most." Su Qingxue was a little upset by the sudden appearance of Lu Jing'er, but she still calmed down as soon as possible and said, "Mr. Fellini, I admit that the Lu family is relatively more professional. But we have enough sincerity and confidence that we can make your company's development in China even faster." Fellini frowned, took a puff of his cigarette, and let out a long exhale. "Miss Su, with all due respect, I have investigated some of your information. I respect you very much because you are the smartest person in the world. You are a member of the Intelligence Society, which is very impressive. However, I also discovered that in your world, the company's first priority is to make money, expand, and continue to make money." Su Qingxue was slightly stunned, and at the same time, she had a bad premonition. Fellini continued, "I just said that what we need is a partner who understands our culture and spreads our culture. What we sell is not just products, but ideas, services, and a pursuit of human fashion and culture." Su Qingxue gently pinched the corner of her skirt and said, "Mr. Fellini, I understand what you said. I will not interfere with your company's product plan. I just want to say that we have the ability to sell your company's products to more consumers." After Fellini heard this, he sighed and shook his head. Lu Jing'er giggled a few times and said sarcastically, nouveau riche is a nouveau riche. Shu Qingxue, don't you understand? What Mr. Fellini is looking for is a partner, not a seller, not a distributor. If you, as a partner, are indifferent to his products and only care about how to sell them, then how can you be called a partner? A true partner should be involved in all of the LD Group's products, from the design concept, the design sketch, to the selection of materials and production sites. Only by truly understanding the cultural heritage of the product can we truly spread the culture of the LD Group to our respected customers. Listen up, it's not a consumer, it's a customer. When Fellini heard this, her face revealed a look of joy. She nodded and said, "That's right, Miss Liu is right. She is indeed a talented woman who graduated from the Parsons School of Design in the Magnesium Country. Her analysis is very thorough." "That's what I mean." Lu Jing smiled and nodded, expressing her politeness. She then said to Shu Qingxue coldly in Chinese, "Shu Qingxue, just admit defeat. Buying and selling land, speculating in stocks, and opening a factory are what you should do. You are far from the palace of fashion and the world of nobles." Chapter 50. 0050 Fellini said apologetically, "Miss Su, perhaps we have some misunderstandings about the development of the company. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to cooperate this time. How can this be?" Chinya finally couldn't hold it in anymore and pleaded, "Mr. Fellini, we have been preparing to meet you and have prepared a complete set of cooperation plans. You haven't even seen the cooperation plan, and just because of some different opinions on fashion, you've rejected us. This is very unfair." Lu Jinger disdainfully said, "You're just an assistant, is it even your turn to speak?" Qingxue stretched out her hand to stop Chinya, shook her head and said, "Forget it, Chinya, Mr. Fellini is right. I really don't know enough about luxury goods and fashion, it's because I'm not prepared enough. CEO Su, you're not the creative director of fashion, and you're not a designer. How can I blame you for this?" Chinya felt sorry for her superior. Fellini also seemed to feel a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I see that Miss Su and Miss Liu are both dressed very well today. Can the two of you tell me why you're wearing these clothes? I want to hear what the two of you think of your clothes in life, and then consider it." Obviously, he also wanted to give Su Qingxue another chance and didn't want to appear too unreasonable. "Of course." Lu Jinger stood up first, turned around, and smiled confidently. "Mr. Fellini should be able to tell that this is the latest season's dress for Jean-Louis Shelley." Fellini nodded and smiled to show that he knew. Louis Shelley was a world-class high-end fashion brand in the country of enamel. There were more than 2,000 celebrity customers, and custom-made high-end dresses were usually worth tens of thousands of euros to millions of euros. These works may seem casual, but they reveal the decisiveness of the designer. The outline of a woman's curves appears to be full of flexibility and beauty. The cutting boldly used the Balkan style, and the geometric belt as an accessory, highlighted a kind of enchanting and wild characteristic, very much in line with Louis Shelley's futuristic fantasy color. Of course, this dress is completely compatible with my temperament, so I chose it. After Lu Jinger finished speaking, she sat down gracefully, drank a mouthful of coffee, and looked at Su Qingxue provocatively. "Miss Su, what do you think?" Fellini asked with a smile. Su Qingxue silently looked at the white dress with crystal decorations on her body for a while. She raised her head and smiled faintly. "This dress of mine is the latest design of your LD Group." "Yes, I know. This is also one of my works. It's called Norse Goddess. It's really beautiful on you." Fellini praised with a complacent look on his face. "Is that so? So it's called the Nordic Goddess." Su Qingxue shook her head, "I don't even know its name. In my eyes, it's just a dress." Currently, the price of this dress was 23,000 euros. Excluding the LD brand, it could only be sold for 2,600 euros on the market, and the production cost was less than 500 euros. "Of course I think it's beautiful when I wear it, but not because I like it much. The main reason is that I want to get closer to Mr. Fellini and get as much business as possible." After saying this, Fellini opened his mouth in astonishment and was speechless for a long time. Chinya also tensed up, her heart beating to her throat. She didn't understand why Su Qingxue had to say this, even if it was just a random reason. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of admiration. It seemed that the woman had already understood something. Lu Jing'er sneered, crossed her hands in front of her chest, and said, "Mr. Fellini, did you see that? This is a businessman through and through. In order to do business, he will do anything to make money. He doesn't know what fashion culture is at all." Fellini also had a face full of disappointment, and even a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. He said sarcastically, "Miss Su, you are really honest." Su Qingxue stood up and said, "Thank you for your praise, but I hope that Mr. Fellini can learn from me in the future and be an honest person. Since you have already decided to cooperate with the Lu family from the very beginning, and not with our embroidery group, then there is no need for today's conversation." Hearing this, Fellini hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, I really didn't decide before." "You misunderstood me, is that so?" Qingxue glanced at Lu Jing'er and said, "From beginning to end, you have been focusing on the company's culture and fashion culture. You have never asked me about the specific market and capital level cooperation. You know very well that I study economics, marketing, and management. Designing clothes and talking about fashion theory are not my specialty at all." On the contrary, Lu Jing'er graduated from the Parsons School of Design in the Magnesium country. Her job was to design clothes and participate in all kinds of fashion gatherings. You created a very good conversation environment for Lu Jing'er to make me feel like I don't know anything and feel like I'm in the wrong. That's why I lost this negotiation, isn't it? Being exposed in front of him, Fellini's face was a bit embarrassed, as if he was sulking. After taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, he said, "Since Miss Su insists on thinking this way, then let's end our conversation here today. Unfortunately, we can't work together anymore." "No, I'm glad you didn't choose us, because I don't need an extremely stupid partner who only lives in my own fantasy world." You said I'm stupid." Fellini's face darkened. He had been famous for more than 20 years, and everyone was respectful to him. Now, he was actually called stupid by a little girl from China. After Qingxue finished speaking, she ignored Fellini's angry expression and turned to leave. "Su Qingxue. Stop right there." Lu Jing'er stood up and shouted, "What kind of attitude is this? Mr. Fellini is an internationally famous master, how can you insult him? Quickly apologize to Mr. Fellini." Fellini had never been humiliated like this before. He threw his pipe to his assistant and said loudly, "Miss Su, you will pay for what you said today. Don't forget, there are quite a few high-end brands that have cooperated with your embroidery, and we, LD, have shares in them." Su Qingxue stopped in her tracks and turned around. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as autumn water. "Are you trying to intimidate me and threaten me? So what? The noble fashion circle is not something that a lowly nouveau riche like you can casually insult." Lu Jing'er leaned close to Fellini with a complacent expression. Qingxue was naturally very angry. Her chest was heaving up and down, but with her personality, how could she easily give in? "Do whatever you want. In any case, in the end, the one who will fall will definitely not be me." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone clapping from the side. "Good. As expected of our CEO Su. How daring. Great." Chapter 51. 0051. Su Qingxue and Qinya were both shocked. Only now did they remember that there was still Yi Fan sitting there in a muffled voice. He didn't make a sound and almost forgot about this guy. Lu Jing'er was stunned for a moment, then disdainfully said, "Who are you? Are you also one of Su Qingxue's people?" "My name is Yi Fan, I'm Director Su's second assistant." "Oh, I'm basically a driver." Yi Fan introduced himself. "Driver? Yi Fan?" Lu Jing'er mocked, "Su Qingxue, your taste is really bad. You actually found such a bumpkin to be your driver?" "Sure enough, Mr. Fellini's vision is correct. If I choose your brocade, then I will lose face outside the atmosphere. Lu Jing'er laughed so hard that the flowers were trembling. She wanted to see if Fellini thought the same. However, when she turned around to look at Fellini, she discovered that the latter was staring at Yi Fan with an exaggerated expression as if he had seen a ghost, dumbfounded and speechless. Xu Qingxue and Qinya also discovered that Fellini's expression was a little off, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Mr. Fellini, what's wrong? This guy is too rustic. Did he scare you? Lu Jing'er hurriedly asked. No. Impossible. Fellini muttered to himself, carefully moving closer to Yi Fan. When he arrived in front of Yi Fan, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the collar of Yi Fan's clothes. The key point was that his hand was actually trembling. It was enough to show how excited he was. Mr. Fellini? What's wrong with you? Lu Jing'er couldn't understand why this foreigner seemed to be bewitched. Su Qingxue was also confused. Could it be that Fellini was interested in the rustic blue short-sleeved shirt on Yi Fan's body? Was he used to seeing good clothes and was curious about the goods on the street? Yi Fan directly grabbed the other party's wrist and said with a frown, "Hey, why are you touching me? I'm not interested in men." Fellini hurriedly shook his head and asked with eyes full of anticipation, "Mr. Yi, right? May I ask, where did you get your clothes, and your shorts?" "An old friend of mine gave it to me. It's been a few years." Yi Fan said straightforwardly. "Old friend? Your friend? May I ask your name?" Fellini asked in a trembling voice. Fan Xian scratched his head and thought for a moment. "I call him Old AI, his full name. Alec or something." "It's Alec von Bloomer, isn't it?" Felicity hurriedly said. Yi Fan clapped his hands. Right, that's the name. That old man is not bad, and his tailoring skills are also quite good. He even made a few pairs of underwear for me. Most of my clothes were given to me by him. He's quite generous, haha." When Fellini heard this, his legs trembled and went limp. He staggered back 2 steps and held onto the sofa to steady himself. His expression was unsettled. "Mr. Fellini. What happened to you?" Lu Jing'er exclaimed. Su Qingxue and Qinya were also stunned, completely frightened by the scene in front of them. An old tailor could actually scare Fellini so much that he lost his composure. Fellini quickly picked up a cup of water from the table and gulped it down. Only then did he calm himself down a little. He wiped the cold sweat off his head and said with a respectful and worshipful expression, "Master Alec von Bloomer is my teacher's teacher, which is to say, my master." When these words came out, Su Qingxue, Lu Jing'er, Qinya, and the others all had wonderful expressions on their faces. They almost couldn't believe what they had heard. Lu Jing'er covered her mouth. After the shock, she felt that something was amiss and asked, "Mr. Fellini, didn't you graduate from the Luandun University of Arts? Why is there a master and a grandmaster?" "Humph," Fellini chuckled, as if mocking Lu Jing'er's ignorance, and said, "The true highest palace of fashion art is not in any academy, but in Seville Row." "Miss Lu, have you never heard of it?" Lu Jing'er quickly explained, "Of course I know. In the Mayfair area of Luandun, Seville Street, that is a prime location for tailor-made clothes from all over the world, especially traditional men's clothing. This was because the term custom-made clothing originated from that street. The emperors and nobles of Europe all advocated custom-made clothes on Seville Street. Many of the tailor shops there have a history of hundreds of years." Su Qingxue had also heard of Seville Street, but she didn't know that the status of this street was actually so high. "That's right," Fellini said seriously. "When I was a child, I was determined to be the most outstanding fashion designer, so I worked very hard and entered the oldest tailor's shop on Seville Street, Eid and Ravenscroft. I studied with my teacher, George, and became an apprentice tailor. Unfortunately, my talent isn't high enough. Later on, I wasn't able to become a direct disciple, so I had to leave the shop and continue my studies at university." "What? Mr. Fellini, is your talent not enough? How is that possible? I've never heard of any Master George before." Lu Jing'er doubtfully said. Fellini shook his head and sighed, Miss Lu, it's not that he's an internationally famous designer, but that he's truly of the highest standard. My master, Master George, his clients are the kings, queens, princes, princesses of the royal family, or the richest people in the world. He didn't need the so-called reputation at all. He had endless work to do. How could he have the leisure to let ordinary people know of his existence? He doesn't have the energy to customize clothes for ordinary people. Lu Jing'er was stunned. In her eyes, Fellini was already one of the world's top designers. However, she didn't expect that there would be such a group of people above Fellini that even Fellini couldn't compare to. It was one thing for Fellini's master to be very powerful, but the clothes on Yifan's body were made by his master's master. Su Qingxue and Qinya were also somewhat unable to accept it. After all, not long ago, they had made a mess of Yifan's attire. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't tell that the clothes Yifan was wearing had such an illustrious origin. This kind of clothes could be found all over the streets. How could it be made by a top tailor of the royal family? Su Qingxue remembered that Yifan had to throw away all these dirty old clothes. If these clothes were really that precious, wouldn't that prove even more that she was too ignorant? Mr. Fellini, are you mistaken? This kind of clothes can be seen anywhere. Su Qingxue still didn't quite believe it. Fellini was puzzled. Miss Su, could it be that you really can't tell how amazing this Mr. Ye's clothes and pants are? Not to mention Su Qingxue, even Lu Jing'er couldn't help but shake her head. They really couldn't see anything special about it. Chapter 52. 0052 O, please explain it to me, Mr. Fellini. Su Qingxue wasn't convinced. She wanted to hear just how amazing these clothes were. Fellini sighed and respectfully asked, Mr. Yi, can you let us touch the fabric of your clothes? Sure, make it clear. I thought you were going to do something. Yifan chuckled and said. Fellini was rather excited. He stretched out his finger and carefully rubbed the fabric at the corner of his clothes. He said, Miss Lu, come and touch it. You shouldn't be able to tell the origin of this fabric, right? Lu Jing'er suspiciously stepped forward and casually touched it. Her expression instantly became somewhat surprised. The fabric of a family treasure? Lu Jing'er said in surprise. That's right. The Scable brand fabric, which was born in Brussels, is a fabric that the top tailors of Seville Street admire. It is also the best fabric that can be bought with money in the world. Fellini said, how can clothes made of this kind of fabric be ordinary goods? At this time, Su Qingxue couldn't help but step forward and carefully touch it. Although she had touched it before, she despised it in her heart and didn't carefully experience it. This time, he carefully touched it and found that the texture of the fabric was indeed not ordinary. Fellini then pointed at Yifan's pants and said, do you know what is added to each thread of these white pants? Without waiting for the two women to reply, Fellini loudly said, let me tell you. It was the powder of South African diamonds. This was a precious fabric that was limited in quantity every year in the world. Just the fabric of this pair of pants is worth at least 100,000 euros. Once these words were spoken, Su Qingxue and Lu Jing'er were completely stunned, not to mention Qinya, who was at the side, who was already dumbstruck. Grind the diamond into powder and add it to the fabric? Just thinking about it made him feel crazy. Yifan patted Fellini's shoulder and whispered, can you not shout so loudly? What if someone hears me and chases after me to take off my pants? Only then did Fellini realize that he was too excited. He quickly lowered his head to express his apology and then respectfully introduced, of course, this fabric is not the most important thing. The most amazing thing is the sewing technique. Saying that, Fellini gently lifted a corner of Yifan's clothes and said, I believe that the two of you have heard that Hermes leather goods have a big secret, and that is the use of saddle stitch. This saddle stitch technique was a two-pronged technique. Two needles and a thread were used to sew at the same time, making the leather very sturdy and beautiful. In fact, among the tailors, there was an ancient stitch technique that was almost lost, the blind saddle stitch. The invisible saddle needle technique is the unique skill of my grandmaster, Master Elric. Even my master, Master George, can't understand its essentials. The great thing about this stitch technique is that it uses 3 needles and 1 thread to sew at the same time, making the clothes exceptionally tough and durable. At the same time, it seems that only 1 needle is sewing, and the other 2 threads are dark threads. Su Qingxue and Lu Jing'er took a closer look and realized that it was indeed so. It was impossible for a machine to sew something so complicated. Fellini couldn't bear to let go of the line that the needle and thread had passed through. He sighed with emotion, this is the work of a tailor. No design can be compared to this skill. At this time, Su Qingxue had no choice but to believe that she had really made a mistake. She was too wrong, however, he also felt that Yi Fan was too despicable. He was clearly wearing such luxurious clothes, yet he pretended to be poor and greedy for money. What was he thinking? Yi Fan, do you really know that Master Alec? Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Qingxue asked. Didn't I already say that the clothes were given to me by an old friend? You didn't ask me which friend it was. Yi Fan was very innocent. Su Qingxue pursed her lips. She really didn't ask much, but the man was in the right. After Lu Jing'er recovered from her shock, her eyes flashed as she doubtfully said, "You're just a driver, why did you get the tailor master of the royal family to make clothes for you? Don't tell me you stole the clothes and pants you're wearing. So you don't even know the true value of these clothes." After hearing Lu Jing'er's words, Fellini also felt that it was possible. After all, what kind of status did Master Alec have? How could he talk about friendship with a young assistant? One had to know that this grand disciple of his could be considered to have some status in the world, but he might not even be able to meet Master Alec. When Yi Fan heard this, he was a bit unhappy. It's not like I only have this set of clothes. I still have a bunch of clothes and pants that old AI gave me at home. There are even several pairs of underpants. Who knows if you stole a few when you were a thief? If you really made friends with Master Alec, would you have to be a driver? Lu Jing'er sneered. Su Qingxue stood up and proudly said, "He's my assistant, my driver, so what? Could it be that there are still differences in professions?" Su Qingxue, it's useless no matter what you say. Right now, I am even more suspicious that you are accomplices. If you can't compete with our Lu family, then you will play tricks and try to influence Mr. Fellini's judgment. Lu Jing'er said aggressively. You're thinking too much. I've already said it, I'm no longer interested in cooperating with LD. Let's go now. Su Qingxue said as she turned around and was about to leave. However, just as the woman was about to take a step forward, Yi Fan grabbed her wrist. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Su Qingxue was puzzled. I was slandered by her as a thief, how can I just leave like that? Isn't that a disguised admission? Yi Fan was unwilling. Lu Jing'er sneered, aren't you? Fellini asked, Mr. Yi, do you have any evidence to prove that this dress really belongs to you, or do you and my master recognize each other? Yi Fan sighed, looked at the clock in the hotel, and said, it's only 4 or 5 in the morning at Luandun. However, old AI is old and doesn't sleep in. He should be up by now. I'll give him a call. What? You have my grandmaster's number. Even I don't have it. Fellini cried out in alarm, his emotions stirred. Yi Fan curled his lips, bullshit, he didn't make clothes for you, so why should he call you? Fellini's face stiffened as he smiled embarrassedly, as if he had eaten a cockroach. Su Qingxue and Qinya were both curious and expectant, but Lu Jing'er's face was filled with suspicion and nervousness. Yi Fan was about to take out his phone, but he thought that something was wrong, so he asked Su Qingxue, Director Su, lend me your phone. My phone can't connect to the whole world. Su Qingxue handed the phone to him. Yi Fan immediately entered a string of numbers to calling Lan. Not long after, the call really connected. Who is it? An old voice came from the other side. It was a thick Luandun accent, and its tone was not very friendly, as if it did not like to be disturbed. When Yi Fan heard the voice of this old acquaintance, he felt that it was somewhat cordial. He smiled slightly, and a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Old AI, it's me. Chapter 53. 0053. On the other side of the phone, there was silence for more than 20 seconds. Suddenly, Alec's voice trembled. He was so excited that he seemed to be crying. He respectfully called out, "My prince. Have you finally remembered this lowly one?" Yi Fan deliberately turned down the volume of the phone to prevent the people beside him from hearing what Alec called him. If Su Qingxue and the others heard this, they would definitely ask why Alec would call him prince. That would be hard to explain. Old AI, it's not like I've forgotten about you. I've been wearing the clothes and underpants you made for me all this time. The clothes you made are quite durable. Yi Fan said with a relaxed smile. Alec was busy wiping away his tears on the other end of the phone. This is the highest honor of this lowly one. I have always been looking forward to serving you again. But you have been missing for 2 years, and the last time I made clothes for you was 3 years ago. There was a hint of resentment in the old tailor's words, as if he was a resentful woman who had been abandoned. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and comforted him. All right, you old man, I'm taking care of you. I want you to relax a little. If you want to do it, then do it. I'll give you a mailing address later. Send it over when you're done. You know what kind of style I like anyway. Really? That's great. I will definitely keep your address a secret. I know that you definitely don't want to be disturbed by anyone, so you chose to retire. Alec said very considerately. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Old man, you are still the smartest. I am also very at ease with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you." Alec also seemed to be very proud. "As your servant, I still need to have this bit of comprehension. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of serving you? Alright, stop flattering me. I called you today. Actually, there's still something I need you to solve." Alec quickly said respectfully, "Just give me your orders. Even if I have to risk my life, I will do it for you. It's not that serious, it's a small matter." "Is there anyone called Fellini among your disciples?" Yi Fan said as he glanced at Fellini beside him. In fact, at this time, Fellini's lips were already pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. If the person on the other side of the phone was really Master Alec, then what kind of existence could make the master flatter him? Lu Jing also bit her lower lip and clenched her fists, feeling uneasy. "Mr. Su, are you serious? Did he really know that mysterious big shot? Why do I feel like he's bragging?" Qinya was very suspicious. Shu Qingxue, on the other hand, shook her head as if she was deep in thought. She couldn't say for sure, she would only know after the results. However, the woman's heart was beating very fast, because the connections that Yi Fan had displayed were as inconceivable as a dream. Also, Yi Fan's standard London accent was filled with the elegance of a noble. Su Qingxue felt that her English paled in comparison. "Fellini?" On the other end of the phone, Master Alec hesitated for a moment and said, "Oh, I remember. It's my student, one of George's students. He came to our shop as an apprentice when he was young. However, that child couldn't calm his heart. Although he had talent, he didn't have the temperament to become a top tailor, so he left the school." "My lord, why did you mention Fellini? A tailor of his level is only second-rate and is not fit to serve you at all." Yi Fan shook his head. "No, I didn't ask him to make clothes. It's like this. I met him because of something. He recognized the clothes I was wearing. They were made by you. He suspected that I had stolen them." "What? He's courting death." Alec seemed to have gone mad as he suddenly roared on the phone. Soon after, he nervously said, "My lord. Please calm your anger. I'll get George to expel Fellini right now. He has nothing to do with us. If that doesn't quell your anger, you can kill him." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This grandmaster was really heartless. "I say, old AI, what are you so excited about? It's not like I'm planning to do anything. I'll give him the phone, and you can prove to him that we know each other. There's no need to say anything else, do you understand what I mean? Yi-Fan said with a hint of meaningfulness. Alec was stunned for a moment. He was also old and experienced, so he roughly understood that Yi-Fan didn't want to reveal his identity. Alright, I know what to do, Alec agreed. Leaf only then did Yi-Fan pass the phone over to Fellini. The latter's hand trembled. With great difficulty, he finally received the phone. Thinking about how he had to talk to his grandmaster, who he hadn't been able to talk to for decades, Fellini's entire body felt like it was in a cast. He stood perfectly straight, as restrained as he could be. You. Hello, Master Alec. Fellini's voice was very low. When Alec faced Fellini, his tone was clearly much more arrogant and cold. I heard George say it once. You have some fame outside now. Hearing that it really was Alec's voice, Fellini's legs went limp. His face and palms trembled as he said, No. No, in front of Master Alec, I'm just making a small fuss. Humph. If you think too highly of yourself, you will never be able to become a true top tailor. Your old habit still hasn't changed, Alec said. I was wrong, Master. Fellini lowered his head in shame. He thought of the time when he was studying and the regret he felt after failing. Tears were about to come out of his eyes, just like a primary school student being scolded by a teacher. Seeing this scene, Lu Jing'er was dumbfounded. Master Fellini, who had attracted the attention of the fashion circle all over the world, was actually made to cry by an old tailor in a few words. Su Qingxue and Chenya, on the other hand, completely believed that the person on the other side of the phone was Master Alec, an unheard-of tailor that even the royal family had to curry favor with. Listen, Master Alec said solemnly, that gentleman is not someone you can question. If you make him even the slightest bit dissatisfied, you don't need to stay in this circle anymore. You should know what this means. Fellini shuddered and was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Of course, he knew that Master Alec was not trying to scare him. In the eyes of those big shots behind the scenes, Master Alec was the leader of the clothing industry. As for him, Fellini, he was just a so-called design master in the eyes of ordinary people, but he was still unable to enter the top of the pyramid. As long as Master Alec said a few words to some people, the board of directors of the LD group would immediately oust him, Fellini. Master, don't worry. I know what to do. Fellini said, swallowing his saliva. Alec replied with a, return the phone to that lord. Chapter 54. 0054. When Fellini saw Yi-Fan, it was as if a pug had seen its master. This caused Su Qingxue and the others to be stunned. Lu Jing'er's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Because all of this was equivalent to insulting her ignorance. Yi-Fan casually chatted with Alec for a while. After saying a string of addresses in Egret County, he returned the phone to Su Qingxue. Alright, now that it's proven that the clothes are mine, Director Su, let's go. Yi-Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue still felt like she was dreaming. She looked at the man with a complicated gaze and nodded. This time, Fellini was anxious. He just let them go like this. If Yi-Fan was unhappy, wouldn't he be finished? Fellini hurriedly ran to the front to stop him and said humbly, Mr. Yi, I was ignorant just now. If I knew that you were also in the embroidery group, I would not have hesitated. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Let our LD group become a partner of the embroidery group. Mr. Fellini. You can't do this. Lu Jing'er's face was ashen from anger. She rushed up and said, didn't you agree to cooperate with our Lu family? Fellini's face was stiff. Miss Lu, I didn't sign a contract with you, so it doesn't count as a promise. After careful consideration, I still feel that the embroidery group is more powerful. You're going back on your word. Lu Jing'er felt that she had lost all face and was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, Fellini didn't care about her at all and continued to beg Yi Fan to give him another chance. Yi Fan curled his lips and said awkwardly, I'm just an assistant. You have to ask our director Su if she agrees. Hearing that, Fellini hurriedly smiled at Su Qingxue and said, Miss Su, can you give me another chance? I want to see your plan. Su Qingxue had already calmed down. Her beautiful eyes playfully glanced at Lu Jing-er and took the plan from Chenya's hands. See la. Su Qingxue directly tore apart the document and faced the dumbstruck Fellini, saying, We can cooperate, but we have to redesign a cooperation plan. Fellini's face was awkward and bitter. It was obvious that Su Qingxue had the initiative this time, so she had to make the conditions more favorable to the embroidery group. No problem, I'm willing to wait. However, Fellini didn't dare to resist and said with a stiff smile. This woman's reaction was really fast. As soon as she saw the change in the situation, she changed her strategy at the last minute to maximize her own benefits. In any case, the cooperation with LD Group was basically set. Fellini politely sent Yi Fan and the others out of the hotel, as if he was the one receiving them and Yi Fan and the others were distinguished guests. As for Lu Jing'er, she felt extremely embarrassed and didn't want to stay any longer. After fiercely glaring at Yi Fan, she ran away without a trace. Arriving at Su Qingxue's car, Fellini was still busy helping the woman open the car door, just like a servant, afraid that there would be anything inconsiderate. Mr. Fellini, you don't have to be like this. Although there were some unpleasantness today, we are still very satisfied with the result. You don't have to be too restrained. Su Qingxue had just hit him with a stick and gave him another sweet jujube. Fellini wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, It's good that CEO Su is satisfied. I'm looking forward to cooperating with the embroidery group. Yi Fan sat in the driver's seat and said, Is there anything else? Then let's go. Please. Please wait a moment. Fellini pleaded, Mr. Yi, I offended you today. Please forgive me. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, please say it out loud. Yi Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as everything goes smoothly with the cooperation, I might even put in a few good words for you in front of Alec. When Fellini heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. Thank you so much, you are so magnanimous. Yi Fan suddenly thought of something and asked Su Qingxue, who was behind him, Director Su, do I still have 2 sets of clothes and pants in the car? Su Qingxue's expression was slightly awkward as she silently took out a bag from the back of the car. It was precisely the clothes in this bag that she had used as evidence back then. She despised Yi Fan's iron cock and scolded the man to the point that he was useless. Now that she thought about it, it was Su Qingxue herself who was too ignorant. The 2 dirty clothes in this bag were all treasures of astonishing value. Yi Fan took out a pair of yellow shorts from the bag. Although the shorts were wrinkled and smelled of sweat, the moment he took them out, Fellini's eyes lit up. I'll give you this pair of pants, just treat it as a gift for our cooperation. Yi Fan had a forthright expression on his face. In any case, Alec would soon give him a pile of clothes, so it didn't matter if he gave him 1 or 2 old ones. Fellini was so excited that he was about to cry. He respectfully received the bright yellow shorts with both hands, as if he had found a treasure. If a passerby who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would definitely think that this foreigner was crazy. What was there to be happy about with an old pair of underpants? Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Yi. I will put this work in my safe when I get back and keep it safe. Fellini even planned to set up a window to display this pair of shorts, so as to benefit from Master Alec's light. One had to know that Master Alec had made a lot of classic suits and dresses. This kind of casual shorts was something that not many people had ever seen before. The rarer something is, the more expensive it is. After completing this negotiation happily, Yi Fan drove the car and left the hotel together with Su Qingxue. Looking at the car leaving, Chenya, who was about to drive away, had a complicated look in her eyes. There was a sense of loss and helplessness in her eyes. However, at this moment, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue couldn't sense it. England, the sky was bright, in an ancient and exquisite building near Seville Street. A white-haired old man wearing thick black-framed reading glasses, yet still in high spirits, ran down the stairs with a thump-thump-thump sound. The old man was dressed in a white shirt and a black vest. He was old, but he was meticulously dressed. "George! John!" the old man shouted. Immediately, two men, one fat and one thin, who looked to be in their 50s, popped their heads out from between a pile of clothes and fabrics. "Teacher, what are your orders?" the fat, curly-bearded George asked respectfully. The old tailor, Alec, said excitedly, "Put down all your work. From today onwards, work with me. I want to make a lot of clothes and pants." "Teacher, we haven't finished the suits of the King of Spain and the Prince of Wales. I'm afraid we won't be able to help you for the time being," the other disciple, John, said apologetically. Alec frowned, waved his hand, and said resolutely, "What king, prince, let them all wait. In these 2 weeks, we will only serve one lord." "Teacher, which lord is it?" George asked curiously. Alec patted his chest with a face full of reverence and solemnly shouted, "Divine wrath." Chapter 55. 0055 Huahai City, Yifan drove the car all the way back. After driving for more than half an hour, neither of them spoke. Su Qingxue thought that after such a big thing happened, the man would always give her a reason. Even if there was a reason to prevaricate, there should still be one. However, Yifan acted as if nothing had happened and just drove silently. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Su Qingxue looked out of the window and asked casually. Yifan looked at the rearview mirror and said, "I really have something to do this morning. It's really my student who called me." "You don't know, that girl actually ran away from home. I can't just leave her alone. Who asked you that?" Su Qingxue wasn't interested in listening to that at all, and interrupted, "Why didn't you mention Master Alec to me?" Yifan blinked, somewhat puzzled. "Old AI. Why would I mention him if I have nothing to do?" Su Qingxue said with slight resentment, "I told you to throw away your clothes and pants several times before, but you insisted on keeping them. Are you secretly mocking me for not knowing how to appreciate them? Inexperienced? Actually, you've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Now you can laugh at me as much as you want." Yifan smiled and shook his head. "Qingxue, what are you thinking about?" "I didn't think that much at all. It's just that I'm used to wearing these clothes, and they were given to me by an old friend. It's really inappropriate to lose them." "Then tell me, how did you and Master Alec get to know each other?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan had already thought of an excuse. "There's nothing special about it. We just met at a small tavern in Yinglan. We had a good chat and became friends despite our age." "Do you think I'm an idiot? Can I believe that?" "You liar. You just like to see me make a fool of myself. You clearly have the ability to control Fellini from the beginning, but you insist on watching me make a fool of myself, right?" Su Qingxue was sullen. This man was full of lies again. Suddenly, Yifan stepped on the brakes and stopped the car by the roadside. Su Qingxue was shocked and looked at the man vigilantly. "You. What are you doing? Am I wrong?" Yifan did not reply. Instead, he opened the car door, ran out of the car, and walked towards a 24-hour convenience store by the roadside. When Su Qingxue saw this, she thought to herself, "This guy is actually throwing a tantrum and skipping work." She also got out of the car and chased after him, asking, "Yifan. What do you mean? I said a few words to you, and you want to leave in anger. Are you even a man? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just say it." He chased all the way into the convenience store, only to see Yifan come to a freezer and take something out. "Here, take it." Yifan smiled and passed a Haagen-Dazs strawberry ice cream to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue subconsciously took it and froze on the spot. "What are you doing?" "Beauty, the weather is so hot, do you need to ask for a reason to eat ice cream?" As Yifan spoke, he took a popsicle for himself and went to the counter to pay. Only then did Qingxue understand that the man ran out of the car to buy something. After Fan Xian paid, he saw that the woman was still foolishly looking at him. He couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Don't just stand there. If you park for too long, you'll get a ticket. Even if you have money, you can't go against the traffic police." Su Qingxue came back to her senses. Looking at the strawberry ice cream in her hand, a blush appeared on her face. It was actually strawberries again. This guy was really annoying. I didn't say I wanted ice cream. Mind your own business. Yi Fan replied with an, "Oh," and walked over to take it away. "If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. I'll eat too." When Su Qingxue heard this, she quickly retracted her hand and said unhappily, "Why should I give it to you? Go eat your popsicle." Yi Fan sighed and muttered, "One moment you say you won't eat it, and the next moment you won't give it to me. You women are really difficult to deal with. What did you say about me?" Su Qingxue's almond-shaped eyes widened. Yi Fan pretended to be stupid and ran out of the convenience store. Su Qingxue angrily stomped her feet and followed him out. Returning to the car, Yi Fan held the steering wheel with one hand and a popsicle with the other, leisurely nibbling on it. Su Qingxue also became silent and didn't ask about Master Alec anymore. It would be useless to ask anyway. She held a small spoon and ate the strawberry-flavored ice cream one mouthful at a time. Her eyes were filled with thoughts. In the past, there were a lot of men who gave her gifts. Jewelry, luxury cars, mansions. This was the first time a man actually bought her an ice cream. What made Su Qingxue feel strange was that while holding the cold ice cream in her hand, there was a strange warmth in her heart. When they returned to Egret County, Aunt Jiang was sitting in the living room watching TV. The old woman was still engrossed in it, and only when Yi Fan and Su Qingxue walked in did they realize that they had returned. "Aunt Jiang, what are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed?" Su Qingxue asked curiously. Aunt Jiang pointed at the news on the TV and said worriedly, "Miss, several women have died in Huahai recently. They are all young and beautiful girls. The people from the Defense Bureau said that there was a serial killer and told the citizens to be careful. Miss, you have to be careful. Let Yi Fan accompany you to and from work. If you go out during the day, try your best to bring Miss Su and the others with you." Yi Fan looked at the content of the news and frowned. This perverted killer, other than picking on young beauties, would also cut off a piece of skin from the girl's body after killing her. His methods were extremely cruel. Su Qingxue felt that Aunt Jiang was exaggerating and said, "This kind of murderer will be caught in a while. Aunt Jiang, you don't have to worry too much. This kind of person should be shot to death." Aunt Jiang said indignantly, "Such a good girl was killed just like that." Sigh. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Aunt Jiang quickly went to open the door, but when she saw who it was, the old woman's face revealed a very surprised expression. "Officer, you are..." The ones who came to the door were actually 4 uniformed policemen. The leading policeman had a long and thin face and long eyes. With a serious expression, he said, "Auntie, may I ask if this is Miss Su Qingxue's home?" "Yes, that's right." Aunt Jiang was puzzled. "Are you looking for our young miss?" "My name is Black Hawk. We are from the Huahai Defense Bureau. There is a case that might involve Miss Su, so we want to come and investigate. Is it convenient?" Although the question was asked to Aunt Jiang, it was obvious that her gaze was already on Su Qingxue, who was in the house. Su Qingxue was expressionless, but her eyes seemed to be deep in thought. She nodded and said, "Aunt Jiang, let the police officers in." "Thank you, Miss Su." The 4 of them walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Aunt Jiang quickly poured a few cups of tea for them, but the old woman's face was obviously worried. Yi Fan, on the other hand, sat at the dining table, eating fruits by himself. He hadn't even eaten lunch yet. Black Hawk and the others looked at the decorations in the mansion, and finally, their gazes locked onto Yi Fan. Chapter 56. 0056. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and noticed that Aunt Jiang was present, so she said, "He's my boyfriend." The four of them didn't seem to expect this. They were slightly stunned for a moment before saying, "We heard that the Zheng family has always wanted to marry the Su family. We didn't expect that Miss Su already has a boyfriend. You guys are well informed, but this is a matter between the two of us. There's no need to make it known to the entire city, right?" Su Qingxue said. "Didn't the Zheng family and the other members of the Su family object?" Black Hawk asked. Su Qingxue frowned. "The four of you are policemen, it's not appropriate for you to be so concerned about my private life." Black Hawk smiled faintly. "Miss Su, don't misunderstand. It's just that the reason we came to find you today is very likely related to your private life." As he spoke, Black Hawk placed a few photos taken by the monitor on the short table. On the photo was Su Qingxue's car. "Miss Su, the black Lexus SUV registered under your name once went to a fishing village and returned a few hours later. It was at that time that a murder occurred in a warehouse in the fishing village. And we noticed that when the car passed by, the driver was one of the victims of the murder. When we came back, the person driving the car became your boyfriend. This Mr. called Yi Fan." Black Hawk directly said his name and looked at Yi Fan with a sharp gaze. Su Qingxue's white hand slightly grabbed onto the corner of her skirt. Her eyes focused for a moment and she calmly asked, "Someone died?" "What, doesn't Miss Su know? Those people drove your car there?" Black Hawk asked. Su Qingxue turned her head to look at Yi Fan. Seeing the man's calm and collected expression, she felt that things were not simple. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingxue said, "I was kidnapped that day, but I don't know who those people were. I was unconscious the entire time. When I woke up, I had already been saved by Yi Fan. As for whether or not the people over there are dead, I have no idea." "So you're saying Mr. Yi is a hero who saved a beauty, and even killed a bandit?" Black Hawk looked at Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan waved his hand. "No, I just went to beat them up. I didn't kill anyone, so don't slander me." Su Qingxue also felt that the situation was serious. She stood up and said, "Officer, do you have evidence to prove that Yi Fan killed him?" "Miss Su, don't be agitated. Even if Mr. Yi really killed those bandits, it wouldn't be a crime because those bandits were originally bandits. Mr. Yi saving you was considered self-defense. However, we would like to investigate what kind of industry Mr. Yi was previously in, and why did he have the ability to kill those extraordinary criminals?" Yi Fan pointed at a tool bag in the corner of the hall. "I'm a plumber, I'm very strong, so I'm very good at fighting, but I really didn't kill anyone. Mr. Yi, we guarantee that you will not be convicted of killing those 3 people. We are just very friendly and want to understand your situation." Black Hawk said with a fake smile. Fan Xian took a bite of the peach in his hand and said as he ate, "If you have evidence that I killed him, of course I will tell you. But if you test me like this, it's clear that you don't have any evidence, right?" Black Hawk and the other 3 were silent. Indeed, they thought that as long as they investigated the fingerprints, they would be able to determine who did it. However, after checking, they realized that the fingerprints were all incomplete or purposely erased. It was obvious that this murderer deliberately avoided leaving behind complete fingerprints when he killed them. This made Black Hawk and the others even more shocked because while this person was killing them, he still had the time to think about how to erase the clues. How confident was he? Su Qingxue also realized this and said coldly, "Officer Black Hawk, if you don't have evidence, don't frame my boyfriend. If there's anything, I'll get a lawyer to talk to you. Please leave my house before I get the warrant." "Miss Su, recently, there was a perverted killer in Hua Hai City who killed several women in a row. Are you really that relieved to let someone with an unknown background stay by your side?" Another paler police officer said. "Watch your words, be careful that I will sue you for slander," Su Qingxue said coldly. The few policemen were about to argue but Black Hawk stretched out his hand to stop them and said apologetically, "Miss Su, since you said so, we will take our leave first. Sorry for disturbing you." After saying that, Black Hawk brought his 3 team members and left the mansion. What's going on? Miss, you were kidnapped. Aunt Zhang finally dared to speak and said with a pained heart. Su Qingxue said apologetically, Aunt Zhang, I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would worry. Anyway, I'm fine now. It's all thanks to Yi Fan, it's really the will of the heavens that you guys can be together. Aunt Zhang hurriedly tried to matchmake them. However, Qingxue glared at Yi Fan snappily, I don't care if you killed anyone or not, this matter will pass just like that. If they go to find you alone, you will bite on it and not let go. We'll hire a lawyer, they don't have any evidence, so we can't do anything. Yi Fan chuckled, Qingxue, I'm so touched that you care so much about me. I care about your ass. I just don't want to get involved in this mess because of you, I'm busy with work. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she angrily walked upstairs into the study and closed the door with a bang. In the living room, Aunt Zhang's expression became a little strange. She looked at Yi Fan with a deep gaze and said, Yi Fan, you didn't encounter any trouble, did you? Yi Fan's eyes carried a smile. This Aunt Zhang's acting skills were really superb. There was a hidden meaning in her words. It's a small matter, Aunt Zhang, you don't have to worry. Yi Fan replied with certainty. Aunt Zhang nodded and immediately regained her usual kind smile, I see that you've eaten so many fruits. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Outside Egret County, in a police car. Black Hawk and the others took off their temporary police uniforms. Of course, they weren't from the Defense Bureau. It was just that their identities weren't suitable to be exposed, so they borrowed the name of the Defense Bureau. Ash Wolf, how do you feel about that Yi Fan's strength? Black Hawk lit a cigarette and asked a sturdy, short-haired team member beside him. Although Black Hawk was the captain of this team, the one with the strongest combat strength in the team was still the Ash Wolf. The Ash Wolf took off his police hat, carefully considered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know how to evaluate him. In my opinion, he's just an ordinary person. However, he is extraordinary everywhere. Sigh. This is also what I wanted to say. This guy didn't panic when he saw us go in, and his anger wasn't in a mess. It was as if he wouldn't be worried no matter what we asked him. But I don't feel the slightest bit of an expert from him. He's just a white-collar worker at work, the delicate and pretty team member said. Little White's words reminded me. The tall and sturdy man said, he seemed to have guessed that we would go, so he wasn't afraid at all. Giant Cannon, you mean, he's not afraid of us at all? Black Hawk asked. The cannon nodded, yes, Captain. To put it bluntly, he didn't put us in his eyes. That's true. If he really killed the 3 elites of the monkey-eating eagle, then he definitely has a way to cover up all traces. Our investigation won't be so easy. The reason why he was able to let us find him was definitely because he felt that even if we found him, he wouldn't care, the Ash Wolf said. But if that's the case, why didn't he leave behind a perfect fingerprint? If he has the ability, then leave behind evidence for us to capture him. Lil White said unhappily. Black Hawk narrowed his eyes and smiled bitterly, this is where Yi Fan is powerful. He knows that as long as the crucial evidence is not left behind, we won't dare to act rashly. He has already thought of this from the very beginning. To him, he doesn't mind if we investigate him or not. As long as we don't capture him, he doesn't care. This kid is really arrogant. The Ash Wolf frowned and said, Captain, are we really not going to capture him? Why do I feel that he might be related to that serial killer? If he is a serial killer, then it will indeed be very difficult to deal with. Giant Cannon sighed. Black Hawk pondered for a moment, whether he is a killer or not, we cannot come to a conclusion. Yi Fan. We will continue to investigate. Catching a serial killer is also an order from our superiors. I'm afraid the 4 of us won't be enough, Lil White said. Black Hawk smiled, the rebel army that invaded the country has all been killed. Little Fish, Changfeng, and Liuxiu will all rush over to meet up with us. There will definitely be enough manpower. Chapter 57. 0057 Yi Fan really didn't care about the people from Dragon Fang. Although he knew that Black Hawk and the others were definitely not policemen, Yi Fan didn't care about their origins at all. His current thoughts were on how to go on a date with Feng Yuing. After all, tomorrow was the Sunday they agreed on. He had been with many women, but he had never fallen in love with a woman before. Therefore, he was still a newbie in this area and needed a lot of experience. Yi Fan thought of the phrase, "There is a jade in the book," so he wanted to read a book. "Qingxue, is it convenient for me to go in?" Yi Fan looked at Su Qingshue's study door. Su Qingshu lightly said, "Come in." As soon as he entered the study, Yi Fan slipped into the bookshelf. "What are you doing?" Su Qingshu was puzzled. She thought that the man was explaining to her about the dead, but she didn't expect the situation to be completely different. Yi Fan carefully searched the bookshelf and said, "I want to see if there are any books that I can use." When Su Qingshu heard this, she felt that this man was finally a little motivated, so she wasn't angry and asked, "What book do you want?" "Heh heh." Yi Fan stuck his head out and said shyly, "Do you have any books for young girls and young men to fall in love?" Su Qingshu was stunned for a moment, then snorted, "Can't you read something meaningful? Why are you reading that kind of book?" Yi Fan felt wronged and said, "I just want to learn how people fall in love." "Is there a need for you to be so angry? Falling in love?" Su Qingshu blinked her eyes and suddenly thought, could it be that this guy? The woman couldn't help but blush. She turned her head and said softly, "I don't have it here. You can leave." Yi Fan regretfully nodded, "All right, then I'll go search the internet." After Yi Fan left the study and closed the door, Su Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. The woman touched her chest. Her heart was still beating like a deer. She touched her face, which was also warm. "Idiot, do you even need to read books to learn that kind of thing?" Su Qingshu muttered, then subconsciously looked at the computer. She pursed her lips and hesitated for a long time. After opening a search page, she typed a few times on the keyboard and a line of words appeared on the search bar, "How to fall in love." Early the next morning, Yi Fan finished a set of his own strange moves outside the house. After eating breakfast, he changed into a new set of clothes. When he arrived downstairs, Su Qingshu was sitting on the sofa watching the news. Fan Xian felt that since he had been out all day, he should greet her, so he went over and said, "Qingshu, there shouldn't be any work today, right?" Shu Qingshu saw that the man was dressed cleanly and seemed to be very particular about it. She said, "If you don't have a job, are you going out?" "Yeah, I'll be outside all day today. You and Auntie Jiang don't have to wait for me to eat." "Where are you going?" Su Qingshu frowned and said, "If that's the case, why don't I arrange some work for you?" She really couldn't figure it out. This man clearly had a lot of connections. Logically speaking, he should have enough money. Why did he like to earn small amounts of money and do small things? Don't. Please don't. Yi Fan realized that Auntie Jiang wasn't at home. She seemed to have gone out to take out the trash, so he whispered, "I have a date today, so give me a day off." When Shu Qingshu heard that, her expression froze for a moment. Then, her gaze turned cold. "You don't have to report this kind of thing to me." "Why not? We live under the same roof, so I have to tell you. But don't worry, we definitely won't delay our contract just because I'm dating someone. I will keep this relationship a secret for the next 3 months. Yi Fan said with a smile. "Don't tell me. I don't care who you're dating." Shu Qingshu glared at the man and suddenly stood up. She stopped watching the TV and quickly walked upstairs. Yi Fan scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't he just going on a date? Was there a need to give him such a cold shoulder? They weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend either. They couldn't possibly not even get together because of this contract, right? Women are really hard to understand. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head, then walked out of the house. Half an hour later, Yi Fan arrived at the district where Feng Yuing lived. Arriving at Feng Yuying's house, Yi Fan pressed the doorbell. Very soon, the door opened. Feng Yuing, who was wearing white pajamas and a black mask on her face, appeared in front of him. Yi Fan was stunned. This wasn't the same as the date he imagined. Feng Yuing also realized that she couldn't meet anyone in her current state. She quickly covered her face and ran back to the washroom. Ying, don't run, Yi Fan called out. You're too early, Feng Yuying's voice came from the washroom. She grumbled, I'm not even ready yet. Yi Fan walked to the washroom door and peeked in through the crack of the door. He said, it's okay, I think you're quite cute like this, Ying. Cute my ass. Feng Yuing directly closed the door, you're not allowed to peek. Go sit on the sofa. Yi Fan was helpless. He could only walk to the sofa in the living room and sit down. He looked around and realized that there were all kinds of documents everywhere. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the woman must have been busy until very late last night and finished all her work so that she could squeeze out this Sunday to go on a date with him. Yi Fan felt warm in his heart. This woman was too considerate. The key was that the attitude of this date was very positive. It was worth praising. After waiting for more than half an hour, Feng Yuing finally came out of the washroom. At this moment, she had already put on some makeup. Her beautiful face was white and rosy, like a lotus in midsummer. Wait a little longer, I'll go change my clothes, Feng Yuing said and ran into the bedroom. When Yi Fan heard that, he quickly got up and wanted to run over. He wanted to secretly see how the woman changed her clothes. He had no choice, he was curious. I wonder if the innermost one should be changed. TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. But just as he ran to the bedroom door, he saw Feng Yuing coincidentally turning back from the wardrobe to close the bedroom door. The two of them faced each other and stared at each other. Yi Fan immediately felt awkward. Little scoundrel. You're thinking of crooked ideas. Feng Yuing blushed and glared at Yi Fan in annoyance, if you continue to be like this, I won't go on a date with you anymore. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly, pulled up his pants and said, don't misunderstand, I wanted to go to the washroom, I went the wrong way. Hee, how could Feng Yuing believe him? The moment she came up, she closed the door with a bang, and even locked it. Yi Fan could only return to the living room dejectedly. He thought about how the graceful and moving woman inside changed her clothes to satisfy her cravings. After waiting for almost 20 minutes, Yi Fan couldn't wait any longer. He thought to himself, could it be that the woman's clothes are so complicated that she can't even wear them after so long? Just as he was about to rush her, he saw the door open. Feng Yuying's beautiful hair was already loose and the ends were slightly curled, revealing her gentle and skilled temperament. She was wearing a light green floral top with a straight collar, which accentuated the lines of her beautiful shoulders and collarbone to the fullest. She was wearing a dark blue short skirt, which revealed her snow-white and delicate legs. For a moment, the originally mature and dignified royal elder sister suddenly had a bit of a pure young girl's demeanor. Feng Yuing saw that the man was staring straight at her and she was happy and a little proud. She hadn't dressed up so diligently for a long time, at least she didn't waste her effort. The woman cleared her throat, waved the Chanel bag in her hand and said, Yi Fan, let's go. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva, chuckled and went up to hold Feng Yuying's hand. Come, let's go for lunch. I found a lot of good restaurants. Feng Yuying's beautiful eyes flickered and she said hesitantly, going to eat so early? Chapter 58. 0058 I want to go to my brother's place first. The sanatorium called me yesterday and said that they had something to discuss. I want to go on a date with you today and let you meet my brother as well. Feng Yuying's eyes were filled with longing as she said, I want my brother to see that I have already walked out of the shadows and welcomed a new life. Yi Fan felt that this suggestion was not bad. Although Feng Xiaolui was currently in a vegetative state, he was still Feng Yuying's younger brother after all. It was necessary for him to meet him. All right, after seeing our little brother, we'll go for lunch. We'll go shopping in the afternoon and watch a movie in the evening. Yi Fan said with a smile. Me. Our little brother. Feng Yuying's face was rosy as she turned her head away. You only know how to take advantage of me. He's 1 year older than you, so he should be considered your brother. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. I'm his brother-in-law, what does that have to do with age? What nonsense are you spouting? You're not. Don't think that you can settle me so quickly. This is only the first day of dating, and I still have to examine you for a long time. And you have to get the consent of my family. Feng Yuying rolled her eyes at him. Alright, it will be like this sooner or later, hee hee. Yi Fan was happy in his heart. A beauty was a beauty, even rolling her eyes at him was extremely flirtatious. The two chatted as they went downstairs, and then got into Feng Yuying's car. However, this time, it was Yi Fan who drove. After all, it was inconvenient for a woman to wear high heels. Along the way to the sanatorium in the southern suburbs, the surrounding environment had already become surrounded by green trees and enchanting fragrant grass. Although it was noon, it wasn't hot here. The temperature was at least 3 to 4 degrees lower than in the city. After getting off the car, Yi Fan said, the environment here is not bad, and the facilities are so new. Our little brother needs quite a bit of money to stay here for a year, right? Feng Yuying couldn't do anything about the man's glib tongue. She sighed and said, this is the best sanatorium in Huahai. It costs 400,000 a year. 400,000? Is it all your money? Yi Fan was tongue-tied. My parents are in my hometown, so it's more or less enough to support themselves with their pension. How can I let them bear the burden? Feng Yuying smiled confidently, don't worry, I'm the head of the sales department after all, so my income is not bad. The pity in Fan Xian's heart became even stronger. This woman seemed to be beautiful, but behind her back, she was silently bearing the pressure of her family, as well as the financial burden. The two of them entered a building in the sanatorium and took a detour before finally arriving at the ward where Feng Xiaohui was staying. There were 2 beds in the ward, both of which were vegetative patients. The nurse saw Feng Yuying and seemed to know her. She smiled, recorded some data and left. Yi Fan, on the other hand, saw a young man with a thin face who looked similar to Feng Yuying lying on the bed. Other than breathing, he was lifeless. Xiaohui, I'm here to see you. Feng Yuying sat by the bed and gently caressed her brother's forehead. Older sister has been rather busy recently, so I didn't come to see you much. Don't be angry at older sister. Feng Yuying said one sentence at a time, her eyes turning red. Yi Fan found a chair and sat down. He wasn't in a hurry and quietly watched the woman and his brother chat about family matters. Feng Yuying talked about family matters and the recent situation of her parents. Then, she pointed at Yi Fan and said, Xiaohui, that person is called Yi Fan, what do you think of him? Feng Xiaohui was naturally unable to answer, but Yi Fan waved towards the young man on the sickbed. His future brother-in-law. He's so bad, he always wants to take advantage of Big Sister, but Big Sister won't let him succeed so easily. Don't worry. Big Sister will take care of herself, and also take care of our parents. After Feng Yuying finished speaking, she took a deep breath, as if she had let her emotions out of her thoughts. Then, Feng Yuying stood up and said, I'm going to the doctor's place. Are you coming with me? Yi Fan was naturally willing. He was also curious about why the doctor was looking for a woman. If he needed help, he could also help. Because it was Sunday, many of the employees in the sanatorium were on holiday. The journey was deserted. When they arrived at the door of a chief physician's office, the door was open, but Feng Yuying still knocked on the door. Dr. Gu, Feng Yuying greeted politely. Gu Yud was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He wore silver-rimmed glasses and was slightly bald. His hair was combed behind his head, making him look gentle and elegant. Miss Feng, you're here. When Gu Yud saw the woman, he revealed a warm smile. When he saw Yi Fan behind him, he frowned and said, he's my friend, he came with me, Feng Yuying rushed to say. Yi Fan pursed his lips. He was about to say that he was her boyfriend. Women are very cautious. However, Guyud saw the signs and said with a straight face, so it's like that, but today's conversation belongs to the patient's family and is confidential. Mister, you should take a walk outside first. Hearing Guyud say that, Feng Yuying's heart sank. She said to Yi Fan embarrassedly, Yi Fan, I'm sorry, why don't you? Yi Fan said nonchalantly, I'm going out for a walk, call me when you're done. N. Feng Yuying smiled and nodded. After Yi Fan left, Guyud revealed a smile and let the woman enter the office to sit down first, then locked the office door. Dr. Gu, what made you so cautious? Feng Yuying asked with concern. Guyud sighed, poured a cup of scented tea from a teapot and handed it to the woman. Miss Feng, don't worry, I will slowly explain it to you. Come, drink some water first. Thank you, doctor. After Feng Yuying woke up, she was busy dressing up and came to the hospital to see her brother. She was indeed thirsty. After drinking, Feng Yuying said, Is there something wrong with my brother's condition? Guyud frowned and said, Feng Xiaohui has been in a vegetative state for 2 years. Basically, the probability of him waking up is less than 5%. I think Miss Feng, doctor. Even if it's 1%, I won't give up. If you want more money, I can accept it, but please don't give up on the treatment. Feng Yuying pleaded. Guyud said awkwardly, Miss Feng, of course my family is eager to seize that little chance, but you might not know that our country's sanatorium resources, especially in the area of vegetable care, are very scarce. For someone like Feng Xiaohui, who has such a low probability of waking up after 2 years of nursing, they basically let the patient go back to their own home and find a nurse to take care of them. But if that's the case, isn't that the same as leaving it up to fate? Dr. Gu, didn't you say that there will be some awakening therapy in the sanatorium? How much will it increase the chances of him waking up after a long time? Feng Yuying asked anxiously. That's right. But there are more and more patients, and if Feng Xiaohui wants to stay, the medical expenses will be much higher. Right now, Feng Xiaohui's patients are 400,000 a year. If it increases, I'm afraid it will greatly increase the burden on Miss Feng's family, right? How much? 450,000? Feng Yuying said, even if it's 450,000, I can accept it. Chapter 59. 0059-inch 700, 000. Feng Yuying was stunned. This was equivalent to her salary for half a year. Although she was a high-ranking member of embroidery, she wasn't a CEO like Su Qingxue after all. She entered the company late, so she didn't have any shares or bonuses. In the end, she was still a worker, just that her rank was higher. Guyud nodded. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's to let the family choose to take the person away. Our sanatorium can also empty the beds for other patients who have a better chance of waking up. Feng Yuying bit her lips. She didn't know why, but when she heard these words, her head started to feel dizzy. But she didn't think for long and said resolutely, even if it's 700,000, I want to keep Xiaohui here to receive the best treatment. A strange look flashed across Guyud's eyes, and he smiled slightly. Actually, there is a way to save this money, and continue to follow the 400,000 medical expenses. Feng Yuying's eyes lit up. It would be best if she could save 300,000 yuan. She quickly asked, what method? Guyud grinned and laughed weirdly. He stood up and slowly approached Feng Yuying. Following that, Guyud sat beside Feng Yuying. Dr. Gu. You. Feng Yuying felt that something was wrong. Miss Feng, I've always thought that you're very beautiful, my type. Guyud was all smiles as he stretched out a hand and touched Feng Yuying's dainty face. Ah. Feng Yuying hurriedly got up, her face was pale. Dr. Gu. Don't do this. I'd rather pay than accept this kind of thing. Guyud's face darkened. If you want your brother to continue receiving treatment in the sanatorium, you'd better be obedient. You're threatening me. Feng Yuying panted with difficulty. She felt her head getting heavier and heavier. Guyud laughed evilly. How is it, do you want to sleep? Your whole body is sore and weak. Feng Yuing looked at the empty teacup and said regretfully and frantically, "There's medicine in the tea." "Hee, I personally concocted it. Drink that cup, the dosage is enough." Guyud rubbed his hands together, stood up and smiled, "Don't worry, when you fall asleep, you won't know anything. When you wake up, you will be my man." Feng Yuing felt miserable in her heart. She never expected that this seemingly noble doctor was actually a beast in human clothing. Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to run away, but she couldn't take another step. She staggered and fell on the sofa. Seeing that the woman was dying, Guyud laughed even more excitedly. He took off his white coat and was about to pounce on her. But at this moment, the door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. The door lock couldn't withstand the force of the kick and broke. Guyud was shocked. He looked up and saw Yi Fan standing at the door. "You? How could you?" Fan Xian's face was gloomy as he sneered, "Just now, when you saw me, you looked as if you disliked me. The difference in attitude is too great. How can I not suspect that you are plotting something?" On the sofa, Feng Yuing, who was sleepy, saw Yi Fan and muttered softly, "Yi Fan. Save me." Yi Fan walked over with a pained heart and held the woman's hand. "You sleep first, it's okay, I'll protect you." In fact, Feng Yuing had already fallen asleep without him saying anything. Guyud saw that the situation wasn't good and was about to run out. But in a flash, Yi Fan had already appeared at the door and punched Guyud's abdomen. "Oh!" Guyud let out a blood-curdling scream. The intestines in his stomach seemed to have been stirred up and he vomited out everything he had eaten in the afternoon. Yi Fan kicked Guyud's knee again. With a "caw-caw" sound, Guyud's leg was broken. "Ah!" Guyud screamed and almost fainted from the pain. "Spare me. Sir, spare me." Guyud begged, hoping that he could escape this calamity. But Yi Fan didn't plan to stop here. With another kick, he broke Guyud's other leg as well. Guyud was in so much pain that he was about to suffocate. His entire body was trembling, his face was ashen, and he was sweating profusely. Yi Fan felt that the punishment was almost over, so he grabbed Guyud's collar and said, "What did you add to the tea you gave my girlfriend?" "No. Nothing special, it's just an ordinary sleeping pill or something like that, it's just that the amount is a little heavy." "Really, don't hit me." "Woo-woo." Guyud's face was covered in snot and tears. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, this guy didn't use any special medicine. That would be troublesome. Yi Fan took the phone from Guyud's body, turned on the recording function, and said, "Now, I want you to record everything you do into this phone. Are you willing?" In order to solve this matter, he had to leave behind some evidence. Otherwise, if Guyud were to sue Yi Fan for hitting him, it would be troublesome. Yi Fan also didn't want to kill someone for such a guy. That wouldn't be worth it. Guyud's face was filled with hesitation. If he left behind evidence, wouldn't he be caught by Yi Fan and not be able to turn the tables? "You have two choices now. 1. Tell me everything that happened and leave behind the recording as evidence. 2. I'll throw you directly to the Defense Bureau and see you in court." Yi Fan grinned and said, "Think about it yourself." Guyud's expression was unsettled. No matter which one he chose, he couldn't take revenge on Yi Fan anymore. However, at least if he chose the first option, he would still have the chance to continue being a doctor in the future and wouldn't lose both his money and his life. I got it," I said. Guyud was still a smart person. He chose the first option with the least risk and told Yi Fan what had happened. After Yi Fan sent the recording to his mailbox, he returned the phone to Guyud. He was too lazy to care about this guy. In any case, he would definitely make up some lies to explain everything that had happened here. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else had noticed what had happened, Yi Fan walked over and picked up Feng Yuing, then walked out of the sanatorium. After putting the woman in the front passenger seat of the car, Yi Fan returned to the sanatorium. He wanted to find some medicine to help the woman wake up as soon as possible. Fortunately, this was a hospital, so it wasn't difficult to find some medicine. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Fan returned to the car and injected the 2 injections he stole from the hospital into Feng Yuying's body. Feng Yuying slept very soundly, but the sickly red flush on her face could still be seen. The side effects of the medicine could still be seen. Yi Fan pitifully helped the woman stroke the bangs on her forehead. Because she was sweating, the woman's hair was stuck to it. Ugh! Chapter 60. 0060. However, the effects of the medicine could not be completely eliminated quickly. His eyes were still a little cloudy, and his mind was in a daze. When she realized what happened before she fainted, Feng Yuying suddenly sat up straight and looked around. This is... Feng Yuying saw the familiar Yi Fan beside her and hurriedly asked, Yi Fan, why am I in the car? Just now It's fine now. That Guyud was beaten up by me. He didn't do anything to you. Yi Fan comforted. Feng Yuying heaved a sigh of relief, but when she thought of the previous scene, she was still afraid and felt even more miserable. Involuntarily, the woman's eyes reddened and tears glistened. She suddenly threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace and sobbed. What's wrong? Ying, it's all over. Yi Fan gently patted the woman's back. Thank you. Thank you for saving me once again. But what about my brother Xiao Hui, who can save him? The moment Feng Yuying thought that Guyud would definitely not treat her brother properly, her heart started to ache even more. Fan Xian sighed. He hadn't thought of this before, but after carefully pondering for a while, he suddenly thought of someone. Ying, I know a doctor from the Magnesium Nation. His skills are not bad. Why don't you take Feng Xiaohui home for the time being and find a nurse to take care of him? When my doctor friend comes, let her take a look at Xiao Hui and see if she can send him to the Magnesium country for treatment. Yi Fan said. Feng Yuying raised her head with tears in her eyes. She looked a little confused. You have a doctor friend from Mei country? Is it about recovering people in a vegetative state? Yi Fan scratched his head. She seems to have studied a little bit of everything. Even if she doesn't know how to treat, she still knows other doctors. Just as Feng Yuying was about to say something, she suddenly saw that there were 2 syringes in the car. She frowned and looked at her wrist subconsciously. There were indeed 2 needle holes. This is an injection for me. Could it be that you hit me? Feng Yuying asked in shock. Yi Fan shrugged. I was the one who hit you. Otherwise, how could you wake up so quickly? You know how to give injections? Feng Yuying's little mouth opened wide. Don't tell me you used to be a doctor, so you know a doctor friend? Who would have thought that Yi Fan would really nod his head and say, that's right, I'm a cardiac surgeon. I hold a scalpel and cut all sorts of things on a person's heart with a whoosh whoosh whoosh, and use a needle to sew all sorts of things. Yi Fan gestured and moved his hands around, but in reality, he was intentionally taking advantage of Feng Yuying. Feng Yuying hurriedly hugged her chest with both hands to protect herself and pouted, come on. Who are you trying to fool? Surgery. There were plenty of people who knew how to give injections. You're not that easy to fool. Yi Fan curled his lips. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Feng Yuying picked up a syringe curiously and asked, what medicine is this? Who did you ask for it from? I'm not someone from the hospital. Who would give it to me? I stole it while they weren't paying attention. This is nikethamide, which translates to nikethamide. It's supposed to help you relieve the effects of the medicine in your body. Yi Fan said. I didn't expect you to know about these pharmacology. Feng Yuying felt that this man was filled with unknown mysteriousness. She picked up another syringe and asked, then what is this? Mannitol, Yi Fan said. What's this medicine for? Feng Yuying was like a curious baby. Yi Fan, however, rubbed his nose hesitantly and smiled, all right Ying, why don't we go eat? Look at you, you've lost weight from hunger and you look so haggard. Come on. Don't change the topic. Tell me what medicine this is first. Feng Yuying refused. Yi Fan clicked his tongue, it's good for you anyway. Why are you asking in such detail? Then tell me, since it's good for me, why aren't you willing to tell me? Feng Yuing felt that something was amiss. Yi Fan had no choice and asked, that. Ying, do you want to go to the toilet? Feng Yuing blinked, touched her lower abdomen and frowned. Now that you mention it, I really want to go, but tell me first, what's this medicine for? Yi Fan chuckled, hurry up and go, this medicine is for diuresis, to help you expel the medicine from your body. When Feng Yuing heard this, her entire face was as red as an apple. She was so angry that she punched him. You're a bad person. How can you use that kind of medicine on me? Who would give someone this kind of medicine on their first date? What if something goes wrong? Don't hit me. I'm actually very worried too. I'm afraid that you won't wake up, and the diuresis medicine will take effect first. Luckily you woke up first, hee. It was fine if Yi Fan didn't make this joke, but when he said that, Feng Yuing felt that she was almost tricked and wanted to kick the man. Wait for me to come back, I'll teach you a lesson. Feng Yuing really felt that it was coming, she couldn't hold it in anymore, so she hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the washroom. When the woman came back, the redness on her face still hadn't dissipated. Yi Fan said in all seriousness, Ying, I see that you're fine, let's go eat. Seeing that you saved me, I'll let you off for now. If you dare to give me an injection again, I'll ignore you. Feng Yuing said angrily. Of course, Yi Fan couldn't wait to cover up this matter, so he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to start the car, Yi Fan thought of something and leaned over to pull the seatbelt from the front passenger seat over. Feng Yuing thought that the man was going to do something to her, but when she realized that he was pulling the seatbelt, she hurriedly said, I'll do it myself. Yi Fan shook his head, helped the woman buckle the seatbelt and said, I checked on the internet, a man helping his female companion buckle the seatbelt seems to give him extra points, it's a kind of considerate behavior. Pfft, Feng Yuing couldn't help but laugh, then what if the girl doesn't like to wear the seatbelt? Yi Fan was stunned, yeah, I didn't ask you, Ying, do you like it? Feng Yuing laughed even more happily and rolled her eyes at him, alright, drive your car, I'll do it myself in the future. I really don't know where you learned all this nonsense from. Yi Fan rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and started laughing foolishly. After that, the two of them drove away. On the way, Yi Fan also briefly explained how to deal with Gu Yud. Feng Yuing also felt that there was no need to go to court, it would be too much of a waste of energy. Gu Yud also didn't gain any advantage, it was more or less enough that his legs were broken. However, when she thought about it carefully, she enjoyed the feeling of being protected by a man. When she thought about how he helped her fasten the seatbelt just now, she felt even more sweet in her heart. Involuntarily, Feng Yuing sat on the front passenger seat and couldn't help but sneak a peek at Yi Fan's side as a smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 61 0061 Feng Yuing quickly turned her head and looked out of the window, narcissist, who wants to kiss you? Then how about I kiss you? I don't mind, Yi Fan said. No. I haven't agreed to go out with you officially yet, Feng Yuing said. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, you've already saved the beauty 3 times and you still haven't agreed. It's really hard to chase after you. Feng Yuing smiled sweetly and there was a hint of pride in her eyes, that's right, when I was in university, I was confessed by so many people but none of them managed to chase me. I agreed to go on a date with you, so be content. You still want to eat until you're fat? Really? I don't believe you, Yi Fan pretended to be suspicious. In reality, he knew very well that with Feng Yuying's beauty, there would be many men chasing after her. Why would I lie to you? There are also a few so-called school hunks chasing after me, but I'm focused on studying so I rejected them all, Feng Yuing said seriously. Yi Fan then said happily, so that means I'm still your first love? Ha, then I even took your first kiss, just thinking about it makes me happy. Feng Yuing then realized that she had fallen into the man's trap and revealed all her secrets. She couldn't help but say shyly, no. No way, I've been in love before. Oh. Then who's your ex-boyfriend? Yi Fan asked mischievously. Drive your car. Ask this and that, I'm not going to tell you. Feng Yuing bit her lips and ignored the man. Yi Fan liked to tease Feng Yuing, it was interesting to see her blushing. If he teased Su Qingxue like this, he would have been kicked out of the car long ago. To put it bluntly, this woman was easy to bully. For example, Feng Yuing was a soft dough that looked simple, white and pink, it could be kneaded however you wanted. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was like a piece of cold ice. Although she looked as charming as a crystal, if you wanted to pinch her, you would either be frozen or pricked and even slip out of your hand. The car drove to a shopping mall, and after the two of them got off, they walked into a Sichuan restaurant. After Yi Fan quickly ordered a few dishes, Feng Yuing realized that the man ordered all the dishes that she liked to eat. How do you know that I like mapo tofu, strange flavor chicken, and translucent beef slices? The woman couldn't help but ask. Yi Fan looked surprised. What? Do you like it too? I like it too. It looks like we're fated. How could there be such a coincidence? Do you think I'm an idiot? Just now, you directly led me into a Sichuan restaurant. You obviously knew that I like to eat here, didn't you? Feng Yuing glared at the man. Yi Fan didn't lie to her anymore, and simply said, "Don't I have your phone number? I found your WeChat, and then I looked at your circle of friends. When I was having dinner with my colleagues, I said that I liked this place and even dried a few dishes, so I remembered it." Feng Yuing blinked, "But your phone is old and you can't use WeChat. The computer is fine. I used the computer version. Although it's a bit troublesome, I can still take a look," Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing didn't think that the man would actually go one round to look for her information. She couldn't help but giggle. Is this funny? Yi Fan felt that he did his homework right. Feng Yuing shook her head and pursed her red lips. She looked at the man gently and said, "I like beige and light purple, I like to eat Sichuan and Shandong dishes, I usually like to drink raw pu'er and latte, I like to listen to jazz and some old songs, I like to go to the library, coffee shops, and supermarkets, and my favorite dog is a golden retriever." Yi Fan looked at the woman blankly. After listening to the woman's series of words, he asked, "Ying Ying, what are you talking about? If you want to understand me, just ask me directly. Don't go around in circles in the future, it's so tiring." Feng Yuing smiled sweetly. Yi Fan felt his entire heart go soft. The woman in front of him was like an angel that emitted a holy radiance. Such a considerate and gentle girlfriend, he couldn't find her even if he had a lantern. "Is there anything else you want to know?" Feng Yuing asked with one hand supporting her cheek. Yi Fan nodded, swallowed his throat and asked seriously, 3 measurements, wait, go to hell. You're not being serious again. Without a doubt, Yi Fan's question was mercilessly rejected. The woman even rolled her eyes at him. The meal ended amidst the intimate interaction of chatting and laughing. Feng Yuing also asked some information about Yi Fan. She also wanted to cook some delicious dishes in the future, or accompany the man to do something he liked. But in the end, there was only one thing: this man didn't care about anything except that little thing. This made Feng Yuing very speechless, but she also felt that Yi Fan was very easy to raise. He ate everything, looked at everything, and was very casual about everything. In the afternoon, the two of them went to all sorts of shops in the mall and even went to catch dolls together. Feng Yuying's hands were very clumsy, just like Su Qingxue's evaluation of her. She was very capable at work and smart, but she was really a little silly in life. She couldn't even learn how to catch dolls for half a day. Yi Fan grasped the main points very quickly and helped Feng Yuing catch 7 or 8 dolls, but the woman only kept a doraemon and gave the rest to some children who passed by. Seeing the woman smile like a flower, Yi Fan suddenly realized that what the woman wanted was actually very simple. He didn't need to think too much about it, it was fine as long as she was happy. At the same time, under Feng Yuying's strong request, Yi Fan also changed his old phone and got the most ordinary smartphone from the mobile company. This time, at least he could use some tools like WeChat. Feng Yuing hadn't relaxed and played like this for a long time. It was a pity that time passed so quickly. After a light dinner, it was finally time to watch a movie. "Ying Ying, let's watch that thriller." Yi Fan had been planning this for a long time. He pointed to a promotional poster in the cinema. A female ghost covered in blood had one eye open. It's a horror movie. Aren't you afraid? Feng Yuing asked hesitantly. Yi Fan said, I don't know, I'll only know if I'm afraid after watching it. What about you? I'm quite timid, Feng Yuing said weakly. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, I just want you to be timid. Otherwise, what would I be aiming for? He patted his chest and said, let's go take a look first. If we're really scared, we'll come out. Feng Yuing hesitated for a moment and agreed meekly. After buying the tickets, Feng Yuing asked for a small bucket of popcorn and 2 drinks. The two of them walked into the cinema hand in hand. Although it was the weekend, the cinema was everywhere and it was a small thriller, so there weren't many people watching. After the two of them found a seat at the back, they waited for a while and the movie started. Chapter 62. 0062. Of course, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. The scenes he had seen before were much scarier than the atmosphere created by this kind of thriller. This kind of child's play, his heart wouldn't even change. Yi Fan kept staring at Feng Yuying's reaction, but the woman didn't seem to have any change in her emotions. She kept eating the popcorn with a gu-ji sound. This woman could really eat. After dinner, she could still eat so much popcorn. It seemed like it made sense that Feng Yuying's figure was more voluptuous. Just as he was wondering when he could make the woman fall into his arms out of fear so that he could do something to her in the dark, sure enough, the movie came to a crucial scene. The female ghost suddenly jumped out of a cabinet. Ah! In the cinema, a few women and men screamed. However, Yi Fan felt a wave of disappointment because Feng Yuing, who was at the side, was actually watching with relish and smiling. Feng Yuing seemed to have realized something. She turned her head and her beautiful eyes were exceptionally charming in the dark as she said, Why, are you disappointed that I didn't throw myself into your arms in fear? Fan Xian subconsciously nodded, Ying, didn't you say you were timid? Feng Yuing looked at him teasingly. When I was in university, we watched thrillers together in the female dormitory. We watched at least 200 of them, do you think I'd be scared? Then before you came in just now. What about lying to me? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who told you to take advantage of me? Do you think I don't know why you want to watch a horror film with me? Sorry to disappoint you, Feng Yuing winked proudly. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. He couldn't even figure out if this woman was really stupid sometimes, or if she had always been pretending to be stupid. However, after being messed around by Feng Yuing, Yi Fan felt that it was quite interesting. If the woman was always bullied by him, then it would be boring. It would be more interesting to get along with her once in a while if she was cheated by him. What's wrong? Why are you so sad? Although I won't hug you, I can feed you popcorn. Feng Yuing seemed to be afraid that the man would be too sad, so she picked up a piece of popcorn, pinched it with 2 slender fingers and brought it to Yi Fan's mouth. Ah! Open your mouth, Feng Yuing said gently. Fan Xian looked at the woman's small hand holding the popcorn, and then looked at him expectantly. His entire body relaxed. The words "open your mouth" made him feel as if honey had been poured into his heart. After eating a piece of popcorn, Feng Yuing fed Yi Fan a few more. It seemed like the woman also found it interesting and even said, so obedient. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan became unhappy. Why did he become like a child? Thus, he had a plan in his mind, taking the opportunity when Feng Yuing fed him another piece of popcorn. Yi Fan suddenly opened his mouth wide and with a "oh," he even sucked in Feng Yuying's 2 lush fingers. Sigh. Don't eat my finger. Feng Yuing blushed, but since they were in the cinema, she was too embarrassed to shout. Yi Fan took a deep breath before letting go of those 2 tender fingers. Feng Yuing wiped her wet fingers on the man's body a few times and complained, isn't it dirty? Like a child. No wonder they say that men will never grow up. Yi Fan looked at the woman's coquettish tone and pouted slightly. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He directly hugged the woman's fragrant shoulder, lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek. "Ying, you look so good," Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing was shocked. She stared blankly at the man for a while, but didn't say anything. She turned around and continued to eat popcorn and watch the movie. However, the woman's face remained red for a long time before it faded away. After watching the movie, it was already past 9 o'clock. Because she had to go to work tomorrow, Feng Yuing also wanted to go back early. On the way back to the district, the two of them discussed that Feng Yuing would bring her brother Feng Xiaohui home from the sanatorium and find a nurse to take care of him for a few days. Yi Fan, on the other hand, went to contact his friends in the Magnesium country. After sending the woman off, Yi Fan waved goodbye. He was very satisfied with this first date. Suddenly, he felt that the fun of being with a woman wasn't just limited to the things in bed. There were many more things worth experiencing. He took the subway back to Egret County and walked back to the mansion. He found that Aunt Jiang was still downstairs in the kitchen, busy with tomorrow's breakfast. Seeing that the man had returned home, Aunt Jiang quickly said, "Yi Fan is back. Just in time, help me bring Mrs. Donuts and milk tea up. Miss hasn't eaten dinner yet, so she must be hungry." Yi Fan was stunned. "Qingxue didn't eat dinner?" "Yeah, it seems like the matters at the company have troubled Miss a lot. I don't know why, but she's been in a bad mood today and doesn't have an appetite for dinner, so I went out to buy her donuts." Aunt Jiang smiled and handed over a plate of donuts. Yi Fan was stunned. There were actually 8 donuts, and they were wrapped in pink strawberry-flavored icing. When placed on the plate, it looked like a small pink mountain. He really was a strawberry fan. All the donuts had to be strawberries. "So much? It's almost midnight, can she finish it?" Yi Fan remembered that a woman's appetite wasn't that big. The key was, why did she want to eat donuts in the middle of the night? However, Aunt Jiang smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, since young, if Miss doesn't eat, just give her donuts. She will definitely have an appetite. 8 is just right." Yi Fan was skeptical. He took a plate of donuts and a pot of Ceylon black tea with light milk tea and went up to the study room on the second floor. "Qingxue, are you there?" Yi Fan knocked on the door, but realized that Su Qingxue didn't agree. After waiting for a while, he opened the door and walked in. Walking into the room, Yi Fan realized that Su Qingxue was actually leaning on the desk, buried in a pile of documents, and fell asleep under the desk lamp. Could it be that the woman had been busy from the afternoon until so late? Yi Fan frowned. Although she was a fake girlfriend, seeing her working so hard, he felt uncomfortable. He walked to the desk and put down the things. He subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. The woman's side profile was like an exquisitely carved porcelain doll. Her curved eyebrows were like the mountains in the distance, and her red lips were like cinnabar. At this moment, her cold temperament was slightly restrained, revealing a gentle beauty that made people feel pity for her. If only she would always be like this and not be ice cold. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. Seeing the woman sleeping so soundly, Yi Fan was too embarrassed to wake her up. However, the room was air-conditioned, so sleeping like this would definitely cause her to catch a cold. The Sale looked around and found that there was a small blanket placed on a sofa, so it took the blanket and carefully covered the woman with it. As soon as it was covered, it seemed to disturb Su Qingxue. The woman opened her sleepy eyes in a daze. Her long eyelashes trembled. After a small yawn, Su Qingxue sat up. Chapter 63. 0063 Fan Xian was surprised. So when the woman woke up, she looked quite cute. Why did she have to become so unapproachable? "Why are you here?" Su Qingxue questioned. "Who allowed you in?" Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand. "I didn't do it on purpose, it was you who fell asleep. Aunt Jiang asked me to send you donuts and milk tea. She said that you didn't eat dinner, so she was worried." "Donuts?" Su Qingxue quickly turned her head and saw the 8 pink donuts on the plate. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. When Fan Xian saw this scene, he muttered in his heart, "It seems like this woman really likes to eat, she's almost drooling." Qingxue felt that there was something on her shoulder. She pulled it off and found that it was a blanket. She frowned and said, "Did you cover this?" Fan Xian chuckled, "Yeah, I'm afraid that you'll catch a cold." "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." "Who said I wanted to thank you? You should have woken me up when you saw me asleep." "I still have work to do," Su Qingxue criticized. Fan Xian was speechless. How did his kindness turn into harming her? "I'm just concerned about your body. How would I know that you still have to work? I don't need you to care about me. In any case, we are not related at all. If you have time, you should go and care about your girlfriend." Su Qingxue coldly snorted and said, "You can go out." Yi Fan felt aggrieved in his heart. He had good intentions, giving her food and drink, and even covering her with a blanket. Instead, she said a few words and was in a hurry to chase him out. Compared to Feng Yuing, who he had interacted with for the whole day, Yi Fan was puzzled. Why is there such a big difference in personality even though they are both women? Although Su Qingxue's appearance, family background, and brain were all better than Feng Yuying's, but from the looks of it, Yi Fan would rather accompany Feng Yuing to eat radishes and vegetables every day than eat delicacies in front of Su Qingxue. With this temper, it would be strange if she could get married. As Yi Fan walked out, he muttered to himself. "What are you muttering about?" Su Qingxue vaguely heard it, as if he was speaking ill of her. Yi Fan hurriedly turned his head and grinned, "Nothing, I just want to know if you can finish eating so many donuts." "It's none of your business. Get out." Su Qingxue glared at the man. Yi Fan thought that he didn't want to stay any longer, so he quickly walked out. However, just as he was about to go back to his room, Aunt Jiang called him from downstairs. "Yi Fan, come down." Aunt Jiang waved. Yi Fan could only go down and ask, "Aunt Jiang, what's wrong?" "I forgot to add sugar to Missy's milk tea. Help me bring these sugar cubes up as well, Missy will definitely need them." Aunt Jiang passed a small plate of sugar to Yi Fan. Fan Xian was about to cry. He really wanted to ask why the old lady didn't take it upstairs himself, but after thinking about it carefully, he was Su Qingxue's boyfriend at home. Plus, he was a young man, so he couldn't ask Aunt Jiang to make an extra trip. Helpless, Yi Fan took the candy and walked to the study. This time, he was angry and didn't bother to knock on the door. He directly pushed the door open and entered. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, he would see a scene that Yi Fan would never forget for the rest of his life. Su Qingxue sat on the office chair, holding a strawberry donut in her hands and chewing it with a face full of happiness and satisfaction. Her mouth was stuffed to the brim, her face was round and puffy, and her bright eyes were smiling happily like two crescent moons. What was even worse was that Su Qingxue was so happy from eating that her calves were still swaying happily, just like a child who had eaten something delicious and was dancing with joy. Even the chair he was sitting on creaked from the movement of his body. The Su Qingxue in this state was completely different from the domineering iceberg female CEO who chased Yi Fan out just now. The difference was like heaven and earth. Yi Fan wondered if he had transmigrated, or if this woman had a dual personality and was schizophrenic. Ugh! Su Qingxue was startled when she realized that someone had entered. She turned her head and when she saw that it was Yi Fan, her eyes widened, round and black. She blinked twice and her face instantly turned red. Ugh, the scene was very awkward. Yi Fan realized that he might have seen something that he shouldn't have. Thus, he pretended to be very calm and walked in. He didn't care about Su Qingxue's increasingly red face and her pair of big watery eyes. He placed the sugar on the table. "Aunt Jiang told me to give it to you. You can continue eating." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he calmly turned around and walked out, closing the door. After Yi Fan left, Su Qingxue put down the donut, hugged her head with both hands, and leaned against the desk. Her cheeks were burning hot, all the way to her ears. She wanted nothing more than to crawl under the table, At the same time, Yi Fan, who had walked out of the study and returned to his room, was also stunned for a long time. Su Qingshue's appearance of eating donuts kept replaying in his mind. Yi Fan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he was laughing foolishly. This was much more interesting than the time he saw Strawberry. As long as he thought about how Su Qingxue could be so beautiful when she ate a donut, Yi Fan would not be able to be angry at a woman anymore. In the end, he might not understand the real her. Perhaps, this iceberg beauty's appearance was actually all an act. The cute appearance of eating donuts was her true nature. Thinking of this, he smiled, and after taking a bath, Yi Fan fell asleep soundly. It was rare that he had a dream that night, and he even dreamed that he had actually walked into the marriage hall. However, when he lifted the bride's veil, he thought that he would see Feng Yuying's face, but it was a blur and he couldn't see it clearly. Unknowingly, Yi Fan woke up. On Monday morning, Yi Fan scratched his head and remembered that it was time to go to work, so he put on his clothes, washed up, and went downstairs. Su Qingxue was already eating breakfast there. Seeing Yi Fan come down, the woman's expression was the same as usual, as if what happened last night didn't affect her at all. Yi Fan no longer felt that women were very cold. Instead, he felt that women were pretending to be cold, which was quite interesting. On the way to the company, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that the company had a lot of problems due to the acquisition of the Zheng family. As a member of the company, Yi Fan also wanted to ask about the current situation. Qingxue, shut up. Su Qingxue didn't even give Yi Fan a chance to speak, and quickly interrupted, I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan was stunned. What the hell was this? He didn't even want to speak anymore. Didn't he just see her eating donuts? Was it that serious? Yi Fan thought that the woman had misunderstood, and said, I'm not, I said shut up. I won't listen. Su Qingxue coldly reprimanded, if you continue talking, then get out of the car. Chapter 64. 0064 Helpless, Yi Fan thought of a way. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took out his phone with the other. He typed a paragraph of text into his phone and then showed it to Su Qingxue. I just want to ask, is the problem with the Zheng Group's acquisition of the flying guests still serious? When Su Qingxue saw this, she realized that she had misunderstood. The man wasn't trying to mock her about the donuts, so she couldn't help but blush. The woman cleared her throat and said, you don't have to worry, I have my own arrangements. Yi Fan said, I'm just casually chatting, it's useless for me to worry, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Try your best to find something you like to do to relax, such as eating last night. Shut up. Su Qingxue almost screamed. If she had a hammer in her hand, she would have knocked the man unconscious. Yi Fan tried his best to hold back his laughter, don't get excited, I won't say anything. After arriving at the company, Yi Fan played games in his office for a while and even chatted with Mu 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 for a while. Mu 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 seemed to have thought it through and tacitly agreed to her father's decision to find a stepmother for her. Of course, she still didn't like that woman. When he went to the restaurant to eat at noon, when Yi Fan appeared, there were actually many gazes looking at him. Many of the female employees still had looks of worship in their eyes, which made Yi Fan wonder what was going on. Great assistant Yi, so you really do know Kung Fu. No wonder Chief Su asked you to be his assistant. Lu Xiaoyan's words from the sales department finally made Yi Fan understand the whole story. Last week, in the parking lot, he stood up to protect Su Lingshan, and this matter was spread by a few female security guards. Now, almost the entire company knew that the assistant Yi that Director Su had recruited was actually an extraordinary person, capable of both literature and martial arts. It's just that I was lucky. The other party sent an old man with vicious methods, but I'm still young and strong. In addition to that, I want to contribute to the company. Seeing him bully our female compatriots, of course I'm not willing. Yi Fan patted his chest and said. Yi Fan, quickly tell us about it. I heard that old man knows some kind of eagle claw technique. Is there really such a skill in this world? Yu Yingying hurriedly asked. Yi Fan thought to himself that the eagle claw technique, 100-year-old ancient martial art, originated from the ancient elephant form fist. How could it be explained in a few words? However, a few female colleagues were looking at him curiously. He couldn't just not say anything. Therefore, he would shoot off his mouth and say how powerful the other party was. Then, he would be filled with righteous indignation and use his indomitable willpower to defeat the other party and so on. Towards the end, the few white-collar women could tell that this guy was clearly bragging. He even used Kamehameha. Pooh pooh pooh. I asked you to be serious. What are you bragging about? Let's go, Xiaoyan, let's ignore him. Yu Yingying shouted, and the other white-collar women also giggled and dispersed. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was in the limelight, so it didn't matter if they listened or not. Receiving the attention of so many beautiful women, he couldn't help but feel elated. His back became straighter and his footsteps became lighter. After finding Su Lingshan's seat, Yi Fan walked over and sat face to face with her. He greeted her with a smile on his face. Hello, Captain Su. Why aren't you eating sausages today? Why are you eating fried pork chops instead? It's none of your business. Su Lingshan rolled her eyes at the man in annoyance. Look at how arrogant you are. Didn't you just defeat the Zheng family's thugs once? What's so great about that? Yi Fan didn't mind at all. He chuckled and said, I know that you actually admire me a lot. You're just shy and embarrassed to say it. It's okay, I understand. Chong. I admire you. Unless I'm crazy. Su Lingshan angrily stabbed the fork into the pork chops. Just you wait. After I train hard for a while, I will definitely be able to beat you to the ground. It's just that I've been working for a long time and neglected my training. Yi Fan thought to himself, how could I not see how good you are? However, women were very prideful, so Yi Fan wouldn't expose them. Seeing that the man really became silent and started to eat, Su Lingshan felt uncomfortable in her heart. What I said is true. Su Lingshan frowned and said, my strength is not just that little. Yi Fan nodded, yes, I know. Captain Su is obviously very powerful. Su Lingshan said unhappily, you're just brushing me off. You must look down on me in your heart. Yi Fan was helpless. He smiled and said, Captain Su, what should I say so that you can let me eat properly? If you want to eat properly, then scram to another table. Don't eat at my table. Su Lingshan opened her beautiful eyes wide and frowned. She had a strong sense of self-esteem and hated being looked down upon the most. No, I want to be at the same table as you. Yi Fan insisted. There was a trace of doubt in Su Lingshan's eyes. She also noticed that this man seemed to be very persistent in being at the same table as her. Logically speaking, there were some girls in the restaurant who were not inferior to her in terms of beauty. Why did Yi Fan insist on looking for her? Why? Su Lingshan couldn't help but ask. Yi Fan took a bite of the French bread in his hand and said, aren't you bored sitting and eating by yourself every day? I'll eat with you. At least I'll have a companion. Otherwise, you'll be so lonely. Hearing this, Su Lingshan was stunned. A string in her heart was plucked and her delicate body slightly stiffened. She wasn't a native of Huahai. Because of some matters, she had a conflict with her family and left her hometown to come here. After losing the help of her family, she, who was wandering outside, was highly regarded by Su Qingxue and became the security captain of the brocade. However, the family atmosphere, education, and military environment she had received since she was young made it difficult for her to mingle with ordinary company employees. Even the female security team members didn't dare to approach her and only respected her. Living alone, working alone, eating alone, getting off work alone, day after day, she had been alone for 3 years. After eating in the company's cafeteria for so long, other than some men with special purposes who wanted to eat with her, no one who wanted to be friends with her had ever cared about whether she would be lonely or not. In everyone's hearts, they all felt that she was a very difficult person to get along with. Su Lingshan was very strong because she was once a female soldier. Even in the desolate Gobi Desert, she could still stay. But that didn't mean that she wasn't lonely at all. After all, she was also a young girl in her 20s. Some of her girl's nature hadn't been erased. Therefore, when Yi Fan said the word lonely, Su Lingshan's nose even felt sour for a short period of time, and her heart felt miserable. She turned her head away and took a deep breath, letting her moist eyes return to normal. She didn't want Yi Fan to notice the strong fluctuations in her heart, so she snorted disdainfully, "You're thinking too much, I just like to eat alone. Furthermore, I don't need a pervert like you to accompany me. Scram as far away as you can." Yi Fan could more or less tell whether the woman's words were true or false. He chuckled and didn't take it seriously, continuing to eat. Following that, Su Lingshan didn't chase Yi Fan away. She only ate thoughtfully, stealing glances at Yi Fan from time to time. After eating, Yi Fan took the box of fruits and returned to the top floor. Chapter 65. 0065 Vice President Zhu Wanghua, Wang Liren, Minister of Finance Chang Chun, Minister of Strategy Lu Baoquan, Minister of Marketing Qin Qing, and so on. What made Yi Fan's eyes light up was that the dignified and beautiful Feng Yuing, who was dressed as an OL, was also sitting on the sofa. However, Feng Yuing didn't dare to be too close to Yi Fan in the company. She only smiled and didn't greet him. "Do you know the rules? Don't you know how to knock on the door when you enter the CEO's office?" Zhu Wanghua scolded in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan ignored him and walked over to put the fruit on Su Qingshua's desk. Su Qingxua lightly said, "He's my assistant, he's helping me get food. If I want to teach him a lesson, it's not Vice President Zhu's turn, right?" Seeing that the woman was protecting Yi Fan, Zhu Wanghua said unhappily, "Director Su, this is a secret meeting of the company's upper echelons. This kind of assistant, it's better to let him out quickly." "Hee, I don't want to participate either. I'll be going out first." Yi Fan wasn't interested in listening to the matters of the business world. She still had to help Mu charge towards the king. However, Su Qingxua called out to him, "Yi Fan, stay here and listen carefully." Yi Fan was stunned, and the others also revealed surprised expressions. After all, this was not an ordinary treatment. This meant that Su Qingxua absolutely trusted Yi Fan and wouldn't reveal any company secrets. Even assistant number 1, Chinya, didn't have the chance to come in and participate in the meeting. Why was Yi Fan, an airborne soldier, so highly regarded? Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. Hearing that they had no salary for the meeting, he might as well go and play a few more games. However, Su Qingxua wanted him to stay, so he could only obediently stand there in a daze. "Director Su, you suddenly called for this emergency meeting. Do you have any plans to deal with the matter of the flying guest being stolen by the Zheng family?" Lu Baoquan of the strategy department asked. "Today, the flying guest has officially signed a contract with the Zheng group. This acquisition is already set in stone and cannot be reversed," Su Qingxua said. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren both secretly mocked in their hearts, but their faces showed that they were very worried. Wang Liren said, "If that's the case, why did you call us here, Director Su?" Su Qingxua looked at the two vice presidents with a playful gaze and said, "I want to announce that we will immediately complete another purchase." "What?" Zhu Wanghua frowned and said, "Another purchase? Which company should I acquire? Other than Feek, there are no other software companies in Huahai that can meet our requirements." "Yes, Vice President Zhu is right." Su Qingxua confidently looked at the crowd and said, "So, I have already reached an agreement with the WQ Technology Company, Limited in the province. After the shareholders' meeting and the board of directors pass the resolution, we will immediately complete the acquisition." As soon as he said that, everyone in the office except for Feng Yuing revealed a look of shock. WQ Technology of the Jiang province? The one that stood out last year and was named one of the top 10 startups. "Mr. Su, there are a lot of overseas investors waiting to invest in that company. When did you talk to them about the acquisition? They're willing to sell their shares?" Lu Baoquan from the strategy department asked in surprise. Su Qingxua pointed at Feng Yuing, I've already asked Department Head Feng to talk about this purchase more than a week ago. WQ has already agreed to give up 70% of the shares, and we will control that company. At the same time, we will obtain priority in technical support. Director Feng is on a business trip to discuss this case. Why didn't the strategy department know about this? The marketing department hasn't heard of it either, right? Chen Qing from the marketing department was also at a loss. They had never done any work, nor had they investigated any information. Su Qingxue said, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Department Head Feng and I will settle this matter in advance. Feng Yuing politely said to Lu Baoquan, Department Head Lu, because CEO Su told me to keep it a secret, I didn't inform you beforehand. I'm sorry. No, this is a great contribution from Department Head Feng. Without saying a word, he actually went to settle WQ. As expected, he is better than his master. Lu Baoquan and the others were very happy. Department Head Lu, is that WQ company very powerful? Zhu Wanggua asked nervously. Lu Baoquan hurriedly nodded and said, of course. Although they don't have as many users and products as the Flying Guest company, their technology is not inferior to that of the Flying Guest, and they might even be a little ahead of it. It was only because they were quite a distance away from Huahai and didn't have much contact with each other, and CEO Su was very obsessed with acquiring the Flying Guest from the beginning, so he didn't make them his first goal. When Zhu Wanggua and Wang Liren heard this, their foreheads started to sweat. In a trance, they had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Su Qingxue lightly said, actually, from the very beginning. I plan to buy WQ, not Flying Guest. What? Everyone was shocked. Zhu Wanggua and Wang Liren's faces turned pale. Then why do you keep asking us to negotiate with Flying Guest? Lu Baoquan asked, puzzled. Is there a need to ask? Flying Guest. I purposely said it to the Zheng family so that they could buy it. Yi Fan interrupted. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Their expressions changed unpredictably. Some were dumbstruck, while others were looking at Su Qingxue with fearful gazes. Yi Fan stood at the door. He raised his head and looked at Su Qingxue with a complicated gaze. He smiled bitterly in his heart and thought, the woman in front of me is really different from the woman who ate donuts last night, 4 billion. We can't save this sum of money for the Zheng family, and we only need to spend 700 million to achieve our goal. Moreover, the future prospects of WQ will be even better. Su Qingxue said. Lu Baoquan was pleasantly surprised, only 700 million. This deal was too worth it. Are there no other competitors? The only strong competitor is the Zheng family, but they are already going to take out 4 billion to buy the Flying Guest. How could they have the money to fight with us for the shares of WQ? Director Su's move is to let the Zheng family force us into a dead end, and then we can easily seize the target that we really need without any effort. Finance Minister Chang Chun also understood. Zhu Wanggua and Wang Liren, the two old vice presidents, were already sweating profusely. Didn't this mean that by helping the Zheng family, they had actually harmed the Zheng family? He borrowed a knife to kill someone, but he didn't expect that Su Qingxue was also borrowing them to kill the Zheng family. Su Qingxue saw the two old fellows' expressions change drastically, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. She looked at the time, picked up a remote control board, and turned on a large wall-mounted TV in the office. The news in the province has started. Today, WQ should be announcing this news. Everyone, take a look. The group of upper echelons in the office all turned their heads to look at the news. In less than 2 minutes, the news anchor reported, WQ Technology has decided to sell 70% of its shares to a well-known private listed company in Huahai. The outside world is rumored to be most likely to be the embroidery group. CEO Su, this move of yours is really wonderful. We old fellows are all kept in the dark, but we are willing to be tricked. Lu Baoquan gave a thumbs up. Yeah, if the Zheng family saw this news, I reckon that Chairman Zheng Hongzhi would vomit 3 liters of blood. Ha ha ha. Chen Qing laughed. Chapter 66. 0066 Wang Liren's face was ashen as he stood up. Trembling, he pointed at Su Qingxue, "You woman. From the beginning, you were using us to leak the news to the Zheng family. You deliberately forced us into a corner. Su Qingxue. What a vicious heart you have." Zhu Wanguo also stood up in anger, his gums almost bleeding. The other upper echelons looked at the two of them in shock. Only now did they realize that no wonder the two of them were so opposed to buying the flying guest at the board meeting. So it was because they had betrayed Su Qingxue. Now, once the Zheng family blamed the two of them, with the Zheng family's background, they would definitely not let them off easily. "Director Zhu, Director Wang, how can you do this? So it was you who leaked the company's confidential documents?" Lu Baoquan and the others said in pain. "Shut up. What do you know? This company was built by us, the older generation, through hard work. Now, this little girl has almost lost all of her savings." Zhu Wanguo, who had already gone crazy, had already started cursing. Su Qingxue, however, had a cold expression on her face. She picked up a cup of water, drank some water, and said, "Vice President Wang, Vice President Zhu, the two of you are old people in the group. I was the one who set the trap, but the ones who stepped into it were you yourselves. What does this have to do with me? You're talking nonsense. From the moment you entered the company, you wanted to kick all of us old people out. So that you can do whatever you want." Su Qingxue said coldly and arrogantly, "The company is not a welfare home, nor is it a nursing home. If you don't have enough ability, you have to step down, and not rely on your past qualifications to take advantage of your old age. Bullshit. You are a bandit. Don't think that we don't know that you can't wait to take away all the shares in our hands. You are just an illegitimate daughter of the Su family, a lowly girl born of a whore. Don't even think about turning a chicken into a phoenix." Zhu Wanguo roared. When Su Qingxue heard this, her face instantly turned extremely cold. "You can scold me if you're angry, but you're not allowed to insult my mother. Pfft. I won't be working in the company in the future anyway, so I'll tell you the truth. Your mother is a whore who sells herself. Others might not know, but how could we old people not know?" Zhu Wanguo's face was red as he shouted excitedly. Su Qingxue finally couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to smash the cup in her hand. However, a figure pounced over first, and a fist smashed into Zhu Wanguo's mouth, causing two front teeth to fly out on the spot. "Yi Fan!" Everyone present cried out in alarm, because Yi Fan's attack was too ruthless. "Oh!" As Zhu Wanguo screamed, half of his face swelled up, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. You dare hit me!" Zhu Wanguo cried. "You're a man, but you can't beat a little girl. You even went to insult the little girl's mother. You're a scum. If I don't beat you up, who should I beat?" As Yi Fan spoke, he grabbed Zhu Wanguo's collar and slapped him twice, directly knocking Zhu Wanguo out. Then, Yi Fan turned around and looked at Wang Liren. When Wang Liren saw this scene, he was scared silly. He trembled as he looked at Yi Fan and said, Don't come over. I'm going to call the police." "Director Su, just let them call the police. Leaking company secrets involves a huge amount of money. It's already a crime, so let the police take them away," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue also recovered from her shock. She did not expect the man to suddenly explode, and said with a bit of resentment, "Why are you so heavy-handed? Did I ask you to hit someone?" Yi Fan said in confusion, "Didn't you ask me to stay here to take care of them? You don't really want me to listen to your meeting, do you?" Su Qingxue had indeed planned to do so, and she had also expected that after Zhu and Wang found out the truth, they would either run away or go crazy, so she left Yi Fan behind to stabilize the situation. However, the moment Yi Fan made his move, he used too much force. That's not the way to clean it up. If you injure him, he can even sue you. Su Qingxue said. He, CEO Su, just ask a lawyer to help me settle this. This is called acting bravely for a just cause, justifiable defense. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue couldn't do anything about the man, but when she thought about the scene where he stood up and said those words, she felt a wave of warmth in her heart. There's no need to call the police. Chinya is already waiting downstairs with the police. Let them come in and take these two away. I've already submitted the evidence. The lawyers and the people from the Defense Bureau will handle it. Su Qingxue said. It turned out that Su Qingxue had already planned everything out. Today, she was simply sentencing Zhu and Wang to death. Not long after, two policemen took Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren away. Although the two of them were clamoring for a lawyer, it was obvious that they would not be able to return to the embroidery group. In the afternoon, Su Qingxue found out about the traitor and used a deceptive tactic to successfully deceive the Zheng group. The news of the acquisition of the WQ company had already spread throughout the entire company. Even many local reporters in Huahai had heard some rumors and were preparing to publicize the news. Last week, the employees, who were still grieving over the failure of the company's acquisition of the Flying Guest, finally realized that all of this was planned by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue had deceived everyone except Feng Yuing. Moreover, she looked so haggard and tired, and it was all an act. Although many people praised Su Qingxue's outstanding business skills, killing her opponent without bloodshed, and even buying the company she liked. But there were also more people who started to feel that Su Qingxue was indeed cold-blooded. Not only did she lie to the people outside, she even lied to the people inside the company, which made some people feel uncomfortable. At the same time, in the afternoon of the same day, in the chairman's office at the headquarters of the Zheng Group, Zheng Hongji was like a madman, holding a golf club and smashing a pile of vases, sculptures, and various electrical appliances worth hundreds of thousands of yuan into pieces. Dad! Something big has happened. Zheng Junfeng pushed open the door and was about to say something when he saw the scene in front of him. His face paled and he said, You already know. Zheng Hongji's face was gloomy as he said viciously, Su Qingxue, that stinky woman. She already knew about us, Wang Liren, and Zhu Wanghua, so she purposely let them give us the information so that we can throw all our money at the Flying Guest. She's playing with us. Dad, what should we do now? Why don't we cancel the purchase of the Flying Guest right away? The contract has already been signed, and the news has already been exposed. Cancel? If we go to court, compensate, and lose our reputation, wouldn't that be exactly what Su Qingxue wants? Zheng Hongji said angrily. Zheng Junfeng said with a bitter face, then. Let's think of a way to get a loan from the bank and buy WQ. Idiot. If we buy two companies of the same type, what will others think of us? Zheng Hongji really wanted to beat his son up. Why was Su Qingxue so much smarter than his son when they were both young people? Zheng Junfeng said aggrievedly, then if this goes on, wouldn't we be able to overturn the brocade again? Our market in Huahai is constantly being compressed by the brocade. Sooner or later, Huahai will be surnamed Su. Even if I marry her, I will still be climbing up. Marry her? Zheng Hongji laughed sinisterly, this kind of woman is simply a snake and scorpion beauty. She absolutely cannot enter our Zheng family's door. She had even deceived the upper echelons of her own company, completely ignoring the feelings of others. This cold-bloodedness and calmness was too terrifying. I've been in the mall for decades, but I've never met such a powerful woman. Dad, then what should we do? We can't just let the brocade continue to develop like this, can we? Our stock is already falling. It's obvious that everyone is not optimistic about our future prospects. Zheng Junfeng said worriedly. Zheng Hongji's eyes flashed, since Su Qingxue, this woman, cannot be used by us, then. What we can't get, we can only destroy. Chapter 67. 0067. When they got off work and returned home, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue took the elevator downstairs together. Halfway through, a few executives came in from the elevator. When they saw Su Qingxue, they all respectfully greeted her. However, there was a sense of distance in their eyes, which was even more obvious than before. Although the great reversal that happened today was very beneficial to the development of the company, it also made more people feel fear towards Su Qingxue. Everyone discovered that Su Qingxue was actually far more unfathomable than they had imagined. She was like a bottomless pool of cold water, completely unable to understand what a woman was thinking. Su Qingxue could naturally feel it, but she remained silent as usual, as if she didn't care what these people thought of her. On the way back to Egret County, the traffic was very heavy. Yi Fan was bored and wanted to see what the woman in the rearview mirror was doing. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue was silently staring out of the window in a daze, her face filled with a layer of melancholy that could not be dispelled. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Don't frown like that. When you live in this world, you can't expect everyone to like you, can you?" Su Qingxue was stunned, as if she didn't expect the man to say that. "How could I be so worried? Drive your car. Isn't this a red light? Qingxue, if you were an actor, you would probably be able to become a movie queen. A few days ago, when I saw your haggard appearance, I really thought that you were hit by Madame Zheng." Yi Fan clicked his tongue inside. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and asked curiously, "You? Aren't you angry with me?" "Angry? Why?" Yi Fan asked. "I lied to you too, didn't I?" Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan laughed. "What's there to be angry about? It's not like it's a matter of principle. It's just a matter of deception in the business world. Although some people might think that you are too unscrupulous, but you are also thinking about the company. If I were you, I would probably do the same. Just as I said before, you can't expect everyone to understand you. There will be gains and losses, and you can't do everything." "Do you really think so?" Su Qingxue's eyes regained some light. Yi Fan nodded. "Although I have lied to you quite a few times, these are all sincere words. Of course, the next time something like this happens, you can actually secretly tell me. I won't leak it out. Otherwise, wouldn't it be awkward if I thought you were really sad and went to comfort you? I don't need your comfort. Besides, who are you to me? Why should I believe that you won't leak the secret?" Su Qingxue crossed her arms in front of her chest, turned her head and said. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "At least I'm your boyfriend, so I have to give you a discount." "Of course not. You are a fake. I even went on a date with someone else yesterday." Su Qingxue said angrily. Fan Xian muttered, "If I don't make an appointment with someone else, could it be that I still want to date you? It's not like you'll agree." "Who said I didn't agree?" Su Qingxue blurted out. But as soon as she finished speaking, the woman realized that her words were a little too suggestive. Sure enough, Yi Fan also turned around to look at her in shock. "Qingxue, you mean you're willing to go on a date with me?" The woman blushed and quickly corrected herself. "You didn't ask me." "Then let me ask you now, do you want to go on a date with me?" Yi Fan asked in anticipation. "Idiot. Of course not." Su Qingxue glared at him. Yi Fan was speechless. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked. He was really asking for trouble. "If you don't want to, then don't. Anyway, I'm about to have a girlfriend. She's much gentler than you." Yi Fan thought of Feng Yuing and felt happy in his heart. Su Qingxue's cold eyes flashed. She grabbed her skirt with both hands and said unhappily, "A woman who likes you most likely doesn't have high taste." When Yi Fan heard this, he suddenly felt a little sour. He suspiciously asked, "Qingxue, you can't be jealous, right? Why is there something wrong with you ever since I said I wanted to talk to someone?" I'm jealous." Su Qingxue's voice rose by an octave and shouted, "Are you crazy? If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll deduct all of your salary for this month." Yi Fan hurriedly surrendered, Don't. I'm just joking. I know you don't like me, so I won't say anything." Su Qingxue was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She snorted lightly and looked out of the car window, not saying a single word. When he returned to Egret County, it was already very late. The traffic jam had been going on for too long, causing Yifan's stomach to rumble with hunger. It's all your fault. Talking a bunch of nonsense on the way back, it's already so late. As soon as Su Qingxue got out of the car, she started complaining about the man. Yifan was also very helpless. The car can't fly, so I can't be blamed for the traffic jam. It's all your fault. You are not allowed to refute. All right. You are the CEO, you have the final say. Yifan also didn't want to argue with a woman. As soon as he entered the house, he sat at the dining table and eagerly waited for the meal to start. Auntie Jiang, next time you can cook the dishes first. When we come back, we'll starve to death. Yifan said. Aunt Jiang smiled in the kitchen and said, today is Monday. I know you guys will be stuck in traffic when you come back. The air conditioner is on in the house. I'm worried that the dishes will get cold. Yifan ran to the kitchen door and said, Aunt Jiang, how about I help you cook 2 dishes? Isn't there an induction cooker anyway? You know how to cook. Su Qingxue, who was watching TV in the living room, turned around and asked in surprise. Yifan nodded, yes, what's so difficult about cooking? Is it for people to eat? Su Qingxue's face was full of disbelief. Yifan clicked his tongue and rolled up his sleeves. If I don't show off my skills today, I'll be letting down my reputation as the head chef of a 5-star Michelin restaurant. The highest Michelin star is 3 stars, where did the 5 stars come from? Su Qingxue felt that men were bragging more and more. Yifan said embarrassedly, I'm just joking. I'll just make 2 casually and speed up Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang was also happy to have someone help her, so she asked Yifan to cook a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried cabbage. Yifan quickly used the electromagnetic pot to make a wok of oil, and then very skillfully started cooking. Aunt Jiang saw that he had a good grasp of the process, so she didn't say anything and just went to cook the dishes. In less than 10 minutes, 5 dishes and 1 soup were served on the dining table. Su Qingxue smelled the aroma and also felt that it was very fragrant. She walked to the table and noticed that the 2 plates of fish-flavored shredded pork and cabbage were very eye-catching, both fragrant and beautiful. Miss, Yifan is really good at cooking. He can even control the heat with an induction cooker, and the thickening is just right. It seems like he really knows how to cook, Aunt Jiang praised. Su Qingxue scoffed unhappily, what's the use of looking good? You'll only know after you eat it. The woman picked up a piece of shredded meat with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, her expression was a little stunned. How is it? Not bad, right? Let me tell you, I'm a 5-star Michelin chef, Yifan said proudly. Su Qingxue was speechless this time because the taste was indeed better than Aunt Jiang's. It should be said that it was completely at the level of a master chef. Chapter 68. 0068-inch Miss, Yifan is so good at cooking, I'm not worried about your future life. Even if you don't know how to cook anything, Yifan can still cook for you. Aunt Jiang said happily. When she said this, Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red and she grumbled, Aunt Jiang. What are you talking about? Yifan blinked, what? Qingxue doesn't know how to cook anything. Fried eggs or something, right? Miss doesn't seem to be interested in anything other than business. Not to mention fried eggs, boiled eggs can boil the water dry and directly burn the pot. Aunt Jiang seemed to have thought of something interesting and laughed while covering her mouth. Aunt Jiang! How can you do this? Su Qingxue really wanted to hide under the table. This was too embarrassing. Yifan looked at the woman with an amazed expression. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue's cooking skills are amazing. It's not bad that you didn't burn the house down. Yifan commented. Shut up. Isn't it just cooking? I'm just not interested in learning. Su Qingxue felt that she had lost all face and couldn't even stay at home. Aunt Jiang hurriedly advised, Miss, don't be angry. People always have their own strengths and weaknesses. This is very normal. Come, let's eat first. Only then did Su Qingxue unwillingly sit down, but her gaze towards Yi Fan was still as cold as ice. Yi Fan didn't care about the woman's scowling face and excitedly went to get some rice, intending to eat. Right at this moment, a phone call came to his cell phone. Yi Fan took a look and saw that it was actually Zhao Zhong from the Purple Leaf Tea House. This brat didn't come to the Three Treasures Hall for no reason. In order to prevent Su Qingxue from hearing anything, he specially walked out of the house and carefully picked it up. Hey, little Zhao, what's wrong? Yi Fan asked. Zhao Zhong said in a low voice, Brother Fan, I secretly called you. Eldest Miss didn't let me tell you, but I really can't rest assured. If you have something to say, just say it. What's wrong with Sister Ning? Yi Fan frowned. Zhao Zhong sighed. The 3 halls in the purple bamboo forest have rebelled. I think someone instigated it. The eldest miss has already decided to personally quell this rebellion, either to split the gang, or to suppress them, but no matter what, I think it's too dangerous. Those people said that they were looking for our miss to negotiate, but the place they chose was an empty factory in the north of the city. That kind of place is a place for people to fight. Who would sit down and negotiate? It's so dangerous. Yet Ning Jia insists on going? Yi Fan asked. Sigh, I tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. She felt that only by using absolute courage and strength to intimidate these people would she be able to truly gather everyone in the purple bamboo forest in the future. Sister Ning's judgment is correct. If I'm timid this time, not only will I not be able to solve the problem, I will also be looked down upon by the people below. Yi Fan said. Yeah. That's why I'm worried. Those people are clearly holding on to Mrs. Weakness and are plotting something. Zhao Zhong said. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Is it because of the matter with the Zhou father and son? Did some of the people in your gang become dissatisfied? Zhao Zhong found it hard to speak. That matter. It seems that some people are dissatisfied, but the main thing is that many of the old people are not convinced that Miss is the president. After all, Miss is not very experienced. You don't have to speak for me. I was the one who ignited the fuse. Of course, I will take responsibility. Tell me the address and I will go over immediately. I definitely won't let Ning Jia bear it alone. Yi Fan said seriously. Zhao Zhong said excitedly, with Brother Fan's words, Miss will definitely not be angry at you anymore. Very soon, Zhao Zhong told him the address. Yi Fan hung up the phone and returned to the house. He said directly, I have something to do and will be going out for a while. You guys go ahead and eat. After saying that, he ignored Su Qingxue and Aunt Zhang's astonishment and turned around and ran out. Yi Fan. Aren't you hungry? Why? Aunt Zhang shouted twice, but Yi Fan had already driven away. Su Qingxue said angrily, Aunt Zhang, don't care about him. Starve him to death. Even though she said that, there was a hint of doubt and worry in the woman's eyes. On the other side, Yi Fan was driving his car, and at a much faster speed than usual, he got on the road. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with thoughts. Although he had always wanted to avoid getting involved with the matters behind Ning Zimo's back, when Ning Zimo was in danger, he couldn't stay out of it. At the end of the day, the woman had already occupied a place in his heart. It was just that Yi Fan wasn't willing to face all of this calmly. Thinking back to the day when Ning Zimo angrily chased him out of the car, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have gone over earlier to apologize to the woman. Sighing and shaking his head, Yi Fan smiled bitterly and rubbed his stomach. He didn't even get to eat and ran out again. He was really hungry. I wonder if there's any food to eat over there. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In a machinery factory in the north of Huahai City, because it was on the verge of bankruptcy, no one had taken care of the factory for more than 2 months. But tonight, there were dozens of cars parked outside the factory. Many of them were vans and commercial vehicles, and they were filled with people. Inside the factory workshop, the atmosphere was heavy, and everyone was in a state of panic. Over 100 people were divided into 2 camps. On one side, it was naturally Ning Zimo, Zhao Zhong, and the other subordinates. On the other side, it was the 3 hall masters of the purple bamboo forest and their respective subordinates. One by one, the thugs in the gang all carried weapons on their bodies. Some had steel rods, some had knives at their waists, and some even had nunchucks, military thorns, and other weapons. As long as his boss gave the order, the scene would definitely be a bloody battle. Even a river of blood would be unavoidable. Ning Zimo was wearing a black sleeveless tight top and a pair of black tight jeans. Her black hair was tied into a neat ponytail. This kind of attire, which was purely outlining the lines, perfectly displayed Ning Zimo's graceful figure. A wide brown belt was especially eye-catching. No one knew how many throwing knives were hidden inside. Ning Zimo's calm and dignified gaze swept across the 3 hall masters who claimed that they wanted to leave the gang and said, "Old Wu, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Qing, the 3 of you are all elders of the gang. The one who joined the gang the latest, Aunt Qing, has already been in the gang for 21 years. Now, you want to take the lead in betraying the purple bamboo forest. I, a junior, am the president. You guys are not convinced, or did I mistreat you? Ning Zimo, we will not betray the purple bamboo forest. Before you came to join the old president, who is also your grandfather, we were already here. Our feelings for the purple bamboo forest far exceed yours. The purple bamboo forest should be surnamed Zhu, not Ning." The hall master of the Plum Blossom Hall, Old Man Wu Zhen, said. "The reason why grandfather handed the purple bamboo forest to me is because the one with the surname Zhu no longer has any descendants worthy of his trust." Chapter 69. 0069 inch Humph. These things are already in the past, there's no proof. How would we know if you were pretending back then? A bewitching middle-aged woman laughed evilly. It was Aunt Qing of the Green Radish Hall. Ning Xuema said, "Are you bringing up these old matters to split the purple bamboo forest?" "Of course not." Zhang Xiu of the Orchid Hall held a folding fan in her hand and shook her head as she said, "We don't want to split the purple bamboo forest. What we want is to bring the purple bamboo forest back on track. Not to let an outsider like you sit in the president's seat and do whatever you want. Make the purple bamboo forest a mess." Zhao Zhong, who was at the side, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "3 hall masters, speak with your conscience. Ever since the young miss became the president, the purple bamboo forest's position had risen to become one of the 3 great gangs in Huahai. Furthermore, their relationship with the White Dao has become even closer. When the brothers have tasted the sweetness, they all say that the young miss is good." "Impudent. Zhao Zhong, you're just a dog that Ning Zimo picked up from the outside, what right do you have to talk to us?" Aunt Qing glared at him. Zhao Zhong still wanted to refute, but was stopped by Ning Zimo. Ning Zimo laughed mockingly, "I'd like to hear how I can do whatever I want. Could it be because I executed Zhou Haiyang and crippled Zhou Can? This is just an example of you abusing your authority as the president. What right do you have to hurt old Zhou and his son for a brat who has nothing to do with the gang? Could it be because he's a pretty boy you raised?" Wu Zhen asked. Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Can have repeatedly used the reputation of the purple bamboo forest to bully and humiliate the common people outside, discrediting all of our brothers and sisters. I wanted to punish them a long time ago, that was just an opportunity. As for that man, his name is Yi Fan. All of you better show some respect, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ning Xuema said with a face as cold as ice. "Ha ha ha ha, you've finally revealed your true nature. For an outsider, you're so ruthless to the hero of our purple bamboo forest. If we don't chase you down, won't the old brothers of the purple bamboo forest suffer?" Zhang Xiu laughed. Ning Zimo placed one hand on the belt around her waist. "If you want to kick me off the stage, you can try." Seeing the woman put her hand on her belt, as if she was going to take out a throwing knife, the people from the 3 halls all became alert. "Ning Zimo, don't be anxious. We still have some important VIPs that haven't arrived yet." Aunt Qing stroked her hair and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, someone pushed open the door and walked in. However, the three hall masters discovered that it was not the person they were waiting for. Yi Fan? Brother Fan. Ning Zimo looked at the man in astonishment, while Zhao Zhong and the others who knew Yi Fan all revealed expressions of joy. Yi Fan Xian touched his hair that had been messed up by the wind. Seeing that no one had made a move yet, he smiled. Good thing there wasn't a traffic jam. I made it in time. Are you okay, Ning Jie? Ning Zimo didn't seem to have completely forgiven the man. She snorted lightly, then turned her gaze towards Zhao Zhong. Little Zhao, I told you not to call him, didn't you understand? Eldest miss. You can punish me however you want when we get back, but Brother Fan and I are both worried about you, Zhao Zhong said. Ning Zimo looked at Yi Fan and knew that the man had rushed over in a hurry. She felt a little less angry and said, didn't you not want to get involved in my matters? Hurry up and go. Yi Fan Xian giggled and walked forward. Sister Ning, I'm already used to drinking the tea you brewed and eating the food you prepared for me. Without you, wouldn't I be unable to eat or drink? You're in danger, how can I not care? Ning Zimo's mind flashed with all sorts of past events. Her eyes became slightly moist and she said unhappily, how can there be such a good thing? You still want to eat and drink for free for the rest of your life. However, Yi Fan nodded seriously, and, after thinking about it, you're the best to me. If you don't chase me away, I'll stay with you for the rest of my life. Ning Zimo finally let out a sweet laugh. It was as if a tulip was blooming in this workshop. The hall masters were right. They really are a pair of dogs. Even when death is at hand, they still have the mood to flirt. A gloomy voice came from outside the workshop. Following that, a large number of footsteps also entered everyone's ears. A thin and shriveled man wearing a flowery shirt with a string of agates in his hand walked in. His hair was glossy, and he wore a golden necklace. Behind him was a group of muscular bodyguards in black vests. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was holding a miniature submachine gun. Seeing this group of gun-wielding men, the faces of the people on Ning Zimo's side began to pale. One had to know that this was China, and the gun control was quite strict. Even if the country tacitly allowed the existence of gangs to stabilize the order of the dark side, it could also increase some taxes. However, this did not mean that the country would allow the gangs to have a large number of guns. Normally, if they were discovered, they would be severely punished by the authorities. Therefore, even if these large gangs had the ability to buy guns from the black market, they would only dare to collect a small number of guns and would not use them in a real fight. Young Master Zhu, you're finally here. Wu Zhen laughed, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhu Xiao had a face full of arrogance as he glanced at the three hall masters. Then, he sneered at Ning Zimo and said, my dear cousin, why don't you obediently call me cousin? Ning Zimo's face was cold. Although she felt a little uneasy towards this group of spear-wielding men, she looked at the calm and composed Yi Fan beside her and felt a little more confident. Zhu Xiao, when I sent you to Australia and gave you your living expenses every year, it was already the greatest tolerance I had for you. You still have the face to come back. Ning Zimo said. Tolerance? Ha! You took away the purple bamboo forest that originally belonged to me, took away the foundation of my Zhu family, and you still say you're tolerant of me. Ning Zimo, you little girl, you're really shameless. Zhu Xiao glared at her malevolently. Yi Fan was puzzled, Sister Ning, who is this kid? Ning Zimo sighed lightly and said in a low voice, remember when I told you that someone wanted to murder my grandfather? That's why I was ordered to take over the purple bamboo forest. Back then, it was this person, my cousin, my grandfather's grandson, Zhu Xiao. Li Fan Xian suddenly understood, so it's you. The old president is sick, and he even joined forces with the doctor to kill him. He wants to seize power and usurp the throne, and even let the old president find out. I say, you can even murder your own grandfather, how can the brothers of this gang trust you? Bullshit. I never murdered Grandpa, it was all Ning Zimo's lies, it was all fabricated by her. My grandfather took in a stray dog like her, but she repaid his kindness with enmity and took over his nest. She's the one who's an ingrate. Zhu Xiao insisted. Yi Fan sneered, if that's really the case, why would the old president personally hand over the purple bamboo forest to Sister Ning and not you? That's because he's old and muddled. Zhu Xiao scolded. TSK TSK. Is it appropriate to scold your dead grandfather for being muddle-headed? Yi Fan laughed. Chapter 70. 0070 Ning Zimo took a step forward, her cold and arrogant gaze swept across everyone, and said, so the reason you dare to rebel is because you found Zhu Xiao from Australia. What, do you think that just by finding a descendant of the Zhu family, you can control the purple bamboo forest? You guys know better than me what kind of trash Zhu Xiao is. Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't have delayed handing over the position of president. If you can elect someone who I am convinced of to be the president, I, Ning Zimo, will definitely not drag my feet and hand over the position of president to you. However, if you find such a puppet, an idiot with wolf-like ambitions, even if I, Ning Zimo, bleed my last drop of blood, I will not hand over the purple bamboo forest to you. Aunt Qing mocked, Ning Zimo, you are not the one who has the final say today. We are all convinced by young Master Zhu's ability, and the brothers in the gang are all willing to follow the true successor of the Zhu family. Do you think that everyone will believe you just because you are trying to confuse the masses? Being blown up like this, Zhu Xiao was also full of confidence. He raised his head high and looked at the crowd with disdain. Did you hear that? I am the true dragon of the Zhu family who has the bloodline of the purple bamboo forest flowing in my veins. You are just an outsider. Ning Zimo said indifferently, if you want to talk about bloodline, half of my body is also the bloodline of the Zhu family. You guys have been planning this for a long time, just to find a reason for yourselves to rebel. As she said that, Ning Zimo pointed at the group of men with spears and said, just looking at this group of people with spears, they are not from our purple bamboo forest at all. Did you guys receive the secret support of other gangs? The expressions of the three hall masters and Zhu Xiao changed. Zhu Xiao shouted, bullshit. This is the brother that I have recruited, and from now on, he will be a member of our purple bamboo forest. You all clearly know that fighting with guns is a huge taboo. If the higher-ups find out, our purple bamboo forest might be cleared out of Huahai. You all are being used by other gangs as spears, playing with fire and burning yourselves. Ning Zimo reprimanded. Ning Zimo, if you're afraid, just say it. Don't scare us. We know that your throwing knives are fast, but no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than a bullet, ha 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 ha. Zhu Xiao laughed maniacally. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Ning Zimo's eyes. Originally, I didn't want to kill you all for the sake of our bloodline, but your current actions might have already harmed the other brothers of the purple bamboo forest. I have to clean up the sect in order to be worthy of my grandfather's spirit in heaven. When Zhu Xiao heard that, he quickly hid behind a group of gunmen and shouted, great. Come on. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Once I give the order, I'll turn all of you into sieves. Wu Zhen, Zhang Xiu, and Aunt Qing also brought the people from the three halls to Zhu Xiao's side, afraid that they would be accidentally injured by the bullets. Ning Zimo turned her head to look at the dozens of trusted subordinates behind her and said, brothers, today is a bloody battle. The other party has a gun. If you are worried that you will die for nothing, then leave immediately. I will forgive you. If you stay and fight with me, Ning Zimo, I will remember your loyalty for the rest of my life. Zhao Zhong's eyes turned red as he shouted, I vow to follow the president to the death. Following a loud roar, the group of timid members of the association seemed to have dispersed the dark clouds in their hearts. Thinking of the help Ning Zimo had given them in the past, they were all excited. Follow the president. I swear my loyalty to the young miss. Kill the traitor. For a time, the sounds of killing shook the heavens, and their auras actually suppressed the 100 or so people in front of them. Ning Zimo's eyes were sparkling and her eyes were red. She was obviously very moved. Yi Fan also sighed with emotion, recalling many past events, and a trace of an ancient smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, a phone call came to Yi Fan's phone. Hubby. A call came. Moi. Hubby. A call came in. A delicate female voice. It was Yifan's new ringtone. After changing to a smartphone, Yifan naturally had to do more tricks. Hearing the ringtone, Yifan's face lit up and he quickly took out his phone. At this moment, there was actually someone who wanted to answer the phone. Everyone naturally felt that it was very abrupt. The key point was, this ringtone didn't match the atmosphere at all, even Ning Zimo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this man doing? Did he really have the face to use such a mushy ringtone? Involuntarily, the people who were shouting to kill and the people who were on guard with guns all turned their gazes towards Yifan with strange expressions on their faces. Yifan waved his hand at the crowd in embarrassment, indicating that he should answer the phone first. Hey! Yifan shouted. Yes, 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 this is the factory. Don't you see that there are a lot of cars parked outside? Yes. It was that open workshop. I'll look for you at the door. When Yifan hung up the phone, Ning Zimo couldn't help but ask, Yifan, who's looking for you? Yifan put his phone in his pocket and said happily, it's a takeout delivery. I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I ordered a takeout. You guys can kill me first, wait a minute, let me take the takeout first. He, it's good to have a new phone. I can even order takeout. This is the first time a young lady has gotten on the sedan chair. I'm a little excited. Yifan muttered to himself as he lightly jogged towards the workshop's door. The group of people from the purple bamboo forest stared at Yifan's back in shock, unable to say a word for a long time. Ning Zimo, don't tell me the one you like is a fool. Zhu Xiao laughed and mocked, could it be that he was reincarnated as a hungry ghost? Do you want to eat a full meal before you die? Although Yifan's actions were a little comical, from another point of view, it meant that the man did not take the danger in front of him to heart at all. Coincidentally, Yifan ran to the entrance of the workshop. A delivery boy riding an electric bicycle had also arrived. Sir, are you still working in the workshop at night? This is your takeout. The delivery boy handed a plastic-wrapped lunchbox to Yifan. At the same time, he looked at the scene in the workshop and was so scared that his face turned pale. Yifan saw the delivery boy's expression and smiled, don't be nervous, we are playing real-life CS, they are all plastic guns. Oh. So it's plastic. It really looks like it. The delivery boy immediately believed it, why are there so many people with steel rods? Are there not enough guns? Yifan nodded, that's right, I'll take some guys to satisfy my cravings. If I don't have money, I'll just have to toss and turn. That's true, a plastic gun that looks like a real gun is definitely not cheap. The delivery boy was very understanding. Yifan patted the other party's shoulder, thank you bro, I won't see you off. Alright, you guys have fun. How interesting, there are so many people. After the delivery boy finished speaking, he rode away on his electric bicycle. Yifan turned around and walked back to the workshop. He opened the plastic bag and opened the lunchbox inside. Chapter 71. 0071 Ning Zimo shook her head helplessly. How could she have the appetite to eat? She could only smile and say, you eat, I'm not hungry. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'm really starving. Wait for me to finish eating before you fight. Don't worry, I eat very quickly. As Yifan spoke, he casually found a machine tool and sat down. Then, he began to wolf down the dumplings one by one. Not long after, his mouth was filled with oil. It's just that there's too much fat. As expected, there's no such thing as good stuff when it's cheap, but it's fine. While eating, Yifan was still muttering to himself with relish, causing many people to almost forget what was going on, as if he was really at a restaurant. When Zhu Xiao saw that Yifan was still eating heartily as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Damn it, are you retarded? Can't you see how many submachine guns I have? Yifan chewed the dumplings, raised his head and vaguely said, I eat dumplings, what does it have to do with you having a gun? Brother Fan, eat your food. We'll go take care of these traitors. Zhao Zhong took out his metal finger gloves and put them on. His entire person exuded a murderous aura. Across from him, Zhang Xiu lightly tapped her palm with her folding fan and said, Zhao Zhong, even though the name, Blood Claw, has some fame in the underworld, do you really think that rotten hand of yours can stop a bullet? Stop joking. That's right. For the sake of the old president, if all of you disarm and surrender, we can still give you a way out. Aunt Qing chuckled. Zhu Xiao teasingly said, Zhao Zhong, if you really want to help your master, then advise her not to struggle on her deathbed, hee. Otherwise, she will die beyond recognition, and it will be ugly when she is buried. Zhao Zhong snorted coldly. Wishful thinking. If it weren't for eldest miss, I would have been betrayed by my accomplices and thrown into prison. It was eldest young miss who gave me a chance to turn over a new leaf. My name, Zhao Zhong, was bestowed by First Miss, and my life was also given by First Mississippi. In life, I belong to First Miss, and in death, I will be a ghost by First Miss' side. Zhao Zhong's words also made the group of loyal subordinates in the back extremely excited. Brother Zhao, we'll go with you. If we're going to die, let's die together. Seeing that none of these people were willing to betray Ning Zimo, Zhu Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, Great. Since all of you want to die. Then he would accompany Ning Zimo in death. Kill. Zhu Xiao shouted. The dozen or so armed men in black vests walked forward and lined up in a straight line. He picked up the gun and opened the safety. A dozen or so black muzzles were aimed at Ning Zimo and the others at the front. Brothers. For the young miss, for the purple bamboo forest, kill with me. Zhao Zhong faced death with equanimity and was about to lead the charge. But at this moment, a black shadow rushed out first. Eldest miss. Ning Zimo's vigorous steps were like a black gust of wind. She moved like a snake from left to right, approaching the group of men in black. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Ning Zimo's hands. They were 2 throwing knives. Pu. The 2 gunmen at the front had a knife stabbed into their heads out of thin air. The 2 gunmen didn't even realize what was going on before they died on the spot and fell to the ground. The people from the 3 great halls, Zhu Xiao and the others, were all scared silly. No one had expected that Ning Zimo would actually dare to throw a throwing knife in the face of so many guns and over 100 people. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and shoot before she gets close. Zhu Xiao shouted anxiously. Only then did the group of gunmen react. It was only 2 to 3 seconds later, but the distance between them and Ning Zimo was less than 20 meters. If the woman approached them again, they wouldn't be able to casually shoot. Two. The fire snake of the submachine gun suddenly appeared. Of course, Ning Zimo couldn't be faster than the bullet, so she rolled in advance and hid behind a machine tool. Ding ding ding. Bullets rained down on the machine tool like a storm, colliding with the metal and producing an intense sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions and a rain of bullets rained down. Everyone, attack. Get close to them. They won't be able to use their guns. Seeing that Ning Zimo was in deep danger, Zhao Zhong was extremely anxious and hurriedly brought his men to rush over. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. It was Yi Fan. Brother Fan. Zhao Zhong and the others didn't know what Yi Fan meant by this. Ning Zimo hid behind the machine tool, not daring to go out. Seeing Yi Fan stand up, her beautiful face paled as she said, Yi Fan. Don't stand there. Danger. Yi Fan was standing right in the middle of the 2 groups of people. If the bullets were to be fired at Zhao Zhong and the others, the first to be hit would definitely be Yi Fan. Yi Fan burped and said unhappily, it would be great if I could fight after I finish eating. I really don't know how to pick a time, Brother Fan. I know you're good at martial arts, but don't be impulsive. They have guns, we have to go up together and break through their formation. Zhao Zhong shouted. No need. Yi Fan straightforwardly said. Why? Zhao Zhong was stunned, thinking to himself, could it be that men have other good ideas? Without waiting for them to ask, Yi Fan suddenly moved. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan did not rush to the other side. Instead, he turned around and ran in front of Zhao Zhong. Brother Fan, you, just as Zhao Zhong was about to ask, he suddenly felt something in his hand. He lowered his head and saw that it was a box of half-eaten dumplings, and a chopstick. Zhao Zhong was flabbergasted. So Yi Fan turned around and ran over to let him take the dumplings? When he raised his head again, Yi Fan had already swaggered towards the enemy camp with his head held high. Yi Fan's footsteps looked very natural, it didn't seem like he was facing a dozen or so submachine guns. Brother Fan, be careful. Zhao Zhong and the others shouted. Ning Zimo's heart was also in her throat. She wished she could run out and fight with the man, but she was afraid that the man had some kind of plan and that she would disrupt his rhythm the moment she went out. This guy. Is he looking down on us? When the gunmen saw Yi Fan walking over so directly, they all laughed sinisterly. However, just when they thought that Yi Fan was here to die, Yi Fan began to speed up. He's running over. Shoot him. Shoot. No one knew who shouted, but the gunmen began to shoot at Yi Fan. The bullets immediately flew towards Yi Fan like locusts. No matter how one looked at it, the dense rain of bullets had already surrounded Yi Fan. But for some reason, Yi Fan's movements were not affected in the slightest. The bullets were like a drizzle, without any lethality, allowing him to pass through them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan's figure had already appeared in front of everyone. Yi Fan's face was cold and indifferent, just like a divine general. He looked down at the group of men with guns. The group of people were all frightened by Yi Fan's ghost-like speed. How did he arrive at their side in the blink of an eye from 20 to 30 meters away? Without giving them time to think, Yi Fan raised the other chopstick in his hand that he hadn't thrown away. In his hand, the chopstick was like a dagger. As soon as he got close to a gunman, Yi Fan directly stabbed the chopstick into the man's throat. Puchi. Chapter 72. 0072 damn it. Quickly kill him. Zhu Xiao and the rest felt fear, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Unfortunately, a huge sense of oppression was like a weight hanging on everyone's heart, causing the thugs' bodies to become incomparably stiff. On the contrary, Yi Fan's figure was like a tornado, spinning back and forth between the group of gunmen. After 3 rounds, the dozen or so gunmen all started to bleed from their throats. A chopstick had become an unstoppable killing weapon. The ground was filled with bullets and the smell of gunpowder. It was simply unable to stop Yi Fan from charging into the formation and easily slaughtering all the gunmen. Hey, here you go. Yi Fan threw away the blood-stained chopsticks, bent down to pick up 2 submachine guns, and threw them towards Zhao Zhong and the others. 2 men with quick reflexes received the submachine guns and immediately aimed them at the people from the 3 great halls. How is this possible? He was clearly hit by a bullet. Wu Zhen thought he was seeing things. What the hell, don't shoot. When Zhu Xiao saw that there was a gun in front of him, his face turned ashen with fear. It only took less than 15 seconds for the entire workshop to change. Ning Zimo stood up from behind the machine tool and stared blankly at all of this, as if she was in a dream. Yi Fan, on the other hand, did not seem to be too excited. Dealing with such a group of fellows was not a big deal to him. He quietly walked over to the woman and smiled. Ning Jia, you handle the rest. Kill those who deserve to be killed. Don't be soft-hearted. Ning Xuema's bright eyes flickered as she stared at the man, unable to shift her gaze away. She knew that Yi Fan was very strong, but she never thought that Yi Fan would be this strong. More than a dozen submachine guns were pointed at him and surrounded him. The bullets were so dense, but he was still able to move around freely. He even killed all the gunmen with a bamboo chopstick. One had to know that most people would instinctively feel a strong sense of fear when faced with a gun. If one was pointed at by a gun, it would be commendable if one did not raise one's hand to surrender. For someone like Yi Fan to treat the rain of bullets as child's play, how fierce of a psychological quality and how powerful of a strength did he have to be? Zhao Zhong and the other people from the purple bamboo forest all looked at Yi Fan with fanatical worship in their eyes. Brother Zhao, no wonder you respect Brother Fan so much. He really is a god. Damn, it feels so good. As expected of eldest young Mrs. Lover. Zhao Zhong patted the guy's head and scolded with a smile, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, Brother Fan won't be happy if he hears it. With a strong psychological pillar like Yi Fan, the group of people all relaxed and laughed heartily. Yi Fan walked up to Zhao Zhong and smiled, give me the dumplings. Oh. Oh. Here you go. Zhao Zhong quickly passed the lunchbox over. Yi Fan used the remaining chopsticks to pick up a dumpling and continued to eat. Killing more than 10 people did not affect his appetite at all. At this time, Ning Zimo walked to the center of the arena and said, Plum Blossom Hall, Green Radish Hall, and Orchid Hall, these 3 halls have assisted the traitor Zhu Xiao in dividing the purple bamboo forest. According to the gang's rules, Wu Zhen, Zhang Xiu, and Yu Shaoqing, the 3 traitors, had the option to commit suicide. Zhu Xiao, you attempted to murder the previous president and have long been a heinous scum. Today, I must personally execute you. The moment they heard that they were going to be killed, Wu Zhen trio naturally panicked and shouted, don't just stand there. There was a gun on the ground. Quickly pick it up and fight with them. However, the gang members of the 3 halls were all trembling in fear. With terrified eyes, they looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was eating the dumplings, smiling slightly as he looked at them. His gaze was indescribably deep and cold. President. We were wrong. Spare us. Guild leader, we were confused for a moment. Forgive us. Several gang members directly knelt on the ground and began to surrender to Ning Zimo. With someone taking the lead, the other gang members naturally surrendered one after another. They let go of the things in their hands and wished that they could kowtow to Ning Zimo. Ning Zimo also didn't want to kill too many people. After all, most of them were just following the boss to make a living and didn't have much of an idea. Those who pledge allegiance to me on the spot will be dealt with lightly. Those who stand, those who want to die with them, do as you please. Ning Zimo coldly said. As soon as these words came out, almost all the gang members of the 3 halls knelt down. No one was willing to die for nothing. Wasn't the reason why they came out to support their families? This was the same logic as going to work. For a time, Zhu Xiao, Wu Zhen, Zhang Xiu, and Ant Qing became a lone commander. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Ning Zimo. You have to think it through. Don't think that we don't have anyone. Who do you think gave me the gun? Who sent the gunman to me? I have a backer. Zhu Xiao shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was trembling. Ning Zimo approached them step by step, her cold eyes glowing like the cold moon. You don't need to tell me, I know. This is the manpower the Iron Lock gang gave you, right? Zhu Xiao's expression changed, you. How did you? Do you really think that just because I stay in the Purple Leaf Tea House all day long, I really don't know what's going on outside? It's not like you Han Long of the Iron Lock gang has sent people to Australia once or twice. I just turned a blind eye, thinking that you don't have the guts. I cared about a trace of kinship, so I didn't kill you on the spot. However, you repaid kindness with enmity, and almost caused me and my good brothers to lose their lives. Only then did Zhu Xiao's legs go soft, and he cried out, Cousin. Cousin, I was wrong. Since I'm your cousin, please let me go. I will never, so. Without waiting for Zhu Xiao to finish speaking, a throwing knife had already pierced his forehead. Zhu Xiao fell to the ground with his head raised, and his life was about to stop. This scene completely scared Wu Zhen and the other 2 out of their wits. The 3 of them hurriedly knelt on the ground, almost crawling on the ground as they cried out. President. I, Old Wu, have suffered a lot even if I don't have any merits. please spare my old life. Wu Zhen begged. Zhang Xiu had a plan in her mind and shouted, President. I know what's going on between Zhu Xiao and the people from the Iron Lock gang. I can make up for my crimes. Ning Zimo replied with an, oh, tell me about it. Zhang Xiu's face lit up, and she hurriedly said, the reason why Yu Hanlong of the Iron Lock gang dared to be so arrogant, other than the Iron Palm gang behind him, he also has a South Asian arms dealer, a guy known as the Jungle Arms Dealer. The Iron Lock gang had also ordered a batch of firearms, and it was definitely not at the level of these submachine guns. He had ordered a batch of heavy weapons, and the equipment of ordinary special police forces might not even be as powerful as his weapons. I don't know what they want that batch of weapons for, but it's definitely not for self-defense. That guy Yu Hanlong must have great ambitions. Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes. He still wants to buy heavy weapons. Does he have that much money? Because China's gun control was strict, if one wanted to buy an ordinary rifle, they would have to spend a lot of money. After a few twists and turns, they couldn't compare to the European countries. Therefore, weapons like rocket launchers and heavy machine guns were not something that could be settled with just a few 100,000 or a few 100,000. It was normal for them to be in the millions. After all, they still had to buy matching ammunition. Chapter 73. 0073 It's precisely because he doesn't have enough money that he wants to borrow Zhu Zhao's hand to cause our purple bamboo forest to fall apart so that he can reap some benefits from it. Once he collects enough money and buys that batch of weapons, I'm afraid he'll do something big in Hua Hai. Zhang Xiu said. Nonsense. He dares to use heavy weapons to fight. Does he think that the country won't care about him? Zhao Zhong and the others didn't believe him at all. Zhang Xiu said seriously, of course he dares. Once our purple bamboo forest collapses and the White Shark gang is swept away by his powerful firepower, Hua Hai will only be left with the Iron Lock family. Would the country send troops to destroy the Iron Lock as well? Definitely not, the impact would be too great. The final choice was to let the Iron Lock gang unify the underground gangs in Hua Hai. Maintain social stability. The scene quieted down. Ning Xuema frowned slightly. She obviously didn't expect that behind this rebellion, there would be such a huge conspiracy from the Iron Lock gang. President, I've told you everything I know. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins. Zhang Xiu pleaded. Ning Xuema smiled. Zhang Xiu, why do you know so much? Zhang Xiu was stunned, speechless. Because, you are the one who has the deepest communication with Yu Hanlong. You first betrayed me, and now you betrayed Yu Hanlong. You really are a model of a fence-sitter. Ning Xuema looked at him with contempt. Zhang Xiu's face flushed red. No. No. Ning Xuema was no longer interested in listening to his words. She swung her hand 3 times in a row, and 3 throwing knives took away Zhang Xiu and the other 2 at the same time. Seeing the 3 hall masters fall into the pool of blood, the gang members of the 3 halls shouted even harder, President, spare us. However, Ning Xuema was no longer interested in what happened next. With a faint smile on her face, the woman walked in front of Yi Fan and said, Stop eating dumplings. I know there's a good shop nearby. I'll treat you to a good meal. I've finished eating. Yi Fan threw the empty box away and said. Then just treat it as giving elder sister face. Thank you for coming to help me today. You have to give me face, right? Ning Xuema blinked. Yi Fan looked at the group of people who were still crying for their parents and begging for the president's forgiveness, and asked with a smile, Is it over? What about those people? Leave it to little Zhao and the others. How can I care about every traitor? Ning Zimo said. Yi Fan thought about it and agreed. He chuckled and jumped down from the machine. All right, I'll have to make Sister Ning spend money again. Haven't you made me spend a lot of money before? Ning Zimo rolled her eyes at the man flirtatiously. She stepped forward and grabbed Yi Fan's hand, then walked out. Yi Fan felt a little weird being held by Ning Jie. He said, Sister Ning, it's usually guys who hold girls' hands. When has a girl ever held a guy's hand? Just treat it as if I want to pick you up, can't you? Ning Zimo said. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but as a man, how could he be seduced by a woman? He pulled the woman closer to him, then wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and gently supported her slender waist. I'm not a pretty boy. If you want to soak up someone, you have to let me soak up you. Did you hear that? Yi Fan lowered his head and whispered into the woman's sparkling ears. Ning Xuema blushed and a trace of sweetness appeared in her eyes. This was the first time a man had taken the initiative to be so close to her. Ning Xuema replied happily. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan and Ning Xuema arrived at a very simply decorated night stall. Although it wasn't time for supper yet, there were already quite a few people sitting here. Most of them were gathered in twos and threes, drinking beer and chatting happily. After finding a small table to sit down, Ning Xuema quickly ordered some dishes. The 13-spice crayfish here isn't bad. The kebabs are also quite tasty. This was all told to me by some of my subordinates, Ning Xuema said. Yi Fan wasn't full either. The dozen or so dumplings weren't enough for him to eat, so he was looking forward to it. Sister Ning, your brothers told you where to eat? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Ning Xuema's face revealed a trace of helplessness. They all think that I always stay in the tea house and have to go out for a walk, so they always tempt me to tell them where it's fun and where it's delicious. But I don't want to run around by myself. You can bring little Zhao and the others along, Yi Fan said. What's so good about being with them? We can see each other every day and even eat together. Ning Xuema glared at him. I just want to be with someone, but it's a pity that someone doesn't like me and doesn't even want to bring me out to eat. Yi Fan was embarrassed and embarrassed. He was indeed hiding from Ning Xuema on purpose, but after thinking it through, he patted his chest and said, Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Are you for real? Are you really not going to hide from me in the future? How could I lie to you? Either I don't agree, or I promise you, I will naturally do it, Yi Fan said. Ning Xuema supported herself on the table with one hand and supported her cheeks with her beautiful eyes as she stared at the man. Yi Fan, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say before that you don't want to get too involved with me? Yi Fan took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. He puffed out the smoke and squinted his eyes. Sister Ning, I was indeed tired before and wanted to have a good rest. I don't want to care about anything else. I just want to rely on the most ordinary of labor to earn some money, then use the money to help those children in the orphanage. Although the things I do are small, I feel very fulfilled. However, some things have happened recently, and I've realized that I'm still too young in some areas. The tree wants to be quiet, and the wind doesn't stop. What should come will come sooner or later. Instead of hiding, I might as well be frank and not care so much. You're the first person I met when I returned to China, and the first person I got to know. You're really important to me. Ning Xuema pursed her red lips emotionally. Her eyes were a little misty as she sniffed and said coquettishly, Am I just the first person you know? Don't tell me that's all I have in your heart. Yi Fan scratched his head and said in all seriousness, This portion is quite heavy. Didn't you see that I was worried about you and ran over without even eating dinner? Pfft. Ning Xuema rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that the waiter had just arrived to serve the dishes, she said, Foodie, the crayfish is here. Eat first. Yi Fan couldn't wait to put on his disposable gloves and started to work. Ning Xuema looked at the man eating and didn't even put down her chopsticks. She said with a smile, You're really muddle-headed. Just look at your skills in the workshop just now. How can someone like you live a completely ordinary life? The more capable you are, the more capable you are. Gold will always shine. There's always someone better out there. This little bit of ability of mine is nothing. Sister Ning, this world isn't that simple. Yi Fan shook his head as he peeled the crayfish. At least you're the strongest person I've ever seen. This is the first time I've seen someone walk through so many bullets. Chapter 74. 0074 Yi Fan licked his lips, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, the strongest expert. I don't even know what her name is, but she looks like a fairy, so I call her Big Sister Fairy. Big Sister Fairy? Ning Zimo said unhappily, what are you talking about in your sleep? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to some beauty. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he shook his head and said, let's not talk about it, I'm also confused. I only met her once, and then it was as if she disappeared from the world. I don't even know if she's a deity or not. You're so paranoid, I don't know if you're lying to me. Although Ning Zimo said this, she believed it in her heart because Yi Fan's expression was very serious. Not long later, Yi Fan had almost finished a small plate of lobsters. Seeing that Ning Zimo hadn't moved her chopsticks, Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, Sister Ning, are you really not going to eat? Ning Zimo seemed to have something on her mind and said, you can eat, I'm not hungry. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, are you worried about the Iron Lock Gang? Ning Zimo faintly sighed and did not deny it, the Iron Lock Gang has the Iron Palm Gang behind them. Now that they've bought a batch of firearms, it's getting harder and harder to guard against them. That's nothing, isn't there a Golden Eagle sect behind the White Shark Gang? I haven't seen them being that powerful. Yi Fan said as he bit the lamb skewer. No, the White Shark Gang and the Golden Eagle sect are only related to each other in the previous generations. In this generation, there isn't much contact between them anymore. But Yu Hanlong of the Iron Lock Gang is the disciple of the Iron Palm Gang's leader. Their relationship and support are completely different. Ning Zimo began to explain to Yi Fan, in this era, the ancient martial arts sects had already faded out of the public eye, and were not as prosperous as they were in ancient times. However, these ancient martial arts sects that were hidden behind the scenes also needed to raise disciples and pass on the incense. Naturally, they needed a large amount of money. Some of the famous sects relied on their mountain gates to develop tourism, set up companies, and build up their brands. Then, they flourished. While earning money outside, he recruited disciples and secretly passed on his martial arts. However, there were also some small sects like the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Palm sect. Although they had the foundation of ancient martial arts, they did not have a sect, nor did they have any connections or resources. If the country chose an elite martial artist to join the army, it would not be their turn. They couldn't earn much money on the white path, so they could only walk the path of the underground gangs. As a result, there were many gangs in various places, and they all had the backing of some ancient martial arts practitioners. No wonder this Iron Lock Gang rose to power so quickly. Yi Fan nodded, as if he had heard a story. Ning Zimo said worriedly, if it's just the Iron Palm Gang, I'm not afraid. After all, the Iron Palm Gang doesn't dare to support Yu Hanlong too much. However, if Yu Hanlong buys a few heavy weapons from the jungle arms dealer, then it'll be hard to handle. Yi said. What? Xian said, Fan, he said, Sister Wen Fan, of. Ning Zimo asked curiously, why? Do you think he doesn't have enough money? At critical moments, this man was reliable. Oh right, come with me to the Purple Leaf Tea House after you're done eating. I need your help with something. What is it? It's already so late. Yi Fan was puzzled. Ning Zimo smiled mysteriously, you'll know when you get there. Come, eat more. At around 10 p.m., Yi Fan drove back to the Purple Leaf Tea House with Ning Zimo. At this moment, the tea house was closed for business. There were 2 rows of stern-looking men standing outside the door. All of them were strong and young. They looked to be in their 20s or 30s. Zhao Zhong brought his men and bowed at the door, young miss. Hello, brother Fan. Ning Zimo asked, little Zhao, have you dealt with the corpses? Don't worry, young Mississippi. They are all packed in bags. If the stones sink into the river, they will be washed into the sea. They will be carried far away by the ocean currents. There won't be any problems, Zhao Zhong said. Then, the people I asked you to choose are all here? Ning Zimo swept her gaze across the 20 or so powerful subordinates present. Zhao Zhong nodded his head. Yes, eldest miss, these people have all been on the battlefield, chopped down people, and are loyal to the purple bamboo forest and you. Those who are too old have all been eliminated, and most of these brothers have been in the army before, or have mixed into the society early, and have fought fiercely. Very good, now let's go to the backyard of the tea house. Yes. Young miss. The group of people answered. Yi Fan was puzzled. Sister Ning, what are you doing? Ning Zimo said, I feel that the situation is getting more and more dangerous, so I plan to choose a group of people and focus on raising their fighting strength to deal with future challenges. At this time, under Ning Zimo's lead, everyone arrived at a small garden at the back of the tea house. There was also an empty space made of green bricks, which didn't seem to be of much use. But in reality, this was a place where some of the martial artists in the purple bamboo forest sparred. Ning Zimo asked Yi Fan, what do you think of the strength of these brothers? Yi Fan roughly guessed the woman's intention in looking for him. He thought for a moment and said, it seems like one person can defeat 7 or 8 ordinary people, not bad. This is a small group of our purple bamboo forest's most elite brothers, and you only think it's not bad. It seems like we are really too weak. Ning Zimo said unhappily. Yi Fan was very straightforward in this aspect. I said it's not bad, and I've already given them face. Actually, I just feel that they're just a little stronger, and they're no different from ordinary people. When these words were said, the 20 or so strong men present were a little unconvinced, but because Ning Zimo was there and the other party was the powerful Yi Fan, they didn't dare to open their mouths. However, Ning Zimo could see that they were unconvinced, and smiled. Yi Fan said that you guys are very ordinary, do you guys want to prove yourself? Yes sir. A few men shouted. Alright, I'll give you guys a chance. All of you come up now and surround Yi Fan. Don't show any mercy. If you hit Yi Fan, I'll reward you with 1,000 yuan. Ning Zimo ordered. When Yi Fan heard this, why didn't this woman give him any time to prepare? Was she going to use him to train the soldiers? When the group of men heard this, 1,000 yuan was basically a red packet. To them, this was a lot of money. All of a sudden, they all looked at Yi Fan like a tiger watching its prey. Brother Fan, how disrespectful. Brother Fan. This is what the young miss said. Chapter 75. 0075 Yi Fan sighed. He had just finished eating, and now he had to fight back and forth. He didn't have the leisure to do so. However, since they had already sent their fists and kicks over, he could only watch and deal with them. The first to arrive in front of him was a flying kick. Yi Fan retreated, grabbed the foot with his left hand, and casually swung it, throwing the 150-kilogram man onto the other 2 people. Ouch! The 3 of them fell to the ground, and were in a complete mess. Soon after, Yi Fan grabbed another fist that was coming at him, and took advantage of the momentum to move forward, throwing the man 4 to 5 meters away. Yi Fan's body seemed to be walking back and forth on the spot. His speed wasn't fast either, but he was able to perfectly avoid the attack and then borrow the force to fight back, throwing this group of people far away. This was also because Yi Fan didn't have the desire to attack, nor did he want to hurt anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown them all away. In just a few moments, everyone around Yi Fan was already sitting on the ground or crawling up from the ground. The group of men were dumbstruck. They looked at Yi Fan in awe with disbelief in their eyes. Zhao Zhong also shook his head with emotion. Yi Fan's strength was truly many realms higher than theirs. Ning Zimo was not surprised. After all, Yi Fan could even dodge bullets, so it was impossible for this group of people to hit him. Today, I specially invited Yi Fan over to give you some guidance. You must cherish this opportunity, after all. You have also seen how strong Yi Fan is. Ning Zimo said seriously. Brother Fan, please give me some pointers. The group of men shouted in heartfelt admiration. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on, and whispered to Ning Zimo, Sister Ning, this is not easy. Ning Zimo was stunned. Why? You can't even help with such a small matter. Teach them. Your cultivation experience will also allow my elite troops to grow up quickly. Yi Fan said, it's not that I don't want to help, but their level is still at a very low stage. If I use my cultivation method, they definitely won't be able to take it, then think of a training method that they can accept. For example, if you are a university student, you can give them primary school textbooks. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Ning Zimo said. Yi Fan frowned, walked back and forth a few steps, and thought, how about? I do an action, you guys follow this action, if you can do it 10 times a day, then you will complete the training. Ning Zimo blinked her eyes and said, do one action 10 times? Isn't the amount of training too little? The others were also puzzled. Why did it sound like it was child? Yi Fan chuckled, and didn't waste any more words. He said, you guys watch me do it once, then try it yourself. With that, Yi Fan walked to the center. Under the light of the searchlight, he became serious. First, he lifted one foot, leaving the other on the ground. At the same time, he pulled the foot back and leaned his body forward. At the same time, he bent his foot at a very subtle angle. The key was that Yi Fan's arms, at the same time, were also bending at a strange angle, and his wrists and arms were still flipping. In short, Yi Fan seemed to have only made one movement, but his entire body was moving. When he finished, fan, he again, fan, he, I, and, how is it? Do you remember? The group of men were all at a loss. On the other hand, Ning Zimo's martial arts foundation was not bad. After all, she was a flying dagger cultivator in the ancient martial arts. Her memory was not ordinary either. She nodded and said, let me try first. As the woman spoke, she walked to the center of the field. She did the same thing and began to follow Yi Fan's posture in her memory. She landed on one foot and lifted the other, that's not right. The hands didn't stretch out at the same time, and the feet didn't bend at the same time. If this action doesn't change all the details at the same time, it won't be effective. Yi Fan immediately pointed out. Ning Zimo frowned. She tried a few more times, but found that she would miss some details every time. Yi Fan, on the other hand, patiently pointed out every missing part. Back and forth, Ning Zimo made more than 20 mistakes. Finally, on the 29th time, she made a relatively complete movement. At this time, the woman was already sweating profusely, her face was flushed red, and she was panting. That's right, that's it. Seeing that Ning Zimo had successfully finished, Yi Fan smiled and nodded. As soon as Ning Zimo relaxed, she almost staggered and fell to the ground. She looked at her trembling hands and her somewhat light legs in shock. She muttered, this. How is this possible? Even if I run 15 kilometers in half an hour, I wouldn't be this tired. Brother Fan, what's going on? Can this action actually be so strenuous? Zhao Zhong asked from the side. Ning Zimo was also confused. She gasped for breath and said, why do I feel like I'm going to collapse? I didn't do any intense exercise. Yi Fan saw a group of people looking at him blankly, but he wasn't in a hurry to reply. He first lit a cigarette for himself and found a stone stool to sit on. Hearing that the scene was completely silent, he threw out a question, do you know how many muscles we usually have? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads to show that they didn't know. 639 pieces. Yi Fan glanced at the crowd and patiently said, these 600 muscles are made up of 6 billion muscle fibers. The longest fiber is 60 centimeters, and the shortest is only 1 millimeter. The difference is very big. Each of us has muscles that take up about 40% of our weight. In other words, if you want to increase your strength, training your muscles will take up 40% of your weight. And relatively speaking, muscles are the easiest to train. Ning Zimo thought for a moment and said, you mean? This action is used to train muscles. To be exact, it's used to master muscles. Yi Fan said, Just like our brains, we only use less than 1/10 of it. Muscles are actually not something that we can completely control and use. Usually, we can only use 40 to 60% of our muscle strength. Even when it comes to endurance, our muscles can only withstand 90% of our limit. To put it bluntly, we don't really control our own bodies. Most people don't know what's going on with their bodies for the rest of their lives. If you want to strengthen yourself, you have to at least understand what kind of body you have. So, you have to start by mastering your muscles. Yifan finished smoking a cigarette, stepped on the cigarette butt, stood up and said, "This movement of mine is a simplified version of the movement that I use for my own cultivation. I can't completely master all the muscles in my body, I can only train some large muscles. But if you can do it 10 times a day, then 100 times a day, 1,000 times a day, then your bodies will have a qualitative leap." Chapter 76. 0076. Although Yifan said this, he didn't think that these people would be able to do it over 1,000 times. Even if they could do it 100 times, it would already be a miracle. Ning Zimo and the others couldn't believe it. Such a difficult movement was even a simplified version of Yifan's. If Su Qingxue was present at this time, she would most likely recognize this action. Wasn't this the messy dance of gods and demons that Yifan was training in the morning? However, when Yifan did it himself, his movements were very fast, and the degree of complexity was several times higher than this. This set of nameless movements created by Yifan, the depth and precision of its training far exceeded everyone's imagination. After a moment of shock, Yifan carefully taught Ning Zimo this action. It was impossible for him to come over every day to supervise this group of people. In the end, he still needed Ning Zimo to learn it before teaching it to this group of men. The 20 or so young and strong men also began to imitate, but after a few moves, everyone began to pant heavily. They finally believed that what Yifan said was true. It turned out that there were too many areas of their muscles that had not been grasped. In the early hours of the morning, Yifan was ready to go back, but Ning Zimo urged him to stay. "Don't go, it's so late at night, can't you stay at my place for the night?" "It's not like Big Sister will eat you," Ning Zimo said with some resentment. Yifan smiled bitterly in his heart. He wasn't afraid that you would eat me, but that I would eat you. But after careful consideration, going back so late at night really hurt Ning Zimo's heart. He might as well drive back early in the morning and bring Su Qingxue to work with him, Yifan thought. Although he had eaten a lot of meals at the Purple Leaf Tea House, Yifan had never stayed here before. The tea house was quiet at night, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of tea and solid wood. Ning Zimo brought him to an antique room and pushed open a door. Inside was a large bathtub, and even the bathwater was ready. "I got someone to put some sea salt and Chinese herbs in it. I wonder if you like it?" Ning Zimo asked with a smile. Yifan smelled the smell of the bathtub and happily said, "Actually, I just need to take a simple shower. It's so exquisite that I can't bear to soak in it." Ning Zimo smiled sweetly. "What's there to be reluctant about? If it wasn't for your help today, our purple bamboo forest would have been destroyed. If I don't give you this small reward, my brothers will all scold me." Yifan said, "Don't say such words in the future. We're all on the same side, there's nothing to help or not." "Who's on the same side as you? You're trying to get close to me." Ning Xuema chuckled, then turned around to leave the room. But just as he was about to leave, Yifan grabbed the woman's hand and pulled her into his embrace. The two of them stuck close to each other. The woman tilted her head slightly and raised her head, just in time to see Yifan looking down at her. Yifan smiled evilly. "Ning Jia, since you're not one of us, then this bathtub of water isn't enough to reward me." Ning Xuema's charming face started to turn pink as she asked, Then how are you going to reward me?" Yifan didn't say much. He just hugged the woman tightly and walked towards the bathtub with large strides. After knowing what the man was going to do, Ning Xuema's heart pounded like a deer. Her delicate body twisted and begged, "Yifan, don't, what, you were the one who took the initiative to ask for it in the past, why don't you want it today?" Could it be that you were lying to me when you wanted me to stay? Yi Fan lowered his head and asked in a low voice. Of course not. Ning Xuema panted and bit her lips. I mean, I'm still wearing clothes. It doesn't matter. When I go into the water with my clothes on, I'll be translucent and look even sexier. Yi Fan blinked. Ning Xuema's face was extremely hot. Her phoenix eyes were filled with spring water as she muttered, "Little scoundrel. You actually wanted to do this a long time ago, right?" Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then suddenly sped up to the bathtub and threw Ning Xuema in. Plop. Water splashed everywhere and the woman's entire body was instantly drenched. Even her head was submerged in the water. Annoying. What are you doing? Ning Xuema got up from the water and shook off the water droplets on her head. Just as she was about to complain that a man didn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex, she suddenly saw Yi Fan's hand supporting himself on the edge of the bathtub, looking at her from a close distance. As their eyes met, Ning Xuema was stunned. She didn't know why the man was so deep. One of Yi Fan's hands gently pushed the woman's wet hair away from her forehead and caressed her white and rosy cheeks. The man's technique was very exquisite, full of pity and love, causing Ning Xuema to subconsciously open her red lips, revealing a delicate and pitiful expression. You ask me why I'm enduring it? Yi Fan suddenly smiled, then stuck his head out and gently kissed Ning Xuema's red lips. Ning Xuema felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her delicate body stiffened. This was the first time Yi Fan had kissed her. Yi Fan moved closer to the woman's ear and said, because, when I decided to do this, it meant. You will always be my woman, until the day you die. The room was silent. Ning Xuema held her breath as she listened to the man's words. She felt a strong emotion that seemed to want to overwhelm her thoughts. She could feel the man's love, but she also felt a small trace of fear. It was as if she had fallen into the palm of a demon, and if she dared to betray the demon, she would be mercilessly torn apart. However, of course, she couldn't betray him, because all of this was what she had been dreaming of for the past 2 years. Ever since she was young, she had ignored so many men who pursued her. Until she met Yi Fan, she had been dreaming of this man for more than 2 years. How could she betray him? I'm willing. Ning Xuema's wet hands wrapped around Yi Fan's neck. Her eyes sparkled as she said, from the first time I saw you, I knew I wouldn't regret it. Yi Fan looked at the woman with a complicated gaze for a while, then suddenly let out a relaxed smile. The pressure in the room immediately dissipated. Yi Fan seemed to have returned to normal in an instant, and began to take off his clothes. This made Ning Xuema think that she was hallucinating. Compared to the man from before, he was like a completely different person. Ning, son, move aside and give me a spot so that I can hug you and soak in the water together. Ning. Ninger. That's right, didn't you say that your grandfather and mother call you Ninger? Could it be that I remembered wrongly? Yi Fan asked. Ning Xuema's face lit up. The man didn't call her sister, but called her by her nickname. Of course she knew what this meant. Men were finally going to put aside their sibling relationship and become a more intimate relationship. Yes, you remember correctly, I like it when you call me that. Chapter 77. 0077. Very quickly, Yi Fan shamelessly sat down, and then helped the woman take off all her clothes. The two of them snuggled up to each other, soaking in the fragrant bathtub. The steam was hazy, and the sweet atmosphere made Ning Xuema blush. She was very intoxicated. He originally thought that Yi Fan would make a move on her, but who would have thought that the man would only hug her and not do anything? After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan's hand gently grabbed the woman's right hand and carefully examined it. My hand is beautiful, right? Ning Xuema asked proudly. Yi Fan nodded, slender jade cutting spring onions, growing in fragrant green sleeves. It is indeed a pair of good hands. No wonder you can practice a hidden weapon with high requirements for your opponent. I didn't expect you to know how to recite poems. Ning Xuema looked back and said. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and said, "The person you took as your master is called Hundredly Flying Dagger, right?" "Yes, when I was in the clan, I was a guest of the Ning clan." He was known as the 100 Steps Piercing Willow, and he could be considered a famous expert in the underworld. He said that my hands were suitable for flying daggers, and women happened to be suitable for this ancient martial art, so I learned from him. Unfortunately, not long after he taught me, he passed away. Ning Xuema said. Yi Fan shook his head and chuckled, "Expert? At that level, how could he be considered an expert?" Ning Xuema wanted to refute, but when she thought about Yi Fan's skills, she felt that what the man said was right. "Do you think everyone is as powerful as you?" "In my eyes, my master is already an expert." Ning Xuema resentfully asked, "Why did you suddenly bring up the matter of throwing knives?" Yi Fan lightly evaluated, "Although this throwing knife of yours looks gorgeous, it lacks lethality and explosive power, and there are too few changes. This has something to do with your ancient martial arts foundation. If you want to go further, you need to change it again. In addition, you also need to follow up on your internal energy. Only then will you be able to completely display the erratic nature of a hidden weapon like a throwing knife, which is hard for gods and ghosts to guard against." Ning Xuema suddenly realized something and looked at the man in surprise. "Inner force? You want to teach me inner force techniques? Since you're my woman, of course you have to improve your treatment." Ning Xuema pouted, "So you didn't treat me well before. Cultivating is not an easy task. I just want you to protect yourself better in the future. How is it, do you want to learn?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Ning Zimo immediately said, "Of course I want to learn, but I heard that most of the internal energy techniques in this world are incomplete. Furthermore, every internal energy technique is extremely precious, and none of the sects or families dare to easily pass it on to outsiders." Fan Xian nodded and said, "That's right, but the most fundamental reason is that most people can't practice inner force at all. They can't even find a sense of qi in their entire lives. Finding a sense of qi was like solving an arithmetic problem. If you couldn't find the key point, some people would never find the answer. Cultivating inner force was the same. First, you had to comprehend the true meaning of inner force. Then, through the guidance of inner force, you had to find the sense of qi. Without a sense of qi, no matter how powerful a cultivation technique was, even if it was the Shaolin muscle bone strengthening scripture, in the hands of an untalented person, it would only be a piece of waste paper. Many inner force skills were lost only because those descendants were arrogant and couldn't comprehend it themselves. They couldn't find the sense of qi, so they thought it was fake and abandoned it. So that's how it is. No wonder there were so many experts in the ancient times, but there are so few ancient martial artists now. Ning Zimo suddenly realized that no one had ever told her this before. After all, cultivating inner force was a dream for most martial artists, not to mention some of the principles behind inner force. Society is getting more and more impetuous, especially with the appearance of firearms. Guns and cannons can solve battles, and not many people are willing to spend a lot of energy to study ancient martial arts. It's a pity that many people don't want to believe it. In the eyes of a truly powerful ancient martial artist, guns and cannons are nothing. The power of ancient martial arts is far beyond people's imagination. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Ning Zimo recalled how Yi Fan was able to come and go freely in the rain of bullets and said with approval, "Indeed, I have always felt that ancient martial arts shouldn't be that simple. Back then, when I practiced throwing knives, my entire body was covered in injuries, and my hands were in so much pain that I wanted to cut them off. Moreover, when I first started, I couldn't see any hope at all. But I still persevered. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't have this throwing knife skill, I would have been killed several times over." Yi Fan continued, "It's precisely because I know that you have a lot of perseverance that I plan to teach you inner force. As for whether or not you can master it, it's up to you. Wouldn't it be too late for me to practice inner force at my age?" Ning Zimo asked worriedly. Yi Fan smiled. Many people have a misconception that practicing martial arts has something to do with age, but in reality, as long as one's spirit is full, practicing inner force doesn't matter how old one is. Moreover, Practicing for 10 years might not be as good as practicing for a year. The key is still to understand the cultivation technique. To put it bluntly, ancient martial arts look at talent, followed by diligence. If you can't understand it, then no matter how much you practice, it's useless. Ning Zimo heaved a sigh of relief, but then asked curiously, Yi Fan, then what kind of inner force are you going to teach me? I only know one inner force skill, which is what I practiced in the past. It's called One Sky Water. My master said that this skill was comprehended by the ancestor from the river diagram. All living things have a number, and only when they are born can they be born. All living things have a number, and only when they can be formed can they be formed. The original meaning of One Sky Water is that, one, is the origin of all life, and this inner force skill is to trace back to the origin and cycle, achieving the goal of prolonging the life of the cultivator. At the same time, it is also a neutral and peaceful inner force skill that can be used with most ancient martial arts. Of course, it can also make your throwing knives more powerful. River diagram? Isn't that the legendary Fushi who saw the dragon horse in the Yellow River and the patterns that appeared on its back? That's a fairy tale. Ning Zimo exclaimed. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what my master told me back then. Ning Zimo giggled. Why does it sound like you're practicing Taiji fist, and you're even recuperating? However, you said that you practiced this in the past. Don't you practice it now? Yi Fan spread out his hands. Look at me, do I look like I know inner force? How could I tell? Ning Zimo blinked her eyes. Yi Fan said, I stopped practicing a long time ago, and I also crippled my inner force a long time ago. Why? You crippled your own inner force? Ning Zimo asked curiously, could it be that this martial art isn't powerful? Of course not, it's just that I'm currently practicing the martial arts that I've figured out myself. It's the kind of movement that I demonstrated to you guys just now. With inner force, it's not convenient for me to try it out. Yi Fan said with a smile. Chapter 78. 0078 Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. I don't know either, isn't I just trying to figure it out? I want to walk a path that belongs to me, that's why I came all the way back from overseas to live the life I want to live. Life is also a part of cultivation. Find a path that belongs to you. For this, you crippled your own internal energy and returned to work as a part-time worker? Ning Zimo felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Fan nodded seriously. Although there was more than one reason to return home, that was what he really thought. In fact, learning to be an ordinary person had also benefited him a lot, whether it was in terms of cultivation or life. An expert is an expert, life is really casual. Ning Zimo hesitated and said, then if you pass your inner force to me, will your master mind? Yi Fan's eyes revealed a hint of pain. After a moment of silence, he said, he won't mind, Anne. To put it bluntly, I'll teach you internal energy, and you'll have to practice it yourself. It's not like anyone can become an expert. Ning Zimo could tell that the man seemed to have recalled some bad memories, so she quickly changed the topic and said, Yi Fan, this set of movements that you created must also be very powerful, right? If you teach it to our brothers from the purple bamboo forest like this, aren't you worried that they will leak it out? Yi Fan laughed, I'm even less worried about that. First of all, what I demonstrated just now was only a simplified version, far from what I practiced myself. Secondly, in this world, I'm afraid that only an idiot like me would cripple my own internal energy and take this kind of external energy seriously. Who would be so bored as to suffer like this? Ning Zimo thought for a moment. That was indeed the case. She had only done a simplified version of the movements, and she was already quite tired. Yi Fan did the original movements, adding on to the entire set of movements. She didn't know how much stamina he would need. The key was that a man definitely wouldn't just do it once. It could be seen from the moment he opened his mouth to do it 10 times. This set of movements of yours is specially designed to train muscles? Ning Zimo asked. Yi Fan shook his head. Muscles are only a part of the human body. I actually also train my bones. If my muscles are strong, then my bones won't be able to support it. Bones can also be trained. Don't bones not even have nerves and can't be controlled? Ning Zimo was stunned. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Yi Fan said, in theory, that's the case, but in reality, there are some nerves in the bone marrow cavity and periosteum. It's just that they're not developed enough. Moreover, bones are also a part of the human body. They are derived from an embryo and should be the same as our flesh and blood. It's just that it's difficult for ordinary people to control them. If he were to tell the woman that he was still researching how to train the blood in his body, the woman would probably think that he was going crazy. Hee, Ninger, you're really good here. Yi Fan felt that it was more important to first have a taste of his hands. Only then did Ning Zimo react. Where the man's hands were placed, her ears turned red, but she did not resist all of this. After the two of them finished showering, they changed into their pajamas and went to Ning Zimo's bedroom together. Since they had already met in the bathtub, Ning Zimo had already made all the preparations to welcome everything that was about to happen. She walked to the bedside, pulled open the drawer of the bedside table, and took out a small box from it. After fidgeting for a while, she turned around and handed the box to Yi Fan. What is this? Yi Fan didn't look at it carefully. Only when he took it over did he see what it was. Ning Zimo's face was already extremely hot. She stammered, I know. You don't want children yet, so you've been preparing for it. Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ninger, the production date of this box of yours is still last year. You've been preparing it for so long. Who told you to keep hiding from me? Otherwise, you would have used up several boxes long ago. Do you know how much effort I have to put in to buy such a thing without being discovered by the people below? Ning Zimo was angry just talking about it. She didn't know how many times she had shamelessly begged a man to accompany her. For a virgin like her to chase after a man like this, she even prepared a small umbrella. Thinking about it carefully, she was about to cry. However, Yi Fan threw the box back into the drawer, stepped forward and gently hugged the woman's slender waist, saying, we don't need it. Hearing that, Ning Zimo was stunned for a moment. Then, her breathing quickened and she said uneasily, But I'm not ready yet. There are still a lot of things to do in the gang, and there are a lot of dangers in the purple bamboo forest. If I were to get pregnant, would it be bad for our child? I want to give the child a more stable living environment, not a turbulent childhood. Yi Fan listened to the woman say a lot of words, looking so cautious and careful, and couldn't help but laugh. Aya, what are you laughing at? It's not that I don't want to have children, it's just that it's too early now. I really don't care about status or marriage. I'm willing to give birth to a child for you, even if I don't get married. I originally just wanted to be your woman in silence. A woman like me is destined to be unable to be like an ordinary woman, Ning Zimo said regretfully and sorrowfully. Li Fan Xian was moved when he heard this, but he really felt that it was fun. He gently touched the woman's face and said, Darling, I actually just want to tell you that I don't need this box of condoms because we won't do that tonight. Her face became redder and redder. She couldn't help but pound Yi Fan's chest with her pink fists. You little scoundrel. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you think I'm funny? Yi Fan laughed and hugged the woman, kissing her cheek a few times. All right, be good. I just feel that I should get along with you more and get to know each other better. We don't have to go through the motions, but we have to let nature take its course. We can talk about our feelings to a certain extent before we do it, okay? Ning Zimo looked at the man in surprise and felt a trace of joy in her heart. You? Do you really think so? Of course, why would I lie to you? Do you think there's something wrong with my body? Yi Fan laughed. I thought you didn't care about love at all. Ning Xuema said shyly and happily. Although she was the president of the Purple Bamboo Forest and had grown up in an underground family, it didn't mean that she really didn't care about romance. She also had a woman's romantic fantasy. She also wanted to have a beautiful relationship with the man she liked. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. In the past, I really didn't think that there was any need to fall in love with a woman, but some things that happened recently. It made me realize that my previous thoughts were wrong. Hearing that, Ning Zimo immediately thought of something and said bitterly, is it with Feng Yuing? Or did you talk to Su Qingxue? Did you fall in love with some woman? Chapter 79. 0079-inch Hua Hai's most famous iceberg beauty, a business genius, how could I not know about your current company's boss? However, I heard that this woman is notoriously difficult to approach. Otherwise, with her beauty, the young masters chasing after her should be lined up from Hua Hai to the capital. For you to be able to stay by her side, it seems like your relationship is quite good. Ning Xuema said sourly. Yi Fan clicked his tongue and slapped the woman's butt. You're not allowed to check my situation like this in the future. If you continue like this, I'll be angry. Ning Xuema opened her watery eyes in grievance. I don't expect to marry you in the future. Can't I even check your current situation? Yi Fan smiled as he helped the woman sit on the bed, letting her sit on his lap, and said, even if I marry another woman, it doesn't mean that I will leave you, because you are already my woman. Selfish, overbearing. Ning Xuema said angrily. Yi Fan didn't deny it. He used his finger to lift the woman's chin and laughed evilly. I am such a man, so I always told you to stay away from me. But what a pity. You stupid little rabbit, you still delivered yourself to my big bad wolf's mouth. Ning Xuema was being toyed with, and she was a little unwilling to admit defeat in her heart. She suddenly lowered her head and kissed Yi Fan heavily. Her charming eyes were like silk as she said, I'm willing, I'm determined to rely on you. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva and looked at the beautiful rose. He used his pair of bright crystal-like eyes to look at him. His nose and mouth were still filled with the delicate fragrance of a woman. It was not an easy task for him to endure it. In the room, the heavy breathing of the two continued for a long time. Yi Fan stabilized his emotions, then put the woman down and said, I'll write down the inner force technique first, then I'll explain it to you. It shouldn't take much time. Ning Xuema saw that the man really didn't plan to do anything to her. She was both happy and a little disappointed, but she still meekly went over to get the pen and paper. Yi Fan came to a small desk, and as he wrote, he explained the basic principles of the sky life water. As for how to comprehend it, it would depend on Ning Xuema herself. After all, the human body was completely different. Every inner force skill required a different understanding for each person. The two chatted until 3 in the morning before lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Early in the morning, around 5 o'clock, Yi Fan, who had only slept for 2 hours, quietly got up again. He actually didn't need to sleep much, but Ning Zimo was exhausted yesterday and slept soundly. Yi Fan covered the woman with a blanket, then got up and put on his clothes. His clothes were not washed yesterday, but Ning Zimo had already thoughtfully prepared a new set of clothes. When the sale left, Zhao Zhong was already waiting at the door, respectfully sending him off. Goodbye, Brother Fan. Come often. Zhao Zhong said with a smile. Yi Fan patted him on the shoulder before driving back to Egret County. When they returned to the mansion, Su Qingxue was eating breakfast. When Aunt Jiang saw Yi Fan return, she complained, Yi Fan, you didn't go home last night, why didn't you call home? Young Miss was so worried about you. Yi Fan was surprised, he had forgotten about this, mainly because he was alone in the past, and no one at home would wait for him. Aunt Jiang. What nonsense are you spouting? Who was waiting for him? I'm supposed to work until 12. Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed red. She was really wronged by Aunt Jiang because she usually went to bed very late. Of course, whether or not there was a man in his heart was another matter. Yi Fan also knew that Aunt Jiang had said this on purpose, but he still climbed up the pole and very seriously said, Qingxue, I'll definitely call you next time. I was negligent this time. Su Qingxue was about to scold him for being shameless, but she suddenly realized that the clothes and pants the man was wearing were different from when he went out yesterday. There was even a smell of perfume on them. The clothes that Yi Fan wore during his work days were all personally chosen by Su Qingxue, so of course she recognized them clearly. The man had definitely changed, and it was clearly a woman's perfume. After knowing what this meant, Su Qingxue's face became especially cold. She didn't pay any attention to the man and only cared about eating breakfast. Yi Fan's hot face was stuck to a cold butt, but he had no choice. Coincidentally, he hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so he started eating together. When everything was ready, the two of them got on the car and headed to the company. Not long after getting on the car, Su Qingxue asked indifferently, "Your clothes and pants were prepared for you by your girlfriend, right?" "Ugh. Yes." Actually, Yi Fan wanted to say that this was another girlfriend, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. After all, his impression of Su Qingxue was probably messy enough. Even if he didn't hope to turn this ice beauty into his woman, he at least wanted to get together and part ways. "What about the clothes I gave you?" Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, "It should still be there, I didn't bring it back." When Su Qingxue heard this reply, her expression became even colder. "You went out yesterday to look for your girlfriend?" "Yes, she's in some trouble." Yi Fan giggled. "What kind of trouble does it take all night?" Su Qingxue asked again. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should tell the truth or not. After all, it sounded a little complicated and special. "Anyway, it's quite troublesome, and then I have something to tell you, vague and full of lies. No matter what you do with a woman outside, I'm not interested in knowing." Su Qingxue said disdainfully. Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter, "You're not interested, yet you still ask. What did you say?" Su Qingxue's eyes widened. "Nothing, really nothing." Yi Fan hurriedly shook his head. Su Qingxue said angrily, "Yi Fan, listen up. Although I allow you to live in my place, eat my food, and use my food, my tolerance is limited. Since the clothes you're wearing are worth that much money, if you have the ability, go buy your own car, buy your own clothes for work, then fill up your own gas and take your girlfriend around to play. From today onwards, you can't drive my car as you please, except with my permission, and during work hours. Do you hear me?" Yi Fan felt that it was strange. After all, wasn't it just a matter of wearing work clothes and driving? He just didn't need to drive. Why was there a need to be so angry? Okay. I'll ride my bike myself, is that okay?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "I don't care. Anyway, don't drive my car around dating women." Su Qingxue glared at him coldly. "Also, don't let the Zheng family know about your messy things. If our contract is affected because of this, you can just wait to lose money." Yi Fan nodded repeatedly, sighing bitterly in his heart. It was early in the morning. Why did it feel like a gas tank had exploded? Chapter 80. 0080 Hua Hai City, in a high-end gym in a private clubhouse. It was a muscular man who was about 1.85 meters tall. His muscles looked like they were made of bronze, and his 8 abdominal muscles looked like they were carved from rock. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were sharp. In the middle of his short hair, there was a knife scar that was shocking to see. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang, the continuous punches landed on a huge leather sandbag, producing a heavy muffled sound. A relatively short middle-aged man in a suit, tie, and glasses stood behind him with cold sweat dripping down his back. "You said none of the gunmen we sent came back. All the guns are gone." Hearing the man who was punching, the middle-aged man carefully replied, "Yes, gang leader, the spy we planted in the purple bamboo forest reported that there was a man named Yi Fan who suddenly appeared in the workshop last night. With his help, Ning Zimo subdued all the people from the 3 halls. The gunmen all fired, but in the end, they all died without injuring Ning Zimo." "Yi Fan? Why do I seem to have? I've heard of this name." The man continued to punch, frowning. The bespectacled man said, "It should be the assistant of Su Qingxue from the embroidery group." At that time, Zheng Junfeng from the Zheng family brought Ma Jinkuan to look for trouble. In the end, Ma Jinkuan was injured by Yi Fan. This Yi Fan, from the looks of it, is most likely someone from the Purple Bamboo Forest. It is very likely that the embroidery group funded the Purple Bamboo Forest. Ning Zimo. She really found a good helper. Yu Hanlong, have really underestimated her. Yeah, our Iron Lock gang has suffered a bit of a loss this time, especially that batch of guns. The bespectacled man was very distressed about the money. Yu Hanlong said, there are not many days left until the next batch of firearms is traded. How much money do we still need? The bespectacled man took out a calculator that he carried with him and quickly pressed it, saying, we're still short of 17 million. Can we raise it before the trade? If the plan to take down the Purple Bamboo Forest succeeds, it won't be a problem. But now that the Purple Bamboo Forest is under Ning Zimo's control again, I'm afraid, Yu Hanlong suddenly roared and slapped the sandbag with both hands. The entire sandbag seemed to explode as sand flew everywhere and the cowhide exploded. The tough gauntlet was pierced through by his fingers. Yu Hanlong turned around aggressively and walked up to the bespectacled man. He grabbed him by the collar and said, come up with a plan immediately. I want to take back all the guns that we lost. Then kill that bitch, Ning Zimo. That Yi Fan or whatever, accompany her in death. Looking at Yu Hanlong, who was like the king of hell, and his steel-like hand, the bespectacled man quickly nodded. Yes. I'll think of a way immediately. There won't be any accidents this time. Controlling the entire underground world of Hua Hai depends on that batch of firearms. I won't allow any mishaps. Before we eat the White Shark's gang, Purple Bamboo Forest must fall first. Yes. Gang leader. At the embroidery group, the day's work was about to end. Yi Fan stretched lazily in the office and finally finished translating a pile of documents. It was only today that he found out from Chinya that the reason he wanted to read so much French information was because Su Qingxue planned to officially enter the European market. He wanted to create a brand of his own, selling clothes, bags, and even household items that were unique to China to the Europeans. It had to be said that in such a depressed economy in Europe, this woman's plan was very bold. Of course, if it was successful, it would be the same as some of the electronic products that had already made a name for themselves overseas. It would allow the embroidery group to become a world-class company. Yi Fan looked at the schedule. Today, he still had to participate in the last basketball training. Although he didn't want to go, he felt that Jiang Chao and the other security guards were not bad, so he treated it as a friend and went to participate. Thus, Yi Fan got up and went to Su Qingshue's office. He planned to ask for a leave of absence from the woman and not go back with her. But as soon as he entered the office, he saw Su Qingxue on the phone. The target was very special, it was actually her grandmother. Grandma, that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We were unable to come into contact with that doctor before. This time, she's here, so you have to come back to Hua Hai and let her take a look. Su Qingxue seemed to be very annoyed. She held her forehead with one hand and held the phone with the other. After talking for a long time, her grandmother still didn't seem to agree. Su Qingxue could only say, just treat it as me begging you. I know you're very sad that your grandfather passed away, but you have to take care of your own body. After persuading her for a while, it seemed that there was still no result, so Su Qingxue could only hang up. Yi Fan then asked, Director Su, what's wrong with your grandmother? Sick. Nonsense. Didn't you hear it all? Su Qingxue was in a bad mood and asked snappily, why are you looking for me? Yi Fan thought to himself, seeing that your grandmother's health isn't good, I can endure being used as a punching bag. I'll be leaving first because I have to participate in the company's basketball team training. I'll tell you about it. Yi Fan said. You joined the basketball team? Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then asked suspiciously, do you know how to play basketball? Yi Fan said, learn now, I want to win glory for the company. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, saw through the man and sarcastically said, "You're doing it for the prize money, right? Do you like money that much?" Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. This girl really didn't give him any face when she spoke. At this moment, Chinya walked into the office and respectfully said, "Director Su, Dr. Florica Runita's private plane has arrived in Huahai. From the looks of it, it will stay for 2 to 3 days." When Su Qingxue heard this, she revealed a rare expression of excitement and hurriedly stood up and said, "Make an appointment immediately. The sooner the better." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This crazy woman came quite quickly. He didn't expect her to be quite famous in China. Even Su Qingxue and the others knew about her. But thinking about it, who wouldn't want to live a few more years? For a powerful doctor, of course he had to know more about him. However, Chinya had a troubled expression on her face, but Dr. Runita refused any appointment or meeting. Her spokesman said that she only came to meet an old friend and did not plan to treat anyone. Su Qingxue's excitement was immediately splashed with cold water. She frowned. How could this be? Isn't she a doctor? Director Su, don't be discouraged. Dr. Ronica was famous for her strange temper. She was a leading figure in many fields of the medical world, and even her students were all big shots in the medical world. She would definitely not casually treat anyone. Chapter 81. 0081 But my grandmother's illness seems to have worsened. None of the doctors in the country can do anything about it. The doctors invited by the Magnesium country said that Dr. Ronida might be their last hope. I couldn't contact her before, but now that she finally came to Huahai, this is an opportunity given by the heavens. How can I let it go? Su Qingxue said. Chinya was also very concerned and said, Director Su, let's think of another way. Didn't she say she wanted to see an old friend? Maybe we can go and check which famous person she wants to see in Huahai. Right, go and investigate immediately. Su Qingxue nodded. Chinya immediately went to busy herself, while Yi Fan stayed in the office and asked with concern, Qingxue, what illness does your grandmother have? This has nothing to do with you, you can go out. Su Qingxue didn't have the mood to care about men at all. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to ask, maybe I can help. Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, raised her head and said, pancreatic cancer. Yi Fan was stunned. This was indeed a serious illness. If it was in the late stages, it would be a death sentence. Alright, I'll tell you now. Can you cure it? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said embarrassedly, I don't know how to treat this disease either. Hearing the man's answer, Su Qingxue's already sad mood became even worse. If you don't understand, then hurry up and get out. Ask what? Whether it's playing basketball or finding your girlfriend, I just beg you not to bother me. I don't want to see you. After being scolded by the woman, Yi Fan was stunned. He was just concerned for a bit. Was there a need to shout at him like that? Yi Fan was not a doormat. As a man, it was fine to endure it, but it was impossible for him to endure this woman's temper forever. Although he didn't know why the woman's attitude towards him was suddenly so bad, he felt that he had tolerated enough. Alright, then I'll go. Don't regret it when I leave. Yi Fan said, suppressing his anger. After Su Qingxue finished shouting, she realized that she had gone too far, but for some reason, she just couldn't talk to Yi Fan properly. As long as he saw a man, he would think of him staying out all night, talking about love with another woman, and even throwing the clothes he had given him outside. Logically speaking, these things had nothing to do with her. She was just an employer, and the man was just an employee. They weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend. However, with Yi Fan responding to her so coldly, she couldn't bring herself to apologize. Don't worry, Su Qingxue, have never regretted my words. The woman stubbornly said. Fan Xian shook his head. Since the woman insisted on doing this, he didn't plan to say anything more. He turned around and left the office. Just as he walked out of the office, Yi Fan received a call. He picked it up and heard a woman's lazy voice, "Hey, my prince, did you miss me?" As soon as he heard the English pronunciation with the Central European style, Yifan knew who it was. "Don't be coquettish, Florica. You're old enough to be my grandmother. How can I stand your coquettish voice?" Yifan said with a smile. "It's not polite to keep talking about a lady's age. Although you are my elder, you can't attack me like this," Florica said unhappily. Yifan sighed, "Since you know that I am your elder, then speak more seriously. Remember to call me Yifan, don't call me by my previous names." "Got it, you've retired. Then, dear Yifan, where shall we meet? I haven't seen you for so long, I miss you so much." Florica couldn't wait. Yifan said, "I have something to take care of. Let's have dinner together later. Pick a place and remember not to bring any bodyguards or anything like that. I don't want to attract too much attention." Florica hurriedly said, "I saw that there's a McDonald's not far from my hotel. Let's go eat." "You really are a loyal fan of junk food. Aren't you tired of it yet?" Yifan said helplessly. "How could I be tired of it? You don't know how pitiful I am. When I was in the magnesium country, my assistants and my family didn't let me eat. I was already so hungry and thirsty." Florica swallowed her saliva. Yifan wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this, but he just let her be. He asked for the location of the hotel, and after agreeing on a time, he hung up. After that, Yifan directly went to the sales department and entered Feng Yuying's office. The woman obviously hadn't gotten off work so early and was dealing with some work. Seeing Yifan come in, she stroked her messy hair and said, "Why did you suddenly come over? Don't you need to drive for Director Su?" Yifan took advantage of the fact that no one was present to walk over and hold the woman's face, kissing her tender and beautiful red lips. "Aya, don't be like this. What if someone comes in?" Feng Yuying's face was dyed pink. Yifan chuckled and said, "I missed you after not seeing you for a day, so I wanted to kiss you." "Humph, I don't think so. Didn't you have a good meal with Captain Su at noon? I heard from Lu Xiaoyan and the others that you eat at the same table as Captain Su every day at work, but Captain Su is really pretty, right?" Feng Yuying looked at the man meaningfully. Yifan hurriedly said, "That's not as good-looking as you, Ying. I saw that Captain Su was eating alone and felt lonely. Let's make friends and have a meal together. How about you come and eat with me in the future, Ying? I'm not going to be your light bulb. I'm often outside at noon and don't really go to the restaurant to eat," Feng Yuying said. Yifan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if they really sat together, wouldn't it be hard for him to look around? "Why are you looking for me?" Feng Yuying didn't probe further. In her heart, she still trusted Yifan more. Moreover, Su Lingshan wasn't the kind of woman who would act recklessly. Yifan said, "Didn't I find a doctor friend from the magnesium country to come over? She's here today. We'll go over together later and have dinner with her." "The doctor is here. Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'll hurry up and book a better restaurant, we can't mistreat her," Feng Yuying said anxiously. Yifan waved his hand, "Don't, just come with me later. I've already arranged everything. You just have to be the patient's family member and go meet them and have a chat." Feng Yuying hesitated and said, "Is that okay? Wouldn't it be impolite for you to entertain them?" "She won't mind this. If you find her a big restaurant and eat delicacies, she'll definitely be angry." Feng Yuying was confused when she heard this. She thought to herself that this doctor was quite strange. Could it be that he liked small restaurants? An hour and a half later, Yifan came out of the stadium after playing basketball. He got into Feng Yuying's car and went to the appointed place with Florica. Only then did Feng Yuying know that Yifan was still planning to participate in Hua Hai Industrial and Commercial's basketball match. She couldn't help but look forward to how the man would perform. When she arrived at McDonald's, Feng Yuying was completely stunned. This was completely different from what she had imagined.